Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled A Global Fight, Supporting Efforts to Address Sex Trafficking in South Asia. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Blaney. Moves for leave. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Medical Inadmissibility, Excessive Demand. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with a sense of duty and urgency that I rise in the House to table the bill to repeal Section 38(1)(c) of the IRPA. Canada is a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Section 38(1)(c) directly contravenes this convention, allowing Canada's immigration system to discriminate against individuals with disabilities on the mere assumption an individual could pose an excessive burden on Canada's health or social services. Following national media attention, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration studied this provision. It was made clear by witnesses, government members, and even the minister himself that this policy is out of step with Canadian values. Yet for 2 years, the minister has been consulting on this policy and has failed to act. All the while, families like Monica Mateo and Marilyn Cruzets continue to suffer and wonder if their families will ever be reunited despite their contributions to this country by caring for our seniors and children. It is simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Full repeal is the only option to go forward. I call on the government to adopt my bill as their own and take immediate action on this urgent issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? First reading, première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present 3 petitions. The first being on palliative care. The petition acknowledges that 70% of Canadian residents that need end-of-life palliative care do not have access to it. Calls on Parliament in support of Bill 277 to ensure that every Canadian that needs palliative care has access to it, and that palliative care, hospice care, does not hasten nor postpone death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second is sex selection. It highlights the importance of Parliament condemning the practice of sex selection. The petition says that all forms of gender-based violence should be condemned, including sex selection. And the last is in regarding to impaired driving. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have lost a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the Prime Minister to keep his promise to introduce legislation that makes our roads safer and that says that 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by an impaired driver. Thank you.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to table 2 petitions. The first, Mr. Speaker, is e-petition 21269, which had over 1,000 signatures. I would like to acknowledge Laurie Gourlay, the originator of this petition, who passed away this fall, sadly. This petition acknowledged the Salish Sea as an ecological, economical, and cultural rich area which provides critical marine habitat, biodiversity, and essential ecosystems that are as much of importance to nature as to the peoples, regions, and nations which reside along this unique ocean environment. Canada has promised to meet its international commitment to honour the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by protecting 10% of our coastline by the year 2020, and there's growing momentum. So I table this petition. The second petition that I table today is from many people across my riding who are in support of the Bill 262, which happily has passed through this House, but I think it's important that we know how important it is to the members of my riding that the full implementation of this bill happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present a petition from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands who are concerned with the crisis of climate change. They are looking at the tremendous potential of energy efficiency within our homes, reducing waste from inefficient appliances, home design and insulation. They urge the Government of Canada to work with the provinces and develop a new national building code with the goal of reducing overall energy demand to 15% of what our current built stock consumes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. McColman regarding respect for veterans.
Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton and show veterans the respect that they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise to them when he said on August 24, 2015, that if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We often find ourselves tasked with debating very complex and very difficult subjects in this place. But we shouldn't complain. After all, what greater honour is there to be sent here by our fellow citizens to speak on their behalf? Now, we don't always rise to the occasion. We've all been guilty at some point of taking the easy road and reading talking points. We've all been guilty at some point of approaching an issue with partisan blinders on. We've all been guilty at some point of failing to acknowledge the value of an opposing view. And as you've pointed out to me personally, Mr. Speaker, on more than one occasion, we've all been guilty of unnecessarily boisterous outbursts. I believe some call it heckling. Today, we'll be debating something far less complex and far more straightforward than we often do. Today, we are debating whether or not the Prime Minister should do the honourable thing and apologize to veterans for breaking the promise he made to them. The wording of the motion is unambiguous. It reads that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton and show veterans the respect that they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise to them when he said on August the 24th, 2015, that if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. The facts are clear. The Prime Minister's words were widely reported at the time. No one from the government side disputes that he said these words. In fact, they repeated them at rallies, on social media, and at doorsteps all over the land. It was an election, you see, and promises had to be made. They might regret that the Prime Minister said these words. They might wish veterans would forget that the Prime Minister said these words, but the Prime Minister did say these words, and veterans won't forget that he made that promise to them. I've had the honour of giving voice to aspirations for my riding of Brantford Brant for nearly a decade now, and over the course of those years, if I've learned anything, it's that words do matter. Consider, if you will, the oppressive regimes that our valiant warriors have fought against. Nazis burned books because words matter. The Taliban did the same and closed schools. And what about robbing young women of their ability to read? Because words matter. North Korea continues to suppress free speech and the freedom of the press because words matter. Now, some may be thinking, Mr. McColman, what are you doing? Surely you're not comparing the Liberals to Nazis. Well, rest assured, honourable colleagues, I am not. That might be how some others prefer to slur their political opponents. But that would be a gross injustice to those that suffered under this hideous regime. And I won't. I consider the members opposite to be honourable, and I know that they understand the importance of their own words. Canadians of all political persuasions have for decades willingly sacrificed everything to fight those oppressive regimes and defend the freedoms we enjoy. Words matter. We call this place Parliament because it is where we gather as a nation to speak to one another. Canadians take people for their word because words matter. It's not just a quaint custom of a bygone era. Our word is our bond. Honour is a word that those in uniform just don't throw around. Now, if the answers we've been getting during question period are any indication of what we'll hear from MPs on the government side today, then sadly, we can expect a failure to rise to this occasion. I predict, Mr. Speaker, that MPs on the government side will be tempted to rise and tell us that all is well. They'll be tempted to tell us how grateful all veterans should be. They'll be tempted to inflate dollar figures and omit those figures and omit that those figures are costed but not funded. They'll be tempted to use imaginary examples of veterans and boast about how much that avatar will receive. They'll be tempted to rhyme off lists of benefits, some of which are just pre-existing benefits that have been repackaged and renamed. They'll be tempted to tell us that the Prime Minister has kept his promise, despite veterans and veterans advocates saying very loudly that they have been betrayed. They'll be tempted to ignore the fact that access to benefits is almost ground to a halt. 29,000 disability claims in current backlog. And without question, Mr. Speaker, they'll be tempted to attack our record in government. And why not? It's easier than taking responsibility for the Prime Minister's words. I hope I'm wrong. I hope my honourable colleagues will resist the temptation to shift debate away from the subject at hand. I hope the first speaker on the government side simply rises in their place and states that the government supports this motion. I hope that the Prime Minister doesn't force government MPs to circle the wagons around him and just owns up to his words. His words. We'll see. Because again, the question today is a simple one. The question today is whether or not the Prime Minister should do the honourable thing and apologize to veterans for breaking his promise to them. So how did we get here? On August the 24th, 2015, at a campaign rally in Belleville, Ontario, the Prime Minister, flanked by smiling Liberal candidates, some of them veterans, some of them current government MPs, stated, and I quote, "If I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned." There were no caveats, no wiggle words, just a clear promise to veterans. The Liberal candidates that stood behind him that day clapped and smiled. Those in the audience also clapped. Some were heard cheering loudly. Why wouldn't they? They, along with veterans across the country, we're taking the Prime Minister at his word. The Prime Minister, for his part, paused, with a smile and a twinkle of satisfaction in his eye, basked in the glow of this adulation. It's clear from the videos online that he was quite pleased with himself. And it was clear which veterans he was referencing. The Equitas Society had taken the previous government to court. That's a fact. No sense in pretending otherwise. What is also a fact is that the case was in abeyance when the Prime Minister spoke those words. The plaintiffs and our government were at the negotiating table, not fighting things out in court. It's also a fact that on May 16, 2016, the abeyance period expired without resolution when the Justice Minister wrote the BC Court of Appeal and stated that in her view, and we can presume that this was the view of the government and the Prime Minister, that the court was now free to deliver judgment. In other words, the government decided that they would force these veterans to fight their own government. Clearly, promise broken. Quite simple, really. What else could anyone conclude? And they took this decision less than 9 months after the Prime Minister made his promise to veterans. And I would add, only 6 months after being sworn in, making it one of the very first decisions they made. So how sincere was the Prime Minister that day in Belleville? Only he knows. It was his words. It was his bond. All we know for certain is that he's broken his promise. But here's something else we know. In late 2016, while this group of veterans was being forced to fight the government in court, another group of veterans was bringing forward their case. This new case, class action, was being brought forward by female veterans fighting the government for a safe environment free of sexual harassment. Let me repeat that. This Liberal government is currently fighting women who have unselfishly heeded their country's call to service because these women had the audacity to claim they deserve to serve their country in a safe environment free from sexual harassment. To be fair, it was not the government that launched this case. But how did this government respond? Did they tell these veterans, your arguments concern us, and invite them to discuss a solution? No. Government lawyers argued that the government is not obliged and does not owe these veterans, a duty to care to provide them with a safe and harassment-free environment. Now, when this came to light, the Prime Minister was quick to say that he had put Justice Department lawyers on notice, stating that the argument was of concern to him. And he asked the Justice Minister, the same Justice Minister who killed the negotiations with the Equitas Society veterans, to follow up with those lawyers and make sure that they argue things that are consistent with this government's philosophy. Again, these veterans are not being offered an abeyance or negotiations. The Prime Minister is going to keep the case going. He intends to defeat them in court. He's forcing them to fight their own government. Broken promise. So what is this government's philosophy vis-a-vis veterans? Well, perhaps the Prime Minister's comments to one of our disabled veterans at a recent town hall in Edmonton can shed some light on this. Why is the government still fighting certain veterans groups in court? Because according to the Prime Minister, they're asking for more than we can afford. But it goes even deeper than that. Yesterday, the Prime Minister voted against a private member's bill sponsored by our colleague from the member for Barrie-Innisfil. The bill sought to ensure that veterans, their families, and survivors would be treated with dignity, respect, and fairness. Is that really more than we can afford? Veterans and their duties are unique among Canadians. We have an obligation to care for veterans because of the sacrifices made by them. That obligation extends to their experience and their families. The care, treatment, and transition of Canadian Armed Forces to civil life should be dealt with in a timely manner. Is that really more than we can afford? Former Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Honourable George Hees, a decorated Second World War veteran himself, was once quoted as saying that, quote, "When I was appointed minister, I told all employees to remember 3 words: speed, generosity, courtesy." That's not a complicated formula. Speed, generosity, courtesy. To that list, I would add honesty. I think if you ask most veterans, they'll tell you that speed, generosity, courtesy, and honesty add up to respect. Recently in Victoria, I was privileged to join my caucus colleagues and veterans at a veterans roundtable. These were people who had served, who now advocated for other veterans and assisted them in their dealings with Veterans Affairs Canada. We had a fairly lengthy discussion about the issues they were facing. But there was one word that was repeated over and over again. And in fact, at the very end, when we were wrapping up, one of the veterans' wives reminded us of that word one more time when she said to us, quote, "If you have heard anything, please remember one word, and that is respect." Perhaps it's time to start listening closer to the words of veterans and veterans advocates. Their words matter. This is Don Sorokin, lead counsel for the Equitas Society. Quote, "The position taken by the government was astonishing. For them to stand up and say, we don't have any special obligation to veterans, was completely contrary to everything they have been saying in Parliament and on the election campaign." Mark Campbell, a veteran, a double amputee that lost his legs from the knee down in Afghanistan, and a member of the Minister of Veterans Affairs' very own policy advisory group, says this: the new pension for life is nothing more than a shell game. Sean Bure, another veteran and veterans advocate, quote, "The government merely resurrected the ghosts of Christmases past with a hodgepodge of benefits that amount to recycled, remodeled, and repackaged programs that already exist." And here's another, quote, "It's fair to say the disappointment with the new plan has been immense because it just doesn't do the trick. If you're going to make a promise to provide lifetime pensions, then do it." End of quote. Those words were spoken by Brian Forbes, the Executive Director of War Amps Canada and Chairman of the National Council of Veterans Associations of Canada. For 4 days now, Colin Sanders, a veteran, has been camped out just outside this building to raise awareness for homeless veterans. Today, he's been joined by other veterans as they protest their treatment by Veterans Affairs. He describes his dealings with the current government as combat. Combat. Let that sink in. Combat. With a government led by a Prime Minister that promised them that they wouldn't have to fight their own government. These are not the words of partisans. These are not the government's political opponents. These are the words of veterans, veteran spouses, and veterans advocates. Their only purpose is to ensure veterans are treated with dignity and respect that they have earned. So let's try to compare that today. So let's try to remember that today, this isn't about comparing records. Let's try to avoid the temptation and rise and tell us all is well. It's not. Prove me wrong. Resist the temptation to shift debate away from the subject at hand. Today is about answering a simple question, and that is whether or not the Prime Minister should do the honourable thing and apologize to veterans for breaking the promise he made to them. On this side we say he cannot afford not to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, as I stand to ask a question of the member, I would like to shout out my local Canadian Legions, branch number 112 and 152 in Brooklyn and Whitby. And I will agree that we can do better. But, Madam Speaker, as I was canvassing, I know that the veterans in my riding of Whitby asked us to change from the lump sum into a pension for life, which we did. And the member opposite did say that, you know, words matter, but we believe that actions matter even more. And when we made the investments in our veterans, when we opened the offices, when we decided that we were going to hire new staff in order to expedite, to honor the speed that the member opposite talked about, to make the investments in terms of generosity that the honourable member has talked about, we've done those with our actions. We've spoke to veterans around the country, and we've honored the speed and generosity and respect that he is referring to. So I'm asking the honourable member, how did the previous Harper government honour speed, generosity, and respect when they made cuts, when they closed offices, and when they let the Veterans Charter wither?
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, Madam Speaker, the first question in this debate, of course, leads to exactly what I had hoped would not happen, which is the loss of focus on the fact that what this Prime Minister did to veterans, particularly Brock Bladsick, an amputee in Edmonton who stood up in a town hall and asked the Prime Minister why he had broken his promise. And the Prime Minister looked back at him and said, "We are fighting veterans in court because we don't have the money." There's not enough. There's enough for this government for other things that I'm sure will come out in this debate today. But if what we're going to do here today is honor the dignity and respect that this member says through their actions they are showing, then show it. Why not? Why aren't the veterans just standing up cheering that you've kept the promise, that that government's kept the promise? They're not. They're on the front steps of this Parliament today. There'll be hundreds of them standing out there saying they're having to fight the government for their benefits that they earned.
I'm sorry, I have to allow for other questions. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
My colleague from Brantford-Brant for tabling this motion today. It's very important. It's very important that we talk about our failure to deliver services to vets. And I say our, I mean as a nation, because everyone has a responsibility to look after our veterans. One thing we're hearing is, Conservatives blaming Liberals for not fulfilling their promises, Liberals pointing to Conservative track records for not delivering to veterans. I mean, we all have to agree here today that we haven't done enough. Right now, we've got veterans on the steps of Parliament that are suffering, that are falling through the cracks, that are waiting for their claims to be opened, Madam Speaker. That's not good enough. These are the people that have put the ultimate sacrifice and their families on behalf of everyday Canadians. The motion talks about the Prime Minister's promise, and I will bring this up. If I earn the right, this is quote, if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned, end quote. The Prime Minister has not honoured this promise. And maybe the member can talk about Mr. Bladsick in Edmonton, talking about a court case that Equitas has launched. It started with the Conservative government. It started there, and there has to be an answer from the Conservatives of why it started there and why they tabled this motion today when it was referenced to that. There is some responsibility there.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments and question. as I referred to in my speech, just to deal with the latter issue that he brought up, we had worked with Equitas to negotiate a settlement and put the lawsuit in abeyance, and that's where the status of that was at the time of the election campaign. So it was in abeyance, and it was in abeyance for the first 6 months of this government's regime. They consciously decided, this Minister of Justice decided to proceed back into court and not go to the negotiating table with the Equitas people. That's the facts. Those are true facts. No one can dispute that. On the issue of what really matters here today, what really matters are veterans and veterans' families who, through the words of this Prime Minister, have been disrespected. Through his words during a campaign and his words on a town hall, and he should do the honourable thing and apologize to veterans.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Brantford for his excellent speech today. Parliamentary Secretary from the Liberals made a comment about actions speaking louder than words, and I want to go over some of the actions of this Liberal government instead of helping our veterans who the Prime Minister has told are asking for too much money. Here are some of their actions. $250,000 wasted on the Prime Minister's trip to Billionaire Island. $8 million wasted on a hockey rink on Parliament Hill. $10 million for the payout for Mercator. $250 million to the Chinese government, the Communist government, for their investment bank to build pipelines in Asia. $15 million in bonuses to staff executives responsible for the Phoenix fiasco, and then $33 million in taxpayers' money for Bombardier bonuses. I'd like to ask my colleague, are these the actions that the government should be exhibiting, or perhaps the action should be focusing on our veterans and not wasting taxpayers' money?
The honourable member for Brampton Brant.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague brings up the fact that this government seems to have unlimited funds to do all of the things he's mentioned, plus, at the same time, run record deficits in this country. Record deficits. Things that he promised Canadians that he would do, which is run a modest deficit, but again, a broken promise because they are quadrupled or more than what he promised. That said, I think what I have heard from veterans in the role as critic and at the town halls and roundtables I've done with veterans is that they constantly bring up these comparisons. The fact that this is proof of the disrespect shown by this government and this Prime Minister.
We have time for one question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, you have 1 minute for a question.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of serving in the Canadian Forces for just over 3 years, and one of the things I took a great deal of pride in was the amount of time I was able to spend with World War II vets on parades and so forth. No one needs to tell me in terms of having a lack of respect for the vets. I appreciate the sacrifices that they have made. This government appreciates the sacrifices that have been made. Action speaks louder than words, and there have been many actions in favor of ensuring that there's better compensation. There's always room for improvement. My question to my colleague across the way, would he not recognize that, in fact, year over year, in terms of Conservative versus Liberal budgets, there is hundreds of millions of dollars more going today to veterans than under Stephen Harper?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant has 1 minute to answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, not going into the weeds of the comparison between our government, but I can say this to the fact, when you look at when we were in government, there was a 35% increase to funding of programs per veteran through the years that we held the file. I won't dispute that this government is putting money into programs. You are. But you're, as the veterans that I've quoted here today in my speech, you're not hitting the mark. And when we have a Prime Minister who stands in front of a veteran and tells him, an amputee who's lost a leg and the other leg is only 20% usage, he stands in front and says of them, we don't have enough money, That's what we're debating today. That lack of respect.
I do want to remind the member for Brantford Brant, he's been around for a long time, that he's to address the questions and comments to the chair and not to the individuals that are asking the question in the House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to be here today to talk about something that's near and dear to me, our veterans. The Government of Canada's support for Canadian Armed Forces members, for veterans, and for their families starts at recruitment, it continues throughout their career, and extends throughout their lives. We owe an immeasurable debt to our veterans, to the fallen, and to the families who love them. These words from our Prime Minister this November, who went on to say that just as our servicemen and women have taken care of us, we must also take care of them. It is our sacred duty as a country to be there for our heroes when they need us most. Words count, Madam Speaker, but it is actions that matter most. Our Prime Minister did indeed make several promises to veterans and to all Canadians, and we have been working hard to deliver on them. Since coming into office, our government has delivered on many commitments we made in the campaign and that were given to the Minister of Veteran Affairs in his mandate letter. We increased compensation for pain and suffering by increasing the disability award for a maximum of $310,000 to $360,000 and made retroactive payments to 67,000 veterans on the new Veterans Charter. We increased income replacement from 75% of a veteran's pre-release salary to 90%. Nous avons rouvert les 9 bureaux d'anciens combattants Canada qui avaient été fermés. Cela a rétabli l'accès aux services pour les vétérans à Corner Brook.
We increased services, or rather we've invested in families by expanding services in many areas of Canada, including Windsor and Prince George. Take, for example, the Kelowna office, which opened its doors in 2016. The office added 8 new frontline employees in order to improve veterans' access into the families to services offered by Veterans Affairs. This office will serve approximately 3,500 veterans and will allow veterans to access case managers in order to hold face-to-face meetings. We've also opened a new office in Surrey where we will serve nearly 7,500 veterans and allow many veterans to benefit from case managers and to meet them in person.
Education benefit that will give up to $80,000 to Canadian Armed Forces members to go back to school once he or she has served a certain number of years. We're investing in families, Madam Speaker, by expanding access to all 32 military family resource centres. Now, I've had the great pleasure to visit a dozen of them across this country, and as the proud mother of 2 Canadian Armed Forces members, I'm grateful that these resources are there for them. In 2 years, we've implemented many of the changes that veterans asked for. The member for Barrie-Innisfil said it best that, and I quote, the previous government had lost and become disconnected with veterans, lost a lot of the trust. He called it a fair criticism, and I'll take him at his word. This December, we announced one of our key promises. The Prime Minister was clear in his mandate letter to the Minister of Veteran Affairs. We established lifelong pensions as an option for our injured veterans, while ensuring that every injured veteran has access to financial advice and support so that they can determine the form of compensation that works best for them and their families. And we did this. Madam Speaker, the pension for life is based on 3 pillars. The first is a monthly tax-free payment for life up to a maximum of $1,150 per month to recognize pain and suffering. Veterans experiencing severe barriers to returning to civilian life could be eligible for the second pillar, which is the additional pain and suffering compensation to a maximum of $1,500 a month tax-free for life. This equals $2,650 tax-free for life. The third pillar is income replacement, where we streamlined economic benefits to make them more accessible into a monthly payment of 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary. We understand that this can sound complicated and abstract, but let's take, for example, a corporal who served 6 years in the Canadian Armed Forces and suffered a 100% disability. She would now be entitled to nearly $6,000 a month in benefits. This veteran could also be eligible for nearly $72,000 through the critical injury benefit, $40,000 to go back to school, additional finances to modify her vehicle, and home to meet her needs. But on top of that, and perhaps most importantly, vocational rehabilitation, career transition services to help find a job and to help educate her employer about her needs, a network of 4,000 registered mental health providers, a wellness system to help her find her new normal in civilian life. With the income replacement benefit, a veteran may also earn up to $20,000 a year before any reductions would be made, encouraging them to engage in activities meaningful to them. It's also worth pointing out that this new plan takes survivors and dependent children into account as well. We understand that a veteran needs to know that their immediate family will be looked after financially. With Pension for Life, in the event of a veteran's service-related death before the age of 65, the survivor and dependent children would receive the same income replacement benefit amount as the veteran would have until he or she reached the age of 65. Then, the survivors and dependent children would receive 70% of the benefit to which the veteran would have been entitled after 65, and this would continue, Madam Speaker, for life. Additionally, if a veteran is receiving the pain and suffering compensation at the time of their death, any outstanding amount will be cashed out to the survivors and dependent children. If a veteran was eligible for pain and suffering compensation but hadn't applied for this benefit, their survivors and or dependent children may apply and receive a lump sum amount. So while we understand that well-being is about more than dollars and cents, we also understand that financial stability is critical. That is why we are holding roundtables with veterans and stakeholders across the country. That is why the 6 ministerial advisory groups were formed in the early days of this mandate. Throughout, we've maintained an open-door policy with veterans. We want to ensure every veteran and their families fully understands the scope and impacts of changes we are introducing, and to hear from them. But, Madam Speaker, let me back up a bit. The needs of Canada's veterans have changed significantly over the past century. Since the Pension Act was introduced in 1919, our programs and services have evolved to meet the changing needs of veterans. By the 2000s, the Pension Act benefits were not meeting the financial security needs of many veterans. Yes, it was a monthly payment in recognition of pain and suffering, but it didn't always support veterans getting back to work or to whatever gave them purpose in the years after their release from the Canadian Armed Forces. We also know that our servicemen and women who served in recent conflicts like Afghanistan had many different needs, and that the Pension Act did not address those needs. That is why the new Veterans Charter was brought in with unanimous support of all parties, but even then, Madam Speaker, it was supposed to be a living document. It was supposed to adapt to the emerging needs of our modern-day veterans and their families. Unfortunately, the previous government did not listen to those needs, and they did not listen to the veterans who were asking for those changes to the new Veterans Charter. In 2015, the same veteran who we talked about earlier would have received a lump sum of $310,000. She could apply for 5 different income replacement benefits, each with their own eligibility criteria and application forms. Even then, instead of 90% of her pre-release salary, she would have only received 75%. She would receive $4,500 less in caregiver benefits. She would still have access to vocational rehabilitation, but career transition would be a $1,000 grant to help write a resume instead of comprehensive assistance. And let's hope that she didn't live in one of those 9 communities where a Veterans Affairs office was closed, because then she would have a hard time getting someone on the phone after they cut frontline workers. We were out there, Madam Speaker. I was out there at the MFRCs in Valcartier, Oromocto, Winnipeg, Kingston, Nova Scotia, on base and off, talking to military members, veterans, and their families across this great land. Those who are critically injured, those with varying degrees of illness and injury. We asked them what they needed in terms of financial supports and in terms of benefits and services to help them reestablish in post-military life. Every week, Madam Speaker, my office and I speak to veterans, serving members, and their families. I hear some of their frustrations, their concerns, their questions. And those conversations, Madam Speaker, are what drive me to continue to improve our benefits and services. It's what drives us all. Madam Speaker, I also fully understand that there are concerns about timelines, so I'd like to elaborate. There are two reasons why it will take until April 2019 to fully implement the new pension for life. So the teacher in me would like to explain further. First, we need to ensure that all Veteran Affairs Canada staff, systems, and processes are actually properly in place to efficiently deliver the new pension for life to the more than 74,000 veterans it will impact. Until it comes into effect, veterans will continue to receive the current benefits and services for which they are eligible. Second, the pension for life changes need to be finalized through government legislation, and as we all know here, that takes time. Madam Speaker, that is unfortunately the one thing I've learned in my short time here on the Hill. Change takes time. I know veterans and their families have been overly patient, and I thank them for their patience, and I wish I could make things go faster. Between now and the projected start date of April 1st, 2019, the Department will ensure that frontline staff are being trained to handle additional questions and to help guide veterans and their families through the process of transition to or applying for the pension for life. But in the meantime, we are continuing to work in implementing many of the initiatives that we put forward in Budget 2017 that come into effect this April. Madam Speaker, we know that every veteran has a unique story and situation, which is why the Pension for Life was designed to allow veterans to decide what form of compensation works best for them and their families as they make that transition from the Canadian Armed Forces to their post-military life. The needs of one veteran and their family can be completely different from the veteran living on the other side of the country, or even the one living right next door. We need to make sure that they are all supported in every aspect of their lives, financially, professionally, emotionally, and physically, based on their own needs, and also understanding that these needs change throughout their lives. That is why the programs, benefits, and services that veterans and their families asked for, that we are bringing forward, have to be nimble. Let me give you an example. For instance, you have a Canadian Armed Forces member who releases from the Canadian Armed Forces, and a few years later realizes that his knees are bad. Goes to the doctor, realizes, well, having jumped out of a helicopter for 20 years as a Canadian Armed Forces member, it's normal that your knees may be shot. So applies for benefits through Veteran Affairs Canada and starts receiving those benefits. A few years later decides, I'd like to change my career path. Comes back to Veteran Affairs Canada for the new training and education benefit so that he can go back to school to start a new career. Unfortunately, some things like PTSD manifest years later. And so, if he presents with PTSD, he can come back and ask for more help. When he needs us, we will be there, Madam Speaker. While the government is working through that legislative process to implement that new pension for life, the Minister of Veteran Affairs and I are always meeting face-to-face with veterans and their families across this country to talk about the new programs, discuss some challenges and opportunities, and make sure veterans' questions and concerns are being addressed. As I said earlier, I will always listen to veterans. I've learned so much from them over the past 2 years, and I'm so thankful for their willingness to reach out and share their stories. They and their families are what drive me to do better. Madam Speaker, veterans have been asking for years for changes and improvements to the new Veterans Charter, and it will take time to implement those changes. In the 2 years since the election, we've essentially been flying the plane at the same time that we've been building it. We opened the VAC offices and hired more than 450 employees to serve our veterans and their families. Combined with over $6 billion in initiatives that we announced in budgets 2016 and 17, we've invested an additional $3.6 billion into this flexible package of benefits and programs. Again, I wish it could be faster. We can always do better, and we will continue to do better. We need to better communicate with veterans to make sure they are aware of what they're eligible for, and we need to truly treat the new Veterans Charter like a living document and adjust it to the realities of the ill and injured members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. We need to get faster in providing responses to our veterans and address the backlog. Veterans and their families have earned Canada's respect and gratitude. Our government is giving back to those who have given so much in services to all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I want to explain to you why I decided to run for federal office. As I said, I have 2 sons serving the Canadian Armed Forces. And I'll be honest with you, I was frustrated and angry, like many military families. I felt like the government wasn't listening. And I could either stay quiet or I could get involved. I was worried, Madam Speaker, that if one of my sons became ill or injured, would Canada be there for them? You see, Madam Speaker, I have 2 sons serving the Canadian Armed Forces. My husband was a firefighter. My father was a firefighter. Fortunately, PTSD has a chair at my kitchen table. Madam Speaker, I wish veterans didn't need our services. I wish they never became ill or injured. But that's not our reality. But I want them to know that if they do, we will be there. I will be there. Earlier today, there are veterans who are advocating on behalf of their comrades in arms, right outside. I applaud them for that, and I'll be outside to listen to them shortly. We have a lot of work to do as a government and as a nation to rebuild the trust that was broken. Many veterans and their families are still hurting, and they're frustrated. I meet with them every chance I get. I speak with them. I listen. I read their social media posts. I've met with our incredible veterans at St. Anne's Hospital in my home province, and again, thank them for reaching out. Their stories, and more importantly, their suggestions, help me in making decisions every day. Madam Speaker, in listening to the veterans who have reached out to all of us, there's one thing that comes out loud and clear. Veterans, their families, and Canadians are really, really tired of the partisanship. So am I. While we can stand here and make claims of who treated veterans better, who didn't do what, or who does what to help them, how does that achieve our objective to help veterans in need? Madam Speaker, it doesn't. It helps politicians. It helps for content and clips for social media sites to help fuel flames. I won't do it, Madam Speaker. So, I'm asking all members of this House, please, let's stop this. Let's use our energies. Let's come together for our common cause. Let's work together to get the timelines down. Let's collaborate on how to make that transition easier. Let's share those best practices. Let's focus our energies on what is really important. Those brave men and women outside today, Madam Speaker, those who proudly wore that Canadian flag on their shoulders like my sons do. We've come a long way in supporting our veterans, but there's still so much to do. We need to make that transition between Canadian Armed Forces and civilian life seamless. But all members in this House and any veterans or family members listening today should rest assured that I will never cease in our efforts to improve their lives. Madam Speaker, I know veterans have heard it all before. Why should they believe me now? Madam Speaker, I stand before you in this House, and I ask all veterans and Canadians listening today, let me show you. Let me show you, and let me give you a reason to believe. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I also want to thank her for her two sons who provide a great service to this country. This debate today is about insensitive comments made to a veteran in Edmonton based on the promises that the Prime Minister made. And I appreciate the fact that the honourable member talks about partisanship. We had an opportunity last night, Madam Speaker, when I debated and when I introduced Bill C-378, for all of this House to come together and recognize the sacred obligation that we, as a Canadian government, and as Canadian people, have to our veterans, to enshrine that those principles of a military covenant and a sacred obligation into the Veterans Affairs Act through amendments that I proposed. And yet, Madam Speaker, the other side, the government side, including the member with two sons, voted against Bill C-378. So if the intent is to truly cast aside partisanship in this place, Madam Speaker, why did she not support the amendments that I proposed yesterday? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. As a former firefighter himself, I thank him for his service to his community. What the member opposite didn't mention is I met with him in my office November 21st regarding Bill C-378. And I asked him many questions regarding that bill. How would we measure timeliness? How would we measure dignity and respect? What would be timely for one may not be timely for others. I asked him about the social covenant that the UK uses and how they actually implement it. And I asked him to work with me. If the objective was to increase timeliness and support our veterans, work with me, stand shoulder to shoulder, and let's do this together. And I asked him to come back to me. And I stood in his very house, December 1st, to debate 378. And I asked him to work with me. I never heard back, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and as well to reiterate what my colleague said from Barrie Innisfil, to honour her sons as well, and her bringing their voice to here and the service they do for all Canadians. She talked about the sacred covenant. She talked about my colleague's bill that we voted for and the government voted against yesterday. This wasn't just his bill. It was a promise that this government made in the last election to recognize the sacred covenant to veterans. They haven't failed to do that. In fact, for the government to turn on my colleague and ask him to justify it on a promise they made, it's the government that needs to explain why they failed to deliver that. Right now, we know that the government made several promises in the last campaign. They made promises to increase benefits to veterans. Those benefits are far short of what those veterans expected. In fact, we've got veterans outside right now, lined up next to the $8 million hockey rink that will be a temporary hockey rink in front of Parliament Hill, to raise awareness about what it's like to be left out in the cold, about their benefits and about how they're being treated, Madam Speaker. And at the same time, we're debating a motion that is calling for the Prime Minister to apologize to the veterans because he said he can't afford to give veterans what he promised them. It would be good today if the Prime Minister went outside and apologized to those veterans. Saved us a lot of time, Madam Speaker. Maybe the member could speak to that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify that with respect to some of the items that were in Bills 378, timeliness, dignity, respect are already part of the Veterans Bill of Rights, and that is why putting it into legislation was not appropriate. With respect to my colleague's question, I want to thank him. He's a new member of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with him on veteran affairs, and he's very passionate about it, and I look forward to continuing to work with him. I think we've demonstrated our commitment. When he says we haven't increased benefits from 75% of the earnings loss benefit or pre-release salary to 90% is demonstrating, again, we've been in office for 2 years. We've made great strides, close to $10 billion dedicated funding, new funding for veterans. There's still so much more we can be doing. We need to work together to ensure that the veterans that have served us so valiantly continue to be served. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and for sharing her story, and thank her sons for their service, as well as all veterans. You've listened to veterans and their families, in particular, across the country.
The Parliamentary Secretary to address the questions and comments of the Chair.
We've heard the member's story, and she's listened to veterans across the country and their families in particular. I want to ask the honourable member what she thinks more we can do. What gold standards, best practices has she heard of that we can do better to serve and to honour our sacred commitment to our veterans?
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I have indeed spoken to veterans, and I continue to speak to veterans on a weekly basis. The Veterans Affairs Committee has recently completed a study in terms of a comparisons of the services and benefits that Canada has against our Five Eyes in other countries to learn best practices, who's doing what. Because many other countries are facing the same issues that we're facing here in Canada in terms of supports to the veterans that have so bravely served. And it's important that we listen, but we cannot put a cookie-cutter approach to what may work in one country, may not work here. It's important, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, we need to listen to veterans because they are incredibly, incredibly knowledgeable, and they provide us with so much information in terms of suggestions. And imagine if we're able to actually come together, work together, and create change, finally, in support of our veterans. And that's the important thing. They have a lot of the answers, and we need to listen. Thank you.
That's the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, I find it kind of rich from the honourable member, and I am going to take offence to what she said earlier with her accusation that I did not work with her on this bill. In fact, Madam Speaker, I did meet with the honourable member, and there were some concerns that she did mention, namely how we define a timely manner. You know, Madam Speaker, had we gotten that bill to committee, we could have worked out a lot of those details. The committee could have done its work. We could have had witnesses come in from Veterans Affairs Canada. We could have had the minister come in and speak about this. To suggest that it was somehow my fault that that bill didn't move forward, every single member on this side, Madam Speaker, including the New Democrats and every other opposition party, voted to support the bill that recognized these principles of a sacred obligation. Why did that member not support that?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'm in no way accusing the member opposite of not wanting to work with me. I am simply stating the facts. I'm simply stating that I met with him on November 21st and had concerns that did not come back to me. However, what I have said, and I will continue to say, and as I've constantly demonstrated in my 2 years here, that I'm willing to work with any member of this House in terms of our veterans, our military members, and the families that support them. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And very briefly, the Parliamentary Secretary, I've worked with her and I absolutely know her deep passion and commitment to veterans. But this is a slightly different end of the veteran spectrum. The Liberal Party committed to this some time ago was to eliminate something that dates from the Boer War, that eliminates pension benefits to the spouses of those who have remarried after the age of 60. With the budget coming up so soon, can I have an indication from the Parliamentary Secretary if she will work across party lines to end this anachronistic and very unfair provision that affects our veterans?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for her question. The clawback after 60 clause that she's referring to is something that we're absolutely looking at. I can't obviously tell you what's going to be in the budget that's coming out in 2 weeks, but obviously it's something that we're absolutely looking at. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with a member from Vancouver Island, North Powell River, who's a strong advocate for veterans, and I want to thank her for her hard work on the veterans file. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member also from Brantwood Brant for tabling today's motion. Before I get started, I do want to recognize the veterans that are standing outside. Their voice is very important today, left out in the cold, and is their theme today. But it's about veterans falling through the cracks. And I want to thank my colleague from the Liberal Party previous to me for talking about imagining us not playing politics on this issue. And I don't think any of us want to be playing politics or talking politics about our veterans. What veterans want is what was promised to them, and they want the service that's expected to them. Madam Speaker, there's 29,000 veterans waiting right now for their disability claim to be processed. And in fact, that's a 50% increase over the last 8 months. So, you know, when we talk about not being political and not playing political games, it's really tough when we hear from the government side their boisterous announcements and their boisterous rhetoric around how they're treating veterans when veterans can't get service for the announcements they're making. When they can't get service, then the benefits don't matter when they can't access them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, New Democrats and Canadians love and respect our veterans, and we thank them and their families for their selfless service and sacrifice. And I really want to underscore their families because they were really left out in the cold in the recent announcements that this government has made and their promises. And the motion today, and I will stay on the motion now, the events of the Prime Minister's Edmonton Town Hall, the meeting of February 1st, left many of us confused, bewildered, and angry. This is, after all, a Prime Minister who, during the last election, made two specific promises to Canada's veterans: to re-establish lifelong pensions and to ensure that no veteran would ever be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation that they deserve. What we know is that the Liberal leader and the Prime Minister has completely reneged on those commitments to Canada's veterans. And what happened in Edmonton is that he was called out for breaking those promises by Corporal Brock Blazek, a brave gentleman, as we know, who has both the courage to fight and defend the interests of Canada in an armed war zone, and to confront our Prime Minister for failing him and his colleagues. We salute your courage on both accounts, Mr. Corporal Blazek. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to read some of Mr. Blazek's question and the Prime Minister's response into the record. Mr. Blazek said, quote, on August 24th, 2015, you made the promise, and I'll quote it here, Madam Speaker, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. Yet you are still currently in a legal battle with veterans regarding equal support and compensation to their peers. There are two standards: those before 2006 and after, one under the old Pension Act and one under the new lump sum regime. My question is, what veterans were you talking about? Honestly, Mr. Prime Minister, I was prepared to be injured in the line of duty when I joined the military. I was prepared to be killed in action. What I wasn't prepared for, Mr. Prime Minister, is Canada turning its back on me. In response, the Prime Minister said, thank you for your passion and your strength and for being here today to share your justifiable frustration and anger with me and all of us here. First of all, why are we still fighting against certain veteran groups in court? Because, the Prime Minister says, they're asking for more than we are able to give them right now.
Kidding me?
He said, yeah, this is what the Prime Minister said. He said, hang on, you're asking for an honest answer. And we know that the Prime Minister said this, and veterans had to hear this across our country. This is when the government's spending lots of money, whether it be an $8 million hockey rink outside that won't be used by most Canadians and certainly most veterans. This is when CEOs on Bay Street are getting stock option loopholes that cost taxpayers almost $1 billion. The Prime Minister is telling veterans he can't fulfill his election promise. And so here we are today, a Liberal leader that makes bold new promises to address a massive social injustice. The Canadians who desperately need this assistance buy into and elect the Liberals to govern, take photos with Liberal government members when they're in campaigning, and then once they are elected, the Liberal government fundamentally changes its position and abandons its promise. At one time, the love and respect that was felt by Canadians for our veterans and their families was clear and obvious in their treatment by our government. lifelong pensions, the creation of wartime housing limited that my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands talked about, and complete coverage for all disabilities incurred during service were just some of the ways this love was shown to veterans by our government on behalf of Canadians. Indeed, it is widely agreed that at one point in time, our government firmly believed that it had a sacred obligation to care for our veterans and their families in exchange for their selfless sacrifice. Something we voted on last night, Madam Speaker, that all parties except for the government voted on, my colleague from Barrie Innisfail, who tabled that bill. This obligation was a clear acknowledgement that when a woman or man entered into service of our country and put their health and life on the line for us, that our government would be there to care for them for the rest of their lives, Madam Speaker. I say that we believe that at one point in time, because I am no longer sure that that is the case. The Harper Conservative government made an effort to modernize the rights, services and benefits provided to Canada's veterans, but in reality, they inadvertently made life worse for many. The lump sum payment option for veterans was certainly one of the worst policies they brought forward, and it's important to mention, in the interest of full disclosure, that the NDP did vote in support of the new Veterans Charter when it was brought in before the House. However, the difference between us and the Conservatives is that once the problem became obvious, such as the lump sum payment option, we proposed to fix those issues. Unfortunately, the Conservatives and their Veterans Affairs ministers quite literally turned their backs on those in need by not supporting the need to reverse that. For now, his part, the Liberal leader and the Prime Minister made lofty goals, as we know, and raised expectations so high for so many people in need, including veterans. But it's now obvious that those crisp and clear Liberal promises were designed for a quick headline and to trick Canadians into voting for a progressive agenda that they had no intention of implementing once they were in power. New Democrats will always work with other parties. We're here to do that today, Madam Speaker, in the best interests of veterans. But to do so, we must commit to remembering the past, not erasing it. And we must never forget our collective failings. It's society and government. It's all of our responsibility to take care of and look after veterans who are exposed to Agent Orange, nuclear radiation, and other lethal and debilitating toxins and agents in their course of their service. The horrific sexual trauma that has been endured by many military personnel, particularly women, over the course of their military service. The serious psychiatric side effects associated with the use of the anti-malarial drug mefloquine, the widespread prevalence of operational stress injury, post-traumatic stress disorder, and the psychological challenges faced by active and retired armed forces personnel, and the unconscionable transition gap, which I alluded to earlier, which denies benefits to so many benefits who are transitioning from active duty to civilian life. A particularly stark example of how our governments have changed the way they serve veterans is with housing. Wartime Housing Limited was created after World War II to transfer 30,000 affordable homes to veterans. But we heard in the Veterans Affairs Committee this week that as many as 5,000 veterans are homeless and living on our streets today. Like our friends that are here visiting, Trevor Sanderson and Dick Groot, who've been camping out just a couple blocks from here, Madam Speaker, to raise awareness around this issue. And of course, the unintended and negative consequences experienced by our veterans as a result of changes under the new Veterans Charter. The Equitas lawsuit, which seeks to reestablish the old lifelong pension regime, began under the Harper Conservatives, whose defence in court was to argue that the Government of Canada has no sacred obligation to take care of our veterans who are injured while defending our country and our interests. It was a shameful line of defence taken by the last government and former ministers of Veterans Affairs who sit here today and complain that the government is treating veterans exactly the same way they did. What is clear today, Madam Speaker, is that the Liberal government, like the Conservative government before them, have failed to live up to their promises to veterans. New Democrats will not allow the Liberal Prime Minister to adopt the shameful legacy of the last Conservative Prime Minister without answering to our veterans and Canadians. We hope that they'll do that today with a different tone. Instead of just this boisterous attitude of all these announcements, apologizing to the veterans for the comments that were made by the Prime Minister would be the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. And he owes that apology to Mr. Corporal Blazik and all veterans. An apology is clearly needed, and that is why we will support this motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And You know, it's interesting when you hear from different sides of the House saying that we want to apoliticize this. We want to try to get all members on side in support of our vets. As someone that has marched in many parades with vets, as someone that has served for over 3 years in the Canadian Forces, it's encouraging when I hear that. But what I don't hear is the recognition that there is a substantial difference over the last couple of years where we have seen hundreds of millions of more additional dollars going towards the vets and the programming for vets. There's no acknowledgement whatsoever of that. The system has improved significantly. And is there room for more improvement? Absolutely. And we have a government, and I would like to think that all members would like to see that improvement as much as possible and as quickly as it can be done. My question to the member across the way, is it not improving the system that is most important, and that is what we should be debating today?
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for bringing forward that there has been some changes. There has been some positive decisions made by the government to reopen veterans' offices that all of us raised concern about. We did with the Liberals in the last government, our concern about veterans getting access to services. I think it's very important that the government recognize, and I appreciate the member raising concern about how we're far from delivering what we need to for veterans. That is so important. That will take the partisanship out of this and how we can move forward. What I hear from the other side too often, though, is how they're delivering so much to veterans and things are so much better for the lives of veterans. But when we speak to them, when they can't access the services that this government has made announcements about, then it doesn't matter how much money the government's spending if they can't get the services they need, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank him for reaching out and acknowledging that we're falling short. And the government's falling short. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, but you know, and I do appreciate the comments from the member in relation to the answer to the question from the previous question he had. But you know, this is, I think, what is at the core of this. And he said during his speech, he talked about how the Liberal Party had made commitments during the election and has not delivered on any of them. But the reality of the situation, Madam Speaker, is that a number of commitments have been delivered on. And he talks about services and accesses to services. 9 veterans' offices have been reopened. More lifetime pensions have been implemented. More money has been put into this. And as was previously stated, can we do more? Absolutely. We should always strive to do more, in particular for our veterans. But can he not at least acknowledge the fact that there have been significant improvements since the previous government? That's all that I think the previous member was asking, and what I too am seeking to get some clarification on.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I just acknowledged that the government had made some steps, but it's far short of their promise. They promised to reinstate lifelong pensions. Those pensions that they announced in December won't even be implemented till April of 2019, almost 4 years after they've been elected, Madam Speaker, and falling short of what they promised. Veterans are going to get less than they got in 2006, and their families, Madam Speaker. Also, the government promised that they would have a sacred honor, the sacred obligation to our veterans. They didn't do that. They voted against that last night. And in fact, Madam Speaker, they promised not to be fighting veterans in court, and that's what they're doing right now, Madam Speaker. They're fighting the people that have put their life on the line for our country. 29,000 veterans are waiting for disability benefits, and it's a 50% increase over the last 8 months. They can announce as much as they want. When veterans can't get services and those services are less than they were promised, then it's not enough.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Courtenay Alberni, who is our spokesperson on Veterans Affairs, for his passion and dedication to this issue. And as we share a region, we know the importance of what veterans are experiencing right now in our area and across Canada. You know, Madam Speaker, one of the great honours for me in my role as Member of Parliament for North Island Powell River is the fact that I represent 19-wing Comox. And, you know, I've spent numerous accounts of time on the base looking and learning and listening to the members of our military there who do so much to protect people across our region and across our country and across the world. I know that right now we have, you know, many people who are overseas doing the important work that they are being asked by this government to do, and their families are waiting for them to come home. And I know that every day they pray and hope that those people will come home to them safe and well. And that isn't always the case. Another wonderful experience for me is my role on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and we travel to different countries and meet with other NATO countries, and we talk about what's happening across this world. And what I hear again and again, Madam Speaker, is the deep respect that so many countries have for our men and women in uniform and the amazing work that they do. You know, it's quite amazing to travel and have people come to you and say, you know, your military are so brave. They stand by us. They fight every day for peace. And we are so appreciative for what they've brought to our country and how they work with our countries to support peace across the world. So when I think about what we're talking about today, I'm just devastated that we have to be in this place having this conversation, Madam Speaker. Today the motion reads this, that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton and show veterans the respect they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise to them when he said on August the 24th, 2015, that if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation that they have earned. Madam Speaker, in the last election, I heard loud and clear from veterans across my riding that they were devastated by the realities that they were facing. They felt immensely betrayed by the former government and what had happened in their relationship to veterans. One of the most powerful moments for me during the election was actually coming upon some signs in one of my communities that veterans had built, that they had put in front of the Conservative candidate signs, that outlined in detail the betrayal that they had experienced. And I think that that's so important because when we were all running in this place, we heard again and again across Canada from veterans who felt profoundly betrayed, that they had faithfully gone and done exactly what this country asked them to do, and they had come home and been treated terribly. So, you know, I think that in the last few months, we've also seen something tragic happen within our own offices across the riding, and that is veterans coming through the door, veterans that had a lot of hope. They thought that, you know, we're going to wait patiently. We know that this government's got a little bit of time to get things set up. We have some particular challenges, especially being a part of a rural riding, facing some of those distance challenges, knowing that there isn't quite the level of services that we need to deal with things like post-traumatic stress disorder, to deal with the health concerns that we have. And so there was a feeling of we're going to give it some time and we're going to expect that we're going to start to see something change here, something fundamental, so that we feel that sense of value as veterans, as people who serve the country. But sadly, the last several months, we've had more and more veterans coming in. And what's really sad for me and for the people that work for me is how devastated a lot of those veterans are because they've waited and they've been patient. And now they're seeing nothing changing for them. You know, Madam Speaker, during the last election, I just think this is so important. This is what the Prime Minister said. We will also make new and significant investments to meet the sacred obligation that we have to our veterans. This was in their campaign messaging. And so, you know, a lot of veterans felt hopeful for that. And now what I'm hearing regularly in my office is, we thought that this was going to be a sacred obligation. We thought that things were going to change. We had hope, and now we're facing the realities. And now we've heard that veterans will have to wait until the April of 2019 to choose between the existing lump sum and a new lifelong pension that, when all is said and done, will pay less than 1/2 of the pre-2006 pension. Madam Speaker, this is a very deep betrayal. You know, I'm really privileged because I had 3 veterans come forward when they heard about this motion. And they said, Rachel, you know, we want you to share our stories. And so I'm going to do that because that's part of my obligation to my constituents. William Webb is one of those veterans in my riding who served for 20 years before becoming medically released in 2016. One of the challenges for him is there are few supports if you are released medically. And the other challenge, and I think this is important, and I hope this government hears this, that assigned case managers are always changing for veterans because they are on stress leave. And nobody is able to help them navigate the very limited supports available. This is important. We need to understand that the services are falling apart because the people who are trying to deliver those services are leaving because of their own stress leave. In February, his pension was cut significantly due to the pension transitioning funding. So now we have Mr. Webb fighting Veterans Affairs for 2 years with a 10% success rate. And he's asking questions like, I have PTSD, I've tried to qualify for the disability tax credit, and I keep getting rejected. The other reality, and I've heard this not only from Mr. Webb, but from other veterans as well, that they have service dogs that really support them with their post-traumatic stress disorder. And Veterans Affairs simply does not see service dogs as beneficial for these veterans, and there's no financial support. I think it's important that this House recognize that service dogs are extremely expensive. And so for them to get a service dog is a great expense to themselves. And then, you know, one of the biggest challenges for William is the fact that he can't find housing. And now that he has a service dog, trying to find housing is increasingly hard. So where and when is this government going to look at making sure that our veterans receive the housing that they need? How about Don Soignier? So this is important as well. Don served the military for a fairly short period, but when he enlisted, he had no health issues. During his service, he was required to come into contact with asbestos and now has significant health issues because of this. He's been fighting Veterans Affairs since the 1980s, surrounding the chemicals he came into contact with. He wants to see some compensation for this because the medical outcome of what he endured for this country has had a huge impact on him and will always have that. And so again, he's facing the challenges of so many veterans who have very limited supports because they were medically released from duty. And finally, Madam Speaker, Max World. You know, Max and I have had numerous conversations, and I have a deep respect for how strongly he's working to fight for his rights every day. He was in the military and went to Afghanistan. And during that time in Afghanistan, he lost a lot of people around him, and it was really painful. And I think we have to recognize, again, when this country asks people to go and do this, we are asking them to take their own lives and to watch other people pass away in tragic circumstances. When he came back, his family and his friends noticed a difference, but he felt sort of peaceful because daily life was so much easier than what he experienced. But then he had the traumatic experience of having that peace turn into violence and aggression, and he still struggles with that today. He has PTSD and is diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. So, you know, Max continues to struggle. He wants to see his pension reinstated. He's at risk of homelessness by the end of this month, and when and how will his little boys come visit him? These are the realities. I believe that this Prime Minister needs to stand up and apologize because what is happening across this country is not right. And I ask the Prime Minister to do the right thing.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member, because I think the Prime Minister was clear and unequivocal in August of 2015 when he stood there in Belleville with veterans as a backdrop, members of his own caucus who are veterans as a backdrop, and said that he will immediately restore lifelong pensions to veterans and that no veteran should ever have to fight their government in court. Now, there was an understanding across the country, Madam Speaker, that in fact a restoring of lifelong pensions meant, and that promise meant, that it was the pension prior to the new Veterans Charter. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, as she goes about and as she talks to veterans, was it their understanding, a clear and unequivocal understanding, that that's what the Prime Minister meant when he made that promise? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. And the reality is, I believe that is what veterans believe the promise was. You know, this pension that is now the reality is significantly less. It doesn't include the family. It doesn't look at the realities that so many of our veterans face. And again, it goes back to that sacred oath. When we ask people to experience the things that they experience, to put their life on the line, whether it's domestically or internationally, when we ask our military people to do that, when they come home, they need to believe that we're going to be there for them and that this country is going to honor that sacred promise. And so this government has not fulfilled that promise. They have not fulfilled that promise. And that doesn't mean that they haven't done some things right. It just means that they have not fulfilled the promise they made.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I was here for, five or so years, 4 and so years in opposition, when there was a very strong mood amongst the general public that went beyond just the veterans, where people were looking for more respect going towards the veterans. And when we had the change in the last federal election just 2 years ago, there have been significant achievements by this government, increasing compensation for pain and suffering, focusing on mental health, creating education benefits, investing in more into family and caregivers. There's literally been hundreds of millions of more dollars that have been invested in by this government. And my question to the member is, will she not, as her colleague did, recognize that there is a significant amount of efforts by this government to date, but yes, there's always room to do better?
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. So I'm just going to say the names again. Max, William, and Don. Whenever a decision is made, we have to remember that these are the people that put their lives on the line every single day, that they made a sacred oath to Canada that they would stand up and they would do whatever they were asked to do. And now that is not coming back to them. You know, Madam Speaker, yesterday there was an article that the CBC wrote, and I think it's important that we understand that it said in there has been 14 different studies in the last few years and over 190 recommendations. We have studied this to death. Now we need to see action. Our veterans deserve nothing less.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and my colleague who's now the critic for very, very important statements. Madam Speaker, those veterans outside aren't gathered there because they are happy. They're not gathered there because they are being treated fairly. They're gathered there because this government has failed. And this government, when it says, well, let's not make it partisan, it seems to me that a promise made during an election to increase the amount that veterans receive, to restore that pension, it seems to me that that was pretty partisan. They try to baffle us here with numbers. They don't tell you that people are receiving less and less. I want to know when they're going to live up to their promises and look after our veterans.
A very, very brief answer from the member from North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the passion of this member, and I think so many veterans across Canada are asking the same question: when will we see the action? When will we be part of that solution? So I hope it's very soon, and I will continue to fight for that.
Hear, hear. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sort of mixed emotions, quite frankly, that I have to raise on this subject today. An emotion that is clear and unequivocal, a very simple motion, in fact, a motion that calls on the Prime Minister of Canada to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments that he made in Edmonton, and furthermore, the motion also calls on the Prime Minister to live up to the promises that he made veterans during the last election. And there are veterans today, Madam Speaker, that are on the Hill protesting not just the policies of this government, but inaction by this government based on many of the promises that they made. And to provide some context, some historical context on this, honourable members, I traveled across the country in my role as critic for Veterans Affairs, and I was very proud to be in that role from October of 2016 to August of 2017. I met with lots of veterans, I met with stakeholders, I met with their families, organizations, visited military bases, and the one thing and the one message that I heard loud and clear is the role of Canada to have a sacred obligation with our veterans. And at that time, there was a lot of disappointment that was brewing, Madam Speaker, because the Prime Minister, when he stood up in Belleville in August of 2015 and made that now famous campaign promise that he would immediately restore lifelong pensions to veterans and that no veteran should ever have to fight their government in court, had not been fulfilled at that point. And as I said in my question to the honourable member from the NDP, I think there was an expectation among veterans of what the Prime Minister promised, that it was clear and unequivocal that he would restore lifelong pensions to the manner in which they were before the new Veterans Charter was introduced, and the recent announcement in December falls short of that, Madam Speaker. And if you don't believe me, go amongst the veterans community, talk to them, find out how they feel about the recent pension announcement, notwithstanding the fact that this was made 2 days before Christmas, at a time that veterans are extremely vulnerable. The minister made this announcement on behalf of the Prime Minister because he knew it would fall short of what veterans were expecting, and that perhaps it would get lost in the Christmas cycle. And I think the most telling part of that press conference, Madam Speaker, when I watched it, was Murray Brewster from the CBC. Murray Brewster asked a question of the Minister of Veterans Affairs that went like this: can you guarantee that veterans today, because of this announcement, will receive an equal or greater amount than they would have under the previous veterans pension benefit? And the Minister of Veterans Affairs said, no, I cannot guarantee that. Well, across this country, among the veterans community, you could almost feel the breath coming out of our veterans. Because that's not what the Prime Minister promised in Belleville in August of 2015. He promised that he would immediately restore lifetime pensions to veterans. The understanding within the veterans community, Madam Speaker, was the fact that he was going to return those pensions, and he did not. And so we get to Edmonton. Just a couple of weeks ago, when that veteran, Brock Blazik, asked the question of the Prime Minister. And the unconscionable response of the Prime Minister was that veterans are expecting more than I can give them right now. What veterans were expecting, Madam Speaker, was exactly what the Prime Minister had promised: a return to lifelong pensions and the fact that no veteran should have to fight their government in court. And you can imagine the response among the veterans community. So what we're doing today is we're asking the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans across this country for that insensitive comment. He has no problem apologizing for many other things, in many cases with tears streaming down his face. But the level of disrespect that he showed our veterans, Madam Speaker, is appalling. And all we're asking for is that he apologize and that he live up to his promise. The second part of that promise is the interesting one, where he said that no veteran should ever have to fight their government in court. And that was in direct relation to the Equitas lawsuit out of Vancouver. The Prime Minister, I guess, thought that somehow he was going to deal with this case, but the facts don't speak to that, Madam Speaker. In fact, one of the things that the previous Veterans Affairs Minister did, the member from Durham, the honourable member from Durham, is he had an abeyance agreement with the Equitas lawsuit. And I'm sure the member will speak to this, but they effectively had an agreement to that lawsuit. This is why it was held in abeyance. And unfortunately, because of the election, the Minister of Veterans Affairs at the time, the honourable member from Durham, ran out of runway. He couldn't deal with this, but that abeyance agreement was to be held into place and expired at May of 2016. And the fact is that the Prime Minister, through the Minister of Veterans Affairs after the election, restarted the Equitas lawsuit. So broken promise number 2, Madam Speaker, to our veterans. Number 1 is the pension. Number 2 is that they're reinstating the court case against the Equitas veterans. And I guess, Madam Speaker, when you're sitting there and you're the third party, as the Prime Minister's party was going into the last election, it's easy to shoot for the stars, hoping to hit the moon on a lot of these promises. And that's exactly what they did. And we've seen it in other promises too, promises on electoral reform. Certainly the veterans issue has really come to light over the last couple of weeks, and just how deep that wound is to our veterans community for those broken promises. And so this Prime Minister did, in fact, make many, many promises to everyone in this country to try to get elected, including our veterans community. In fact, he stood there, and this is the most appalling thing, Madam Speaker, is he stood there in Belleville. He had veterans as a backdrop, many of them wearing their medals, including members of his own caucus who were veterans at the time. Many of them had actually presented this platform to the Prime Minister. And I'm sure I can speculate how that conversation goes, but if we promise them this, we'll get their support. But he used them as pawns. And I don't believe, in fact, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister had any intention of living up to that promise. I believe that he knowingly deceived our veterans in order to gain their support because of some transgressions that had gone on in the past. And I'll tell you, as I travel this country, and I find it kind of rich and funny as I sit in this House, some of the comments that come back on me, Madam Speaker, some of the things that I've said to veterans as I crisscross the country, I acknowledged that there were problems in the past between the previous government. I actually showed some contrition, and so did the former Minister of Veterans Affairs and the member from Durham. And it would start the conversation, Madam Speaker, this contrition. It would give a sense of respect to veterans that, you know what, things weren't perhaps as great as they should have been under the previous government. But the one thing I did not do in every meeting, in every town and city that I was in across this country this past summer, is I did not lie to veterans, Madam Speaker. We had open, honest discussions about what failed and what we can do better as a party in order to gain their trust again. A trust, as I said, that the former Minister of Veterans Affairs had started to build until he ran out of runway. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in all of the discussions that I had, the one thing that veterans are upset about the most is they feel like they've lived through a generation of lies, a generation of deceit. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in all honesty, that we are all guilty of that. All of us share that responsibility. So you can imagine the feeling now when a Prime Minister or a Member of Parliament hoping to be the Prime Minister stands up there, makes all of these promises, and to the veterans, the reaction of the veterans is, here we go again. Another one, standing up and telling us that they're going to do something, and they don't do it. Shameful, Madam Speaker. And then last night, as a result of the many meetings and stakeholder groups that I'd met with, they all spoke about the sacred obligation. They all spoke about this military covenant. And it goes back to when Sir Robert Borden stood there before the troops in the Battle of Vimy Ridge, and he gave this now famous quote, "The government and the country will consider its first duty to prove to the returned men its just and due appreciation of the inestimable value of services rendered to the country and empire, and that no man, whether he goes back or whether he remains in Flanders, will have just cause to reproach the government for having broken faith with the men who won and the men who died." Powerful words, Madam Speaker, from a former Prime Minister, Sir Robert Borden, just before the Battle of Vimy Ridge. And it's that inestimable value that I think all of us need to consider, not just now, but as we go forward, Madam Speaker, and how we deal with our veterans. And, you know, the shameful part, and again, I've talked to many veterans since that pension announcement. I've talked to many veterans over the course of the last several years, and there is a growing perception, real or otherwise, and I say it's real, that there's an inherent amount of value in this government putting money into pet projects of the Prime Minister, abdicating our responsibility at home to our veterans by putting millions and millions in other countries, billions in some cases, for international development efforts. And our veterans are saying, our seniors are saying, and many other Canadians that are saying, what about us? You know, when you say to a veteran in Edmonton that you're asking for more than I can give right now, do you think those veterans communities and those seniors communities aren't seeing the amount of money that's flowing out of this government, the debt and deficit situation that they're creating? $500 million to a China infrastructure bank that's going to develop infrastructure outside of this country. Do you not think it's right that people are asking these questions? You're telling us that we're asking for more than you can give, and yet you're giving to your global pet projects. You're giving to curry favor to the United Nations. They're giving, Madam Speaker, to things that aren't directly impacting Canadians, aren't impacting our direction of our veterans. Can you imagine if the government made a $100 million announcement to give money to some country somewhere else? You know, what's wrong with saying that our first priority is to look after our veterans? How are we going to spend that $100 million here to help our veterans, to help our seniors, to help the more marginalized? Let's talk about this as a priority of government, Madam Speaker. So when the veterans sit there and they say, and the Prime Minister says, that they're asking for more than we can give right now, well, maybe you should stop giving, maybe they should stop giving, maybe the Prime Minister should stop giving to some of his global pet projects and prioritize our veterans and our seniors here in this country, and at least at a minimum, that could help him live up to his promises that he made. And again, last night we talked about the sacred obligation. I've been working on a bill, Madam Speaker, since October. Actually, I've been working on it a lot longer than that. And I called it the Military Covenant Bill, the Sacred Obligation Bill. It's one thing that veterans have told me right across the country that they would like to see from this government, from this Parliament, from Canadians, the sacred obligation. And last night, at a vote, that bill did not pass, Madam Speaker. And what it did was propose amendments to the Veterans Affairs Act to talk about fairness principles, how we treat veterans, how we treat our families, and dealing with things in a timely manner. I would have thought, Madam Speaker, after the Prime Minister had made those unbelievably insensitive comments to our veterans community, that at a minimum, they would have supported that bill to at least go to committee and deal with some of the questions that were raised on the bill as I introduced it and through debate in the House of Commons. And what did they do? in an unbelievable display of further disrespect to our veterans, every single member of the Liberal caucus stood up and voted against that private members bill. Every single veteran in their caucus, every single one of them who wears medals that they've earned, stood up and voted against that bill. And I was really surprised, quite frankly, to see the member from South Surrey White Rock stand up and vote against that bill. This is a person, Madam Speaker, a now member of Parliament, who's been the strongest supporter of the Equitas group that I've heard of. He's been there with them. He's been to their fundraisers. He understands the issue. And yet, when we talk about this sacred obligation, the member from South Surrey White Rock stood up because he was whipped by his government to not support a bill that would establish these fairness principles, this military covenant, and this sacred obligation into legislation. Absolutely, absolutely unconscionable and shameful, Madam Speaker. And so, when the government talks about all of these programs and all of these things that they've created, it's multi-layered. There's a lot of confusion within the veterans community, Madam Speaker. But one thing they're not confused about is the fact that the Prime Minister did not live up to his promise. He did not live up to his promise to restore lifelong pensions. If that was the case, Madam Speaker, and the veterans community were happy about what they've seen and heard, they wouldn't be protesting outside on Parliament Hill today. There wouldn't be a movement of backlash across this country on social media. And you know, when you look at the reaction, look at some of the comments by those who were advocating for the lifelong pension, who actually thought that the Prime Minister meant what he said when he stood up in Belleville, that he was going to return to lifelong pensions. Sean Barea, who's a veteran and veterans advocate, the government merely resurrected the ghosts of Christmases past with a hodgepodge of benefits that amount to recycled, remodeled, and repackaged programs that already exist. Here's another. It's fair to say that the disappointment with the new plan has been immense because it didn't do the trick. If you're going to make a promise to provide lifetime pensions, then do it. Do it, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister failed to live up to that promise. And so we're asking again that he apologize to veterans. This has created a lot of animosity across this country. It's created a deep wound within the veterans community. And I can speak to that, Madam Speaker, clearly because I've heard from veterans how disappointed, how upset they are that they were lied to and that they were disrespected, Madam Speaker. So, to conclude, one of the issues, as I said, that came up across the country as I traveled is the issue of the sacred obligation. This covenant, this agreement between veterans and its government and its people. The inestimable value of what they provide, the sacrifices and the services that not only our veterans provide, but their families provide, Madam Speaker, and we owe them no less, certainly no less than what was promised, certainly no less than an apology for those extremely insensitive remarks that the Prime Minister made. I often say this, and I said this the other night as I finished up with a rebuttal for my private member's bill. It is an incredible privilege to be able to sit in this place, Madam Speaker, as you know. The fact that there have been so many people who have sacrificed so much through times of war, families who have been decimated, lives that have been lost, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, blood that has been spilt. Oftentimes I'll go up to that memorial chamber, Madam Speaker, and I'll look through the Book of Remembrance. And I was there the day that my wife's Uncle Jack's page was turned. He was killed over Poland as he flew a Lancaster bomber. And I think of those sacrifices to allow us the privilege to sit in our symbol of democracy. And this Prime Minister owes those veterans an apology, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his concluding remarks there in particular. I think that we are all extremely fortunate to even be in this room because of the work that our men and women in uniform have done throughout the world and given us the ability to be able to even have this discussion today, quite frankly. And I do want to acknowledge the fact that this member is willing to be critical even of the previous government and the work that they had done on this file. He was quoted as saying in October that the previous government had lost and had become disconnected with veterans, lost a lot of trust. It's a very fair criticism, and I'll accept that criticism. And I appreciate the fact that he said that. But in his comments, when he was talking about that, he said that things may have not been as great as they could have been. But I think that, you know, the reality of the situation is, if we can be fair, that implies that things were pretty good, but they weren't. You know, we had a living charter, or we had a charter for, or we had it was called the new Veterans Charter. That was a living document that had not been touched once by the previous government. We saw offices closed. We saw more and more services being taken away from veterans. And the reality of the situation, Madam Speaker, is right now we're fighting our way back, trying to get back.
Now, Lee, I do have to allow for other questions. I allowed the member a minute and a half for his intervention. It should only be a minute. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing the issue up, and I spoke about this during my speech, but, you know, one of the issues in restoring relationships and faith, I believe, is to show some contrition. And I did that. And I believe that I was following the path of the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, the honourable member from Durham, in that. So understanding and acknowledging that there were issues of the past helps in solving those issues, particularly for our side with respect to our dealings with veterans. But that's a big difference between lying, Madam Speaker. Big difference between lying. And the one thing I didn't do was lie to veterans as I went across the country, and I can tell you that the member from Durham did not lie to veterans. The challenge is that when you stand up there and you make promises and you don't fulfill those promises like the Prime Minister did, then that's why we're here today, to say to the Prime Minister to apologize, not just for his disrespectful comments, but for the promises that he made. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his comments. I appreciate learning from him and other colleagues about some of the issues facing veterans. And I want to sort of echo comments that I heard from the member across the way about the member sort of acknowledging the need to rebuild trust. I think that's very important. I think we all acknowledge that the issues we're dealing with around veterans is something, it's a broken system. It hasn't just happened overnight. There's no point in sort of hanging out here and sort of figuring out whose fault it is. At the same time, I do believe the Prime Minister needs to offer an apology. And I just wanted to mention and get the response from my honourable colleague. I met with Trevor Sanderson, one of the veterans out front that's advocating for changes, and he really stressed the need to be nonpartisan on this issue, to move forward. And he said something to me that really resonated, and that is you need to include the voices of veterans accessing services to find out what the gaps are. And I'm concerned this government is going to go away and figure out a solution to a problem that they don't totally understand and haven't included the voices of veterans enough. Thank you, Mrs. Matthews.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Boy, Madam Speaker, that is an incredibly important issue to discuss in terms of the veterans-led initiative, and this is something that I've heard. I mean, who knows better than veterans how to deal with veterans? This top-down approach, in many cases, and I don't want to certainly respect the work that Veterans Affairs Canada does and the employees do. I believe they're trying with their sincerest attempt to do that. But right across this country, I heard that if you want to fix the issues with veterans, you need to get veterans involved in those issues. And so that becomes incredibly important in terms of moving forward and how we are going to solve the very issues that they have. Now, listen, there's been 14 studies in Veterans Affairs about transitional issues. The D&D Ombudsman has issued reports. The Veterans Ombudsman has issued reports, and yet we still struggle with issues of transition. You want to find out how to transition properly? Talk to veterans who've been through the process. Right? Don't come up with your own scheme to try to solve this problem. And so I believe, Madam Speaker, in this veterans-driven, veterans-led initiative to solve many of the issues facing our veterans. And I look forward to meeting Trevor and the others at 1:30 as I go out there to see them, my honourable colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent and Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my colleague's excellent speech, and I appreciate his admittance that the former government did fall short in many ways. I also would like him to elaborate on what the member for Durham was doing, but you know, we've made mention of what our shortcomings were, and now we have a new government and a new prime minister that made some incredible claims. So I'm wondering if he could tell us what veterans groups are saying about this government and about this prime minister at this particular time.
Member for Barrie in this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said earlier, I mean, the first issue to deal with veterans is to show contrition and admit that there were some issues. And, you know, I did that. I know the honourable member from Durham did that. But it's about resolving those issues. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, the challenge is when you're a third party and you come up with campaign promises, you can come up with anything. You can basically promise anything you want. And I think the Prime Minister did that with respect to the lifelong pensions, and he did that with not fighting governments in court. I don't think they costed it out. That's the problem. And so, you know, when the Prime Minister sits there and he says that you're asking for more than we can give right now, maybe he should have known that prior to making that promise to our veterans. So we're asking him to apologize at a minimum for that promise, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for, well, yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Yeah, a brief one, about a minute.
Okay. Madam Speaker, you know, I was touched earlier when the Parliamentary Secretary spoke on the issue and made reference to the fact that she has 2 sons. And I think that is something in which each and every member of this House can relate to the importance of our vets. And that goes whether it's from any member of the House on whatever side to the Prime Minister and those that have actually done so much in the last 2 years. And there is no question in regards to the actual level of commitment that's being delivered is far greater today than it was 2 years ago. And my question to the member is, would he not recognize that the level of commitment that's being seen on all sides of the House and the tributes given to vets is in fact genuine? And in fact, reality is there's a great deal more money spent on vets today and providing services than there have been in the last number of years.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
What I would admit to Mr. Speaker is the fact that there's a lot of platitudes and a lot of nice-sounding words that come out of the Prime Minister, with the exception of what he said in Edmonton and the Veterans Affairs Minister. There's a lot of confusion within the veterans community of just what types of programs the government is announcing. I mean, there's different things, there's multi-layered things, one affects the other. So that confusion, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, creates a lot of doubt within the veterans community. And what we're seeing now is confusion, doubt, not understanding what programs are available to them. I'm getting emails from people who are actually getting less money now than they were prior to some of the changes that the government implemented. So The confusion creates doubt, but it also creates problem because you're dealing with veterans, many of them who are transitioning out either for mental health issues, for physical disability issues, and as I heard in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, the amount of programs in many cases are not even known to our veterans, and even when they become known, many of them don't qualify for them. So I would say that there's confusion and doubt more so than there is, you can throw all the money you want at it, but if it's not working, it's not working, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Davenport. Mr. Speaker, thousands of women and men in the military are dedicated, and every day they leave the comfort of their civilian lives to bring their skills and talents to bear on behalf of the country and the entire world. These courageous people voluntarily put their lives at risk, and they are willing to confront danger. They've dedicated their lives to defending Canada's sovereignty, protecting our values, and promoting peace and security internationally. No one is better placed to understand the sacrifices or appreciate the invaluable work of our Army than the members of the defense team that support them. The Canadian Armed Forces and civilian employees of national defense work side by side, and they constitute an integrated team. They know more than anyone else how important it is to support members of the armed forces when they're coming to the end of their service. They have seen with their own eyes how their colleagues experience the transition from military life to civilian life. That's why they're determined to take care of the health and well-being of all military personnel and their families. Mr. Speaker, that is why Canada's defense policy, entitled Strong, Secure, Engaged, has made huge progress when it comes to helping people leaving the Army, whether they're retiring or because they are injured. The way we take care of our men and women in uniform goes to the very heart of our defense policy and everything it seeks to accomplish. The approach of the Canadian Armed Forces to transition has been reinvented to ensure that members receive the professional and personalized, individualized support they need as they prepare to return to civilian life after military service. Canada's defense policy includes 4 new initiatives to make transition more seamless, both within the forces and outside of the forces. The first initiative is to restore the Personnel Administration branch. It'll be made up of specialists in military human resources. All military personnel will be able to avail themselves of the services of this group. They will see to it, the group will see to it, that retiring members know what transition services are available and what kind of training is available and what kind of help there is in finding skilled work. Secondly, the Health Services branch of the Canadian Armed Forces will grow by 200 personnel, military personnel. These people will provide support to ill or injured members. Injured or ill members returning to civilian life will receive individualized healthcare services until they officially qualify for service from Veterans Affairs Canada. Under the policy, there's also the creation of a transition group of the Canadian Armed Forces, which is the 3rd new initiative. This group will be made up of members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are specialized in military human resources and staff administration. Their work will be to see to it that each member of the Canadian Armed Forces receives individualized support through their transition towards civilian life. The transition group will be commanded by a general officer and will have a staff of 1,200 people. All military personnel will have access to the services of this group. The group will see to it that all the formalities are taken care of heading up to a member's release from the services, including pension services and access to the transition to services provided by Veterans Affairs. What's equally important is that the Canadian Armed Forces Transition Group will see to it that retiring members are aware of the transition services and programs provided by the Defence Team and Veterans Affairs Canada, and so that they can avail themselves of those programs and services if they wish. These programs include vocational rehabilitation services, financial education, job training, individualized job training, and job-seeking services. The Defence Team is looking out not only for the interests of members of the forces, but also of their family, which are a huge part of the strength of our members. The Government of Canada has been clear. DND, the Canadian Armed Forces, and Veterans Affairs will simplify the transition for members of the armed forces, for veterans and their families. The fourth initiative that makes up the strong, secure, engaged defense policy is there for any case. Veterans Affairs Canada and Canadian Armed Forces have created the Seamless Transition Task Force. The purpose of that task force is to help retiring members, veterans, and their families make the transition. All Canadians can be confident that the number of progressive steps taken by this government will make it easier to access care and support. And allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that our approach toward members of our forces and our veterans is a top priority for the entire government. In Budget 2016, we improved financial security for veterans and their families by putting more money in their pockets. Budget 2017 supported the health and welfare of veterans and their families by investing in mental health support services and support for studies and career transition services. These are new services, and new and improved services will be available soon. All of these programs complement one another. The mental and physical health services for veterans and their families, educational support to help people build a new career after they leave service, career transition and training services to find rewarding work, support for families, including financial aid if needed, recognition of caregivers, counseling, and support for veterans in making the transition to their new communities. These are individualized services according to the unique needs of each veteran. The government has listened to the concerns raised by families of military members and veterans, their champions and advocates, and communities. We have listened and we have established a detailed plan to restore and improve benefits in order to improve the lives of veterans and their families. Personally, I'm very proud of the efforts made by the government to make this become, finally, a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
It's the Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from St. Jean for that very informative speech. I think it's very important for us to listen to the investment that has been made by our government, which is over $10 billion, and into the various areas in which we chose to make those investments. And the member was very clear in highlighting many of the areas that were in need and many areas that our government has made the commitment and invested. And I know that those investments happened as a result of immediate consultation that we undertook with veterans. And so if the member could comment on the importance of consulting and how those consultations led to the decision of where we would make the investments, and how now veterans are more fully and well supported under these investments. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an excellent question because we did consult veterans, especially in my riding. There are 3 regions. We met with veterans and they submitted their requests, and I think in recent budgets we've seen that we responded to the needs of veterans. Mainly, as my colleague said, we announced $10 billion to help veterans over the years to come. It's not 10 million, it's $10 billion. And in addition, we've provided more services. We reopened the 9 centers that the previous government had shut down in order to provide services. We opened a new one in Surrey, so that's significant. We're also helping families more by enhancing pensions for our veterans. And what's more, we are offering caregiver support, $1,000 a month, tax-free. Those are all things this government has done to honor the services provided by our retiring military members. They've offered their most valuable gift, their lives, for the sake of the country. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Sorry. Drawing a blank here. New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I represent a riding, New Westminster Burnaby, that has had a long tradition of involvement with Canadian Forces. Royal Westminster Regiment is located there, and many of the soldiers who are part of the Royal Westminster Regiment served in Afghanistan. In front of the New Westminster City Hall is a cenotaph, and on that cenotaph is hundreds of names of those who gave their lives for their country, including my grandfather and my uncle. And so every Remembrance Day, there are literally thousands of people in New Westminster and Burnaby who show up for the Remembrance Day ceremony because we want to pay tribute to our veterans. Now, what we've been hearing from the government today is everything's fine, that there's no problem, that we've done everything we need to do. And I think it's very clear that that is not the case, Mr. Speaker, that there is much more that can be done, that the new Veterans Charter needs to be improved and revised, that so many veterans that are not getting the services that they deserve are simply being left aside. And the government loves to cite numbers, but the reality is when you talk about thousands and thousands of veterans, those amounts come down to very small amounts for some veterans. Many veterans, as you know, Mr. Speaker, are outside on the streets of our cities across this country. That is unacceptable in this day and age, that we have not learned to provide those investments for veterans. So my question to the honourable member is simply this: does he not feel the government's fallen short? Does he not feel that the Prime Minister should apologize and that the government should get to work in providing services for veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 45 seconds or less. Yes, I agree with my colleague. We can always do better, but I'm very proud of what this government has done. $10 billion more to help veterans. We've reopened service centers. We've brought back the pension for life, which increases the amounts available either as a lump sum or monthly benefits of up to $2,650. So those accomplishments, in addition, we've provided support for caregivers and return to school and so on. So we've accomplished a lot. Of course, you can always do more, but that's why we're here as a government, to try to improve the situation for all Canadians. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure for me to rise today to speak on this motion, this Opposition Day motion, on behalf of the residents of Davenport, who I'm so proud to represent. You know, a couple of my colleagues said, Julie, you're from a downtown riding of Toronto. You know, why is it that you're speaking on behalf of this motion? And I said, you know, I'm very proud that in my riding, I actually have a very active Legion, and it's the Royal Canadian Legion Earls Court Branch 65. We have a great Legion Hall that is a place of a lot of fun and mirth and activity, and where a lot of our community comes together. That's on Ossington near Bloor Street. And then every single year at Prospect Cemetery in my riding, we have this really wonderful Remembrance Day ceremony that people come from right across Toronto. It's in its 89th year. This year will be its 90th year, this coming up. And at the Cross of Sacrifice, the Royal Canadian Legion, Earls Court Branch 65, holds court and has a very beautiful service to honor all those Canadians who have died and fought in past wars and who have sacrificed their lives for Canada. So I'm very, very proud on behalf of Davenport residents to be speaking to this Opposition Day motion. That said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that this government is committed to providing all current forces members and veterans with the support and services they so rightly deserve. The Department of National Defence, the Canadian Armed Forces, or CAF, and Veterans Affairs Canada take the health and well-being of CAF members and veterans very seriously. For that, on November 4th, 2015, this government, our government, pledged to ensure that veterans receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities that they deserve. We delivered the first of our changes with a $5.6 billion investment in financial security for veterans and their families in Budget 2016. On that day, our finance minister said, "Our veterans have dedicated their lives to the defense of this country. They deserve our gratitude, our respect, and our support." We made a solemn promise, and they will have it, and we will keep that promise. That day, we increased the disability award from a maximum of $310,000 to a maximum of $360,000. We increased income replacement from 75% of a veteran's pre-release salary to 90%. We reopened the 9 offices closed by the Conservatives. We announced that we would hire staff to make up for the Conservative cuts, and much, much more. And just so we're a little bit clear on that, Mr. Speaker, we reopened offices in Kelowna and Prince George, BC. We reopened offices in Saskatoon, in Brandon, Manitoba, in Thunder Bay, in Windsor, Sydney, Nova Scotia, Charlottetown, Corner Brook, as well as we also opened a brand new office in Surrey, BC, and expanded outreach services to the north. A year later, in Budget 2017, we announced $624 million to further improve the health and well-being of veterans and their families, including an all-new education benefit, career transition services to help employ those skills unique to the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as we created a new Centre of Excellence in Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. This year, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on the promise that we made to restore the pension for life option, as well as to continue to improve service delivery and to continue to enhance programs that will benefit our veterans with service-related injuries and illnesses. And that is what I want to talk a little bit more about. Since we were elected just over 2 years ago, we have listened to veterans, their families, and advocates to better understand the reality. We have heard them, and in response, we have invested over $6 billion to improve benefits and services for veterans and their families over the last 2 years. With an emphasis on overall well-being, the new Pension for Life invests another $3.6 billion in benefits that can be tailored to meet the individual needs of veterans and their families. We know that every veteran is different. However, one unifying experience is the major life change that results from the transition to life after service. The most successful transitions occur when a veteran has a positive state of well-being, a balance of financial, mental, physical, and social factors. And while most veterans transition smoothly, some struggle for various reasons. And of the approximately 1,500 members who are released each year due to illness or injury, almost 20% suffer with a mental health condition. It is paramount that those veterans and their families know what programs and services are available to them. That's why the Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Minister of National Defence, and the Chief of Defence Staff together launched the Joint Suicide Prevention Strategy on October 5th, 2017. I believe that every member of this House appreciates what a tragedy it is if any member of the Canadian Armed Forces or one of Canada's veterans suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder or any other mental health condition that impacts their health and well-being. And we know that when a member or a veteran is affected, their families are affected too. The CAF and VAC are committed to a coordinated, collaborative approach and identified over 160 initiatives dedicated to saving the lives of veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members. One suicide is too many, Mr. Speaker. And while this strategy supports the government-wide Healthy Canadians priority and fulfills another of the Prime Minister's mandate items for Veterans Affairs Canada, it is more importantly about these two departments working together to help military men and women and veterans reduce the risk, build resiliency, and prevent suicide to the fullest extent possible. This joint approach will improve CAF members and veterans' well-being and support them by reducing stigma and encouraging them to seek the help they need. A key resource is Veterans Affairs Canada's nationwide network of over 4,000 mental health professionals. They are ready to deliver services to veterans and members of the Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP who have post-traumatic stress disorder and other operational stress injuries. Veterans and their families can also find mental health information, support, and resources from 11 operational stress injury clinics across the country, plus satellite service points from coast to coast to coast. They also offer telehealth services for those in remote areas. Each clinic has a multidisciplinary team of specialists who have been professionally trained to address the unique needs of veterans. They're equipped to refer serving Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP members, veterans and their families to mental health professionals who provide individualized assessment and treatment. These programs and services are complemented by an additional 7 operational trauma and stress support centers operated by the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, earlier in my speech, I mentioned the Centre of Excellence in Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder that was created by our government. And this is of personal importance to me because I also have veterans in my riding, and they have served in Afghanistan, served in Kosovo, and various other places, and PTSD is impacting them. They, were okay for a while after post-release, but then it hits them. The anxiety, the lack of sleep, the nightmares, the depression, and it took them a while to actually ask for help. And I'm so proud that we've actually created the Centre of Excellence in Post-Traumatic Stress Syndrome. It is a center that is a place that we can access the best in research, the best tools, the best support for our veterans. We can also work to try to find ways to prevent PTSD moving forward, and we can do all we can to share our best practices with others around the world. Mr. Speaker, Veterans Affairs Canada is clear in their mission to improve the well-being of veterans and their families. It is at the core of everything they do in providing the treatment, support, and services veterans and their families need when they leave our country's service to successfully transition back to our neighborhoods. I know that my time is about to end, Mr. Speaker, but I want to mention also that I'm very, very pleased with our recent announcement of the pension for life. I know it was something that came up when I was at the doors at the election in 2015. I know that residents in Davenport will be very pleased that we're fulfilling this promise. And they continue to ask us to continue to serve our veterans, to help support them on an ongoing basis. And I know they're very pleased with everything that we've done to date. We are deeply committed to supporting our veterans. We fulfill our sacred obligation to them by ensuring that they should come back. Should they come back injured, we will be there with benefits and services they need to feel well enough to participate fully in post-military life. Of course, more needs to be done. More services, less complicated, more help with getting jobs, and the list goes on. But we have made a tremendous degree of progress with a $10 billion investment. This government is going to continue to make things better for all veterans and their families. More than words, more than 10 years of more than the words, more than 10 years of inaction, we have demonstrated real action behind our commitments, and there's more to come. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I certainly have to say that the veterans in my riding are not feeling very thankful. Too many of them are coming to the doors of my office right now to talk about the deep sense of betrayal. And one of the senses of betrayal is really about the promise of pensions. And so what I heard in the member's speech was that veterans are very happy because pensions have been reinstated. Does she not understand that the reinstatement of these pensions has been at such a dramatically reduced rate that we are now seeing seniors coming in devastated because they are getting less money than they used to get, and that their families aren't being included? You know, I have one veteran in my riding whose name is Max, who is going to be homeless at the end of the month because his family can't deal with the realities of his post-traumatic stress. He will not have a home for his 2 boys to come visit him. He is not happy. He is devastated. And I really hope that this government and this member will support this motion and ask the Prime Minister to apologize for this very broken promise.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and for sharing that story of a member of her constituency. We have made tremendous amount of progress. We have made a very definitive commitment with spending $10 billion more in order to better support our veterans. We've increased compensation for pain and suffering. We have increased income replacement for veterans on vocational or psychosocial rehabilitation. We have a focus on mental health. We've reintroduced the pension for life. We have done a lot. We've reopened the offices, as I mentioned in my speech. We've done a lot over the last 2 years. Does more need to be done? Absolutely. And we will continue to search for ways for us to do better. But we know we've come a long way. We know that we have more supports in place right now. And I know that we're going to continue to do all we can to find more ways to support our veterans moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. And I think it is worthy for us to note that when we talk about that commitment to veterans, that what we have seen in relatively short time span of 2 years, and I thought the parliamentary secretary did an exceptional job in terms of just her presentation and that truly caring attitude that she has that prevails, and I'll suggest it prevails not only on this side of the House, but on both sides of the House as we all care about our vets. Now, if we go to what we've accomplished in the last couple of years, hundreds of millions of additional dollars being brought forward, issues such as mental health, additional funding for injured vets coming back, there's a genuine commitment by this government to improve, to reestablish that positive relationship and trust with our vets. My question to my colleague is would she not agree that that is a positive step forward, yet there is still room for us to do better?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his wonderful question. We have made tremendous amount of improvements, and you are right. We are, when our veterans are ready for post-release, we try to do everything we can to provide them with the supports they need. And I had mentioned that we actually had put a lot of money into ensuring that there's new staff hires so that we can actually reduce the veteran to case manager ratio, which means they get more personalized care, they get more personalized attention, and more individualized care, not only for themselves, but their families. And again, we have done a lot. I'm very proud of our government's achievements over the last 2 years. We've put a significant amount of money into supporting our veterans. I know everybody in this House cares about our veterans. I know that we will, on an ongoing basis, continue to make veterans and supporting them and their families a priority for us. And I look forward to the work ahead. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an important debate brought by my colleague today because it highlights one of our most important duties as parliamentarians. As I've said in debates in this place before Canada sends our men and women into harm's way, whether it's fighting ISIS or in other deployments, decisions related to the Canadian Armed Forces, those Canadians who serve us, are perhaps the most important decisions and debates and questions we have as parliamentarians. We should be very deliberative and thoughtful in our decisions with respect to deploying our military. We need to apply that same deliberative, compassionate, and honest approach in how we treat those men and women who come back with a variety of service injuries, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, in the last decade plus, there's been a lot of rhetoric with respect to veterans issues and veterans care, but very little deliberate language trying to explain and understand how we best provide for our men and women. They are often used as political tools, and I want to see that end, and so I'm going to devote most of the time I have in my remarks today to setting the record straight, because even some of the language I see from the minister's office shows he does not understand how programs and services are delivered to the people he serves. Same with people in his office. And so I hope they're tuning in. I'm also going to try and take a balanced look at the new Veterans Charter and why, as minister, I try to improve it, fix the problems, fill in the gaps, as opposed to making irresponsible promises that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party in the last campaign either didn't understand, didn't cost, or didn't care whether they fulfilled them. And I certainly hope, Mr. Speaker, it's not the last one of those reasons. I certainly hope not. But I think at a bare minimum, all politicians, when talking about care for those who serve us, have to have honesty and respect underlying all of our comments, all of our promises, and all of our commitments. We hear a lot about quotes from our past with respect to our obligation. And I've often said the Royal Canadian Legion, which once a Liberal member mocked me for suggesting the Legion has a role, but the Legion has been serving veterans far longer than Veterans Affairs Canada. And in fact, they were given a mandate to help veterans and help commemoration through an act of Parliament in this place in 1926. And they still, in many ways, are at the forefront in their 1,400 locations across the country where each branch has a veteran service officer. So I want to start off my remarks by saying veterans started taking care of veterans first, Mr. Speaker, and they still do. And I spoke with many of them on the Hill today because they're trying to take care of their comrades, and in some cases themselves. So as I said, we owe them honesty and respect. And that's why we're having this debate today, because the Prime Minister has not provided honesty or respect in all of his commitments with respect to veteran pensions and veteran care. And we saw that firsthand 2 weeks ago in Edmonton, where an injured veteran asked him about his commitments, and the Prime Minister told that veteran that he was in many ways asking for more than the government could give. But, Mr. Speaker, he was only asking for the Prime Minister to live up to his promise. So let's talk about this pension for life charade from Christmas time, because even in the minister's own remarks, he suggests building upon programs in place was one of his responses. Many of the programs put in place were put in place by ministers of the Paul Martin government when they started the new Veterans Charter. And then under the Harper government, we modified and enhanced benefits, including my time, Mr. Speaker. And I will say that when I introduced Bill C-58 in the last Parliament, outlining a number of new enhancements, new benefits for veterans, after direct consultation with veterans, I embedded into that bill language with respect to the just and appreciation and the obligation we have to our veterans, which comes from a 1917 quote from Sir Robert Borden, given to our men overseas injured in and around the campaigns of 1917. And yesterday we saw Liberals vote down a private member's bill from my colleague in Barrie to enshrine that sacred obligation, that enhanced social covenant that we owe to our citizens that we ask to serve with the risk of unlimited liability, Mr. Speaker. That's why they're in court. That's why they're asking for that such covenant. Their comrades in the United Kingdom have it. I talked about it in Bill C-58. One of the members from British Columbia brought an Opposition Day motion on it in the last Parliament. I'm quite sure the Prime Minister voted for it then as third-party leader, but they whipped their vote against it yesterday, even though I know a lot of their members deeply care, including some that are in this House now. So I wish their voices would be heard in their caucus, Mr. Speaker, because right now veterans don't feel they're getting honesty and respect from the Liberal government. But I'm going to read an interesting quote, because we often use quote from Sir Robert Borden. He happens to be my favorite Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, because of his leadership during the Great War, the toll it took on him. But here's a quote from a veteran who died 100 years ago, a few months ago, Talbot Papineau. And ironically, the Prime Minister is also the Member of Parliament for Papineau, Mr. Speaker. I know you know that. You call upon him, but you'll refer to him as Prime Minister because he leads the government. But like everyone in this House, we have a right to speak as members of Parliament. And the Papineau family, going back to Talbot Papineau's grandfather, has been so important for Quebec life that the Prime Minister now represents a riding named after the Papineau family. The Prime Minister also played Talbot Papineau, the Great War soldier, on television, Mr. Speaker. So there's a direct connection there. What did Talbot Papineau say days before he died in the Battle of Passchendaele? He said, I quote, "For those who have been disabled, who cannot carry on the good fight, it is certainly for us to see that they want for nothing," end quote. That's Talbot Papineau to his troops days before he died, on a day where actually his regiment lost, I think, 6 of their junior officers on one of the worst days of fighting in Passchendaele. And we honored Passchendaele, and I know the parliamentary secretary was in Passchendaele. So the Prime Minister needs to do more than just act in the form of Talbot Papineau. He needs to live up to those words, Mr. Speaker. And that's what this debate is about. The fact that he whipped his vote against this concept yesterday is troubling. We do owe a special, a sacred, a profound obligation to those who are injured serving us, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the Conservative Party is bringing this Opposition Day motion, because veterans heard the Prime Minister of Canada, in my view, disrespect a veteran with his response in Edmonton, because, Mr. Speaker, that veteran was only asking for the Prime Minister to live up to his promises. So where did the Liberal government go wrong with veterans in their first 2 years, Mr. Speaker? It boils down to 2 central pledges to the Liberal campaign. And I was still Veterans Minister during the campaign, Mr. Speaker. The government goes on. So during the 2015 campaign, unions were paying for people to protest in front of my office. I was still trying to help veterans in need. And I remember very well when the Prime Minister, then third-party leader and leader of the Liberal Party, had a rally not far from me, not far from CFB Trenton, in Belleville, where they flew in their star veteran candidates. The Minister of National Defence was there. The Parliamentary Secretary for U.S. Relations was there. The Parliamentary Secretary for Transport was there, all wearing medals, all behind the Prime Minister. Very impressive form, very impressive people individually, Mr. Speaker. But the Prime Minister said 2 things in those remarks that day. He said that he would never allow a circumstance where the Government of Canada forced veterans into court to be heard in their fight for benefits, Mr. Speaker. He also made a commitment that day to return to the Pension Act, Mr. Speaker, not make up a modified pension for life that even the minister admits only 10% or so of people will see any enhancement whatsoever. He made a commitment to return to what veterans know as the old system, the Pension Act, Mr. Speaker, where everyone got a pension for life. I never made that promise as minister, Mr. Speaker, because the old act had inherent problems with it. Many people forgot that. My old friend Peter Stouffer, the longtime critic for the NDP, agreed with me. The old system had problems. Fix the new system, the new Veterans Charter, because it was based on overall wellness of the veteran and their family. So honesty is not making a promise you likely will not keep, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, the court decision. I haven't told this House before, but I'll inform them today because I think the people involved with Equitas would be okay with me talking about this level of disclosure. But we, the Government of Canada, I was minister at the time, and the Equitas veterans who were in court because of their frustration, we built a level of trust. As a veteran myself, as veterans on my team, I hired a new lawyer. I replaced the Department of Justice lawyer who had brought an argument suggesting in a pretrial motion that the Government of Canada owes no special duty to our veterans. I found that repugnant, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, a parliamentarian, and as a veteran. And we learned from the Equitas veterans, the family caregiver benefit, the retirement income security benefit, all the benefits that they're now renaming and trying to claim as their own, Mr. Speaker, a lot of them came from advice I received. And we virtually had Equitas settled, Mr. Speaker. But why was it not settled? Because the Liberals dangled a promise of a return to the old Pension Act. And I said, if that is indeed the promise, I can't meet that, Mr. Speaker. So can we turn our settlement into an abeyance agreement? Let's at least call timeout on the litigation. If you trust the Liberals and want to go with that deal, as your friend now, not just as ministers, I respect that. I had told Prime Minister Harper at the time that we were close to settling Equitas. I looked at it as a failing of mine, Mr. Speaker. But why did it fail? Because a promise was made. A deception was sown, Mr. Speaker. And they need to take accountability for it. I would much rather the Minister of Veterans Affairs admit they've broken their promise than to dress it up in a press conference a few days before Christmas. It was shameful, Mr. Speaker. It was shameful. Step up and say, we can't meet our promise. The Prime Minister in his town hall in Edmonton basically admitted we can't afford it. Well, why did you promise it, Mr. Speaker? We're looking at a return to the old system, a cost to the federal government of somewhere between $20 and $35 billion, Mr. Speaker. And why is that? Because the old system actually wanted veterans to just quickly go on a pension. It wasn't about wellness. It wasn't about transition. And if you had an operational stress injury under the old system, and because mental health injuries, you can have good times and bad times, you can respond to treatment, you didn't get a permanent disability of 100% a lot of the time, Mr. Speaker. So if you were assessed at a 40% disability, you had a pension for life that committed you to poverty or addiction or family breakup or homelessness. That's why the old system doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. We need to focus on the wellness. And those that can't transition because of physical or mental injuries, you give them lifetime financial support. I did that as minister with the retirement income security benefit, with the critical injury benefit, with enhancements to PIA, all the things they're building on now, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the moderate to severely injured who can't transition are supported for life. All Canadians want to see that. Here's what's wrong with their system. They throw this number around that I know they don't even understand, Mr. Speaker. $10 billion they said they spent on veterans. That is not true. Some of that, and they're not even forthright on it, is accrual accounting. So it's not a cash accounting spend, Mr. Speaker. It's accrual. It's a commitment of the federal government to maintain a lifelong benefit. I would like them to break that $10 billion down into how much is an accrual accounting and how much is cash out the door. We'll know in a few years when lapses and public accounts come in, Mr. Speaker, so the reckoning is coming. Why not just be forthright? Why, Mr. Speaker? And here is what was not smart about their first act. The retroactive top-up of the disability award was bad public policy. Very bad, Mr. Speaker. Every dollar I had from the Treasury, working with Prime Minister Harper at the time, I wanted to go to the moderately to severely injured and their families who were struggling. The $2 billion or so that they spent retroactively topping up the lump sum, the vast majority, Mr. Speaker, of that went to people with disability assessments in the 13% range. They spent $1 billion on hearing loss, Mr. Speaker. $1 billion, at least. If they were more forthright, I'd know exactly. We should have put that funds to families. Expand the permanent impairment allowance. Give family caregiver benefit to everyone on PIA. That's where I was going, Mr. Speaker. That would be sound policy because those are the people that have had trouble transitioning. Those are the people Talbot Papineau 100 years ago said, it's certainly for us to see that they want for nothing, Mr. Speaker. I know veterans with lower level injuries, musculoskeletal, hearing, some of them go on to work on Bay Street or in government or are deputy ministers. Do they need the transitional support, Mr. Speaker? Generally not. So any funds should go at the ones that need it, Mr. Speaker. And so to say that I'm profoundly disappointed to be having to debate this here today, Mr. Speaker, is an understatement. As I stated at the outset, the two things that veterans deserve are honesty and respect. And they did not get that. If the Prime Minister wants to show those things, he should admit he did not understand the costs of his pension promise, instead of suggesting the veteran in Edmonton is asking for too much. The Prime Minister did not know what he promised, Mr. Speaker. That is shameful. He should admit that. The other thing he should do, Mr. Speaker, is meet with the Equitas veterans. They're wonderful people. They served us. And I know a lot of the Liberal MPs have met them and liked them. Why is he forcing them to go to the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker? Why? I agreed with his promise. Veterans shouldn't have to face off against their government in court. He's making them do that. The lawyers from Justice that I removed from the case, Mr. Speaker, he reappointed. They went back to their old arguments that we'd stopped them from making. So, Mr. Speaker, this is about owning leadership. Leadership is not just photographs, or as the Prime Minister suggested to the Ethics Commissioner, he's like a networker-in-chief for Canada. He owes it to the veterans of this country to tell them why he's broken his promises on a return to the pension for all injured and for returning Equitas veterans to court. And until I see an answer, until I see responsibility from the Prime Minister and that minister, Conservatives will continue to fight in this place for those who serve us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his interjection into this debate today, and in particular for his service, because I know that he is a veteran himself, and he should be commended for everything that he's given to this country so that we could have everything that we do have. You know, I recognize the fact that he was the minister responsible for this file towards the end of the 10 years of the Conservative government's mandate. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, is that we lost so much for our veterans during that 10-year period. 25% of the staff were eliminated. The new Veterans Charter that he referenced, which was supposed to be a living document, was virtually untouched for 10 years. Right now, we're in a process of clawing our way back, trying to restore and trying to get to our veterans what they deserve. I'm wondering if he can comment on the fact that while he had seen everything that had happened in 9 years and 3 months under the Conservative government leading up to his time as being minister, why he didn't make any significant steps during the 9 months that he had to make real progress, which is what we're seeing happen right now, despite the fact that, we're having a debate over the amount of what's being done.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got so many notes here I was trying to get to give him detail, but I thank the member from Kingston and the Island. I joined the Canadian Armed Forces and learned leadership skills in his riding at the Royal Military College. I'm proud on Flag Day to say that our flag was based on RMC's flag. I know that member knows that, but he certainly doesn't know what happened in the last Parliament. In less than a year, with Bill C-58, which I referenced in my remarks, we bought in the retirement income security benefit, the critical injury benefit, the family caregiver benefit, and expanded the permanent impairment allowance. Those are the benefits when the minister said building upon existing programs. Those are the existing programs, Mr. Speaker. And spreading out the lump sum or the disability award for life, that had happened already with a predecessor. So it was a living document. We saw that Paul Martin's New Veterans Charter, which all parliamentarians agree with, wasn't working to its intended purpose. You want to know, the only parliamentarian that spoke on the New Veterans Charter was Romeo Dallaire, a good friend of mine. So the iconic Liberal senator veteran was the only parliamentarian to speak on the bill. It was rushed through because its focus at wellness was considered by parliamentarians to be better than the old system. People look longingly on the old system now, but it failed so many people. So let's get it right. Let's build upon the programs I started. The minister has put more money into them, Mr. Speaker, but he certainly did not live up to what the Prime Minister promised. The very fact, and I'd ask that member, because he comes from a political family, he's pretty smart, an indication of a broken promise is a press conference a few hours before Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Nothing shows their inability to defend their broken promise than trying to hide it on Christmas Eve.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the former minister for his remarks and for the clarity in regard to the truth about what is being spent. I would like him to comment on the fact that the Prime Minister went to a constituency in this country and told veterans that there just wasn't enough money available for them. And at the same time, there's lots of money for a skating ring outside, $7 million. There's lots of money for tax havens so that the wealthy don't have to pay their fair share. We still have CEO stock options that are costing this country millions of dollars in terms of revenues. And yet, there's no money for veterans. Can he square that circle for me?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from London Fanshawe, and I certainly know that she knows the file well. And with the historic Royal Canadian Regiment and their museum in London, she has a lot of interactions with veterans. I hear from my friends on that. She's absolutely right. This is about leadership, or the absence thereof, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister of Canada and his cabinet make choices, Mr. Speaker. It was a choice in the first 100 days of his government to spend billions of dollars on a variety of programs, much of them outside our country. It was his choice to settle with Omar Khadr for $10 billion. It's your choice what goes into the budget and what doesn't. It was his choice not to make his promise to veterans. Now, the question I asked in a funny little debate we had a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, was whether the Prime Minister knew the cost of a return to the pension. Because as I said, because the vast majority of the injured that leave the Canadian Armed Forces are injured with low knees, backs. If you are a combat arms NCM or officer, you leave injured, beaten up. But it's not all of them that will need transitional help. So a return to the pension with people living to 100, the money, the $30 billion, was on low injury generally. And so their lump sum top-up was bad policy because they spent over $1 billion for people suffering from hearing loss that might be lawyers on Bay Street. The smarter thing is to go for the people that need it, the moderate to severely injured, the retirement income security benefit, the enhancements to permanent impairment allowance. I wanted to see the family caregiver benefit go to all PIA recipients, Mr. Speaker. Those are the people that Talbot Papineau alluded to. They should not want if their future has been harmed serving our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette.
Honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Oh, sorry. Jonquière, rather. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been hearing speeches from the outset by various members here in the House. In my riding of Jonquière, there's the Bagotville military base, and I've had the opportunity to take part in a number of activities and to discuss things with either active members or veterans. And there's Section 209, which is very active, and there's a lot of opportunities to talk at their activities. And there's talk of improvements that have been made, and it's great to have offices reopened that the Conservatives had closed down, and that caused a lot of damage in my region and in my riding. And now there's a lot of talk about these pensions for life. The government says it's a good thing, but it's so watered down. Why, before 2006, it looks like there's going to be 2 pension systems now, and the pension for life will be a watered-down pension. And there's not just the individuals who are concerned, there's also their families. When you can no longer work, this has an effect not only on the individual but on the community. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this, how the pension for life is not necessarily going to be such a good thing. The honourable member for Durham. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Jonquière for her question. When I was the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I announced new benefits in Valcartier because we have a number of veterans in Quebec.
Of people men and women from Quebec that serve and continue to serve. In fact, Valcartier I went to because throughout Afghanistan, that base and their families paid very, very heavy toll. Bagotville, another very, very busy base. And some of my colleagues from Quebec served in reserve regiments. And so we have a very, very proud history, Mr. Speaker, going back to Talbot Papineau as I referenced my remarks. I will say something about the offices, because this is often widely misunderstood. Do we use offices, Mr. Speaker, that were opened after the war when there was no health care in Canada and the Government of Canada had no presence across the country? Those offices were helping pay doctors who at that time were private practitioners. Today, many of those offices were not being used. And we have Service Canada, where in those cities we had a dedicated desk to handle the 5 or 6 people that might come in every few days. It was literally that low. And as a veteran, what I wanted to see happen in the towns and cities across the country, if we were opening an office, it needed to be for mental health. So the Chrétien government opened the first operational stress injury clinic in the early 2000s. We more than doubled the number of operational stress clinics to help deliver services to veterans, not just administration.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll be splitting my time with the member from Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, this government made a pledge to Canadians to do more to support veterans and their families. We promised to ensure that veterans receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities they deserve, that they earned through their dedication, sacrifice, and service to this country. I did stand behind the Prime Minister then in Belleville, and I stand behind him now as we brought forward $10 billion in programs and services for veterans and our families. We set out to make tangible improvements in the lives of our veterans. In the past 2 years, this government has come a long way, making real difference in the lives of veterans and those who care and love them. We inherited a department broken from years of neglect and Band-Aid, boutique, quick-fix, photo-op solutions left by the previous government. What we need is long-term, sustainable solutions. That's what our government is about, and that's what takes time to get right. This was a journey that began by listening to veterans, hearing their concerns, and developing a plan to respond to them. Not only did this government reopen 9 of the Veterans Affairs offices that the honourable member from Durham thought was not important, we actually opened a new one. The Surrey office opens its door in May of 2019. This new Surrey office serves approximately 7,500 veterans, 7,500 veterans, as well as enables approximately 206 veterans who work in person with their case managers. Veterans Affairs Canada also reversed the cutbacks in service and hiring. The Conservatives cut over 900 jobs in Veterans Affairs Canada. We have hired 460 more staff in the last 2 years to deliver services and benefits, answer questions, and help veterans and their families. That number includes more than 180 case managers who work directly with veterans to deliver the services and benefits they're eligible for. We've also increased and improved outreach in every part of the country. In 2017 alone, Veterans Affairs made 12 visits to communities in Canada's north. This government also increased the maximum value of the Disability Award for Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans with service-related illness and injuries to $360,000, putting more money directly in the pocket of 67,000 veterans are better off. We increased the earning loss benefit, raising it to 90% of an injured Canadian Armed Forces member's military salary at the time of release from the forces. Mr. Speaker, I did mention that the first thing this government did was to listen to and to hear veterans' concern. One message that we heard loud and clear that was many of the benefits and services delivered through Veterans Affairs were difficult to access and time-consuming to apply for. They also said that often they were not able to apply for the benefits and services they were eligible for because they didn't have the information they needed to even ask the right questions. They also told us that we needed to look after those who were most severely injured first. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what we have done. The department began an 18-month review of the way it delivers services and benefits. That review led to 91 recommended actions to improve service delivery. By the end of 2017, the department had put 37 into action and will complete another 45 by the end of the 2018-2019 fiscal years. Most of the remaining 9 are beyond the department's direct control, and it's working with other organizations to make progress on them today. More benefits and supports will be coming into effect on April 1st, and that will have even greater impact on the lives of veterans and their families. Here's an example, Mr. Speaker. Under the former Pension Act, let's say a supply technician with 12 years of service ended up with a 40% disability. Under the Pension Act, that soldier would expect a monthly check of just over $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year. Under the new Veterans Charter, that same veteran would get a lump sum of about $124,000, and if their injuries, if the severity of their injuries meant they could not return to work, they would get a career impact allowance in the range of $1,000 a month on top of the $124,000 lump sum. And on top of that, there are numerous benefits when it comes to rehabilitation, retraining, education, treatment, and care. All of that adds up to a good way to get people launched into a new and rewarding future. This was a plan that was supposed to evolve with veterans' needs. This was the design of the new Veterans Charter. But under the previous government, the Conservatives never led it. They weren't interested in having that new Veterans Charter evolve to where it should be. Mr. Speaker, a critical promise that we've also delivered is reestablishing a monthly option for veterans. Coming into effect April 1st, 2019, this pension for life is a combination of benefits, and it will provide income support and stability to veterans who experience a service-related illness or injury. Under this change, that retired technician would receive nearly $5,000 a month for the rest of his or her life. $60,000 for the rest of his or her life, and now at 90% of their pre-release salaries. Should they wish to go back to school, they're also entitled to an additional $80,000 to help cover the cost of tuition, and then they'll have access to career transition services to help find meaningful work and a purposeful life. When the new legislation comes in force, it will represent an investment of nearly $3.6 billion in support of veterans, in addition to the nearly $6 billion this government committed in the two previous budgets. Mr. Speaker, this means that within 2 years of a majority mandate, this government has put $10 billion into the hands of veterans. We have increased spending at the Veterans Affairs Department from $3.6 billion a year to this year will be $4.9 billion a year. That is a huge and substantive improvement. In the same period, the first 2 years of the Conservative mandate after 2011, they did nothing. It changed maybe somewhere between 5%. We've changed it 30%. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage with veterans, families, advocates, and groups and stakeholders, and we will continue to listen, to hear the concerns and advice. And we will continue to make concrete improvements in the programs and services and in the well-being of veterans and their families. We have come far in this journey, but we're not stopping now. We will continue to move forward on that journey, and we will honor and commemorate our veterans' achievements, courage, and sacrifice. We will continue to treat veterans with compassion and respect, giving them the financial and service support they need, not empty platitudes and political gamesmanship. And we will always remain committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beauport, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to this motion, which our colleague moved. What I'm a bit tired of, Mr. Speaker, is that the motion is not supposed to be propaganda for the Liberals. It's not self-promotion. It reads as follows, that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton, and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. What we want on this side of the House is for the Prime Minister to acknowledge that he made a mistake. To err is human. And I think that veterans would be happy with that. The Conservatives didn't make this whole story up. It's all over the net, all over the web. The Prime Minister, this is what he said He made promises to veterans. It wasn't us. We're not the ones who made those promises. All we want for him to do is to say something quite straightforward. Sorry for my disrespect. This kind of self-promotion from the Liberals, we see it every day, but what we want is a mere expression of respect. And that's what bothers them. We're just asking for one simple sentence. I'm sorry. Veterans have fought for us, and now they're at home, and they have rights. They want to hear an apology, and we will continue the battle until we hear that apology and that respect. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, we made a lot of promises to veterans, and we're going to keep them. And I understand that they want things to move faster. They want to get things done. I want to get things done. I want to achieve these promises that we've made. And sometimes that leads to frustration. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot go back to, as I mentioned before, we cannot go back to these boutique kind of quick fixes. It didn't help. What we need is a long-term, sustainable, comprehensive plan in order to help veterans over the long term. And that's exactly what we're working on. Yes, is it going to happen overnight? No, it's not. That kind of significant change takes time. And we understand the frustration of the veterans who want things to move along faster, and we're doing our best, but they are going to be happy with the end product. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, I stood earlier in the House and did my speech, and I talked about 3 constituents that we're working with right now. And I'm just going to say again the name William Webb. Now, William Webb served this country for 20 years. And now he is faced with multiple challenges because of caseworkers continuously getting burnt out. And then when he is going to call again, he's put with somebody else. He has to re-traumatize himself telling the story. And he's just not getting the support he needs. And I want to say, with his post-traumatic stress disorder, one of the biggest supports to him is his service dog. And that is not under any of this. That means he had to figure out how to get that himself. How can we do better for our veterans? I hope this member can answer that question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I think what people, as I said, we've hired back 460 people. 180 of them are caseworkers. But that's not enough. And unfortunately, because the caseload has grown over the years, we're having a hard time keeping up with the change, the churn within the department. We're making changes in the department in order to lessen that. In terms of the service dog issue, I think you'll find that we've made huge progress. We should be hearing about the efficacy study that was funded. That should come out, I would imagine, in the next couple of months. And I think we are going to be poised to actually address this issue in the future. It will require some extra work and a different way of thinking about benefits and services. But personally, I believe it is the right way forward for a lot of veterans. This will make a difference in their lives, and there will be, and we've made progress, but there's still more progress to make.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak to the efforts of our government for our veterans. As member of the Standing Committee for Veterans, I can assure you that our Prime Minister and the Minister for Veterans Affairs are highly invested in these issues which affect our veterans. Their well-being and reintegration to civilian life is their priority.
Make it easier for the men and women who have served in uniform so courageously to access their benefits. We're talking about members of our society who have given up so much for our country. They deserve benefits that meet their needs. In 2015, we pledged to make it easier for veterans to access services, to do more to support their families, to streamline benefits, reduce the administrative overhead, improve the veterans' experience with Veterans Affairs Canada, and help them make a more successful transition to civilian life after service. We have been delivering on those promises. Let me share some examples. For years, veterans advocates, and other stakeholders have told successive governments that there are problems with some of the benefits and services offered by Veterans Affairs, as well as with the delivery of those services. Starting in 2016, the Minister of Veterans Affairs began reaching out to the veteran community to ask for their input. He, his predecessor, and the parliamentary secretaries traveled from one end of the country to the other to listen to veterans across the nation. My
colleagues and I, as members of the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs, have heard many times from veterans, their advocates, and stakeholders, indicating that their situation was often hard to understand. Veterans often had difficulty following the application process that would allow them to then receive the benefits and services available. Often, they missed out on programs and benefits that they would have been eligible for, simply because they did not have enough information to ask the questions they needed to learn more about these programs.
I don't know what I don't know. This lack of knowledge is a real barrier for the Canadian Armed Forces member who is trying to make a successful transition out of the military to a new life after service, often in a new community and often with very different needs and career goals. We listened to veterans' concerns, we heard them, and we acted on them. Ancien Combattant Canada...
Veterans Affairs Canada conducted an 18-month in-depth analysis of the way that it offers services to veterans. Representatives of the department also consulted frontline personnel about the strengths of the department, but also about the challenges related to its programs. The report from this review made 31 recommendations and presented 91 measures intended to improve how services are offered. These measures were based on harmonizing policies, programs, and duties in order to support and ensure excellence in offering services. Their objective was also to encourage investment in the tools, the technology, and the training that would allow the employees of Veterans Affairs to offer services more efficiently to veterans and to their families, as well as to reinforce methods of communication, to share methods of sharing information, and awareness. They were also intended to develop a new service model for veterans, a simpler, more integrated, and user-friendly model.
Centric approach that puts the individual veteran at the core of every decision. They worked diligently to ensure a higher standard of care, service, and to uphold the one veteran, one standard approach, which is to say that each veteran is treated as an individual with the same standard of respect, support, and care. Jusqu'à la fin de 2017,
until the end of 2017, Veterans Affairs Canada successfully implemented 37 measures recommended by the Service Review. Veterans Affairs Canada will be able to implement 45 more recommendations by the end of 2018-2019 and is actively working with organizations in order to implement the 9 others. There is only one goal, one objective for these changes. We want to make real improvements for the well-being of veterans and for their families.
In addition to the commitments we made to veterans from the outset of this government. Veterans were disillusioned by 10 years of neglect under the Conservative government, and that's why our government invested over $10 billion into increasing compensation for pain and suffering, increasing income replacement for veterans on vocational or psychosocial rehabilitation or veterans who cannot return to work, restoring access to critical services like reopening the 9 offices closed by the Conservatives and hiring 460 staff, focusing on mental health, creating an education benefit, investing more into families and caregivers. Veterans asked for changes, they asked for action, and we acted. Just months ago, the Minister of Veterans Affairs announced the details for a Pension for Life option, a plan designed to help veterans live a full and productive life post-service. This new Pension for Life option is a monthly tax-free payment for life to recognize pain and suffering. It provides income replacement payable at 90% of veterans' pre-release salary indexed annually and for life for those who need it. La loi sur les pensions n'était pas...
The Pensions Act was not a panacea. That is why all the parties in this House supported changes to create a model that would include the well-being of our veterans. Our Pension for Life reinstates the monthly pension option, which could be equal to or even double or triple the lump sum that was offered to ensure the financial security of our veterans and their families. It could also guarantee that veterans will be able to take advantage of important services such as rehabilitation, professional training, and education.
Years of service who is 60% disabled. He or she would be able to receive $4,660 per month across their lifetime in pain and suffering compensation and income replacement, plus a $1,000 a month to his or her caregiver for support. The veteran could access up to $80,000 for post-secondary education. There is no longer a time limit on applying for rehabilitation services or vocational assistance. Pension for Life works with veterans, providing them with financial, educational, and mental supports that they need to seamlessly transition to their new life post-service.
We know that the work is not done. We will persevere in our commitment to improve the lives of men and women who dedicated and even sacrificed their lives for peace in our country and for our security. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleague for Saint-Laurent must know that the Liberals did not reinvent the wheel when it came to rehabilitation and other programs for veterans. I was the spokesperson for Veterans Affairs previously, and the member for Saint-Laurent is on the Veterans Affairs Committee. Perhaps she should do her homework, or maybe she did them but didn't mention that she did. All of the benefits that were increased under her government, if that's the case, that's great, but we did the same thing. We increased the benefits available. The first time that the charter was implemented, in 2006, it was under the leadership of Stephen Harper, and most of the, as well as many of the benefits. But we did not campaign on this. We didn't say that we would do what we imagined we would not likely ever do, and that would apply to every sector of society. What we're discussing today, the member did not discuss it. I would like the member to answer. Does she think it is honorable for the Prime Minister to say, hand on heart, solemnly, in 2015, promise that never, ever would veterans have to go to court to fight for their right to have access to their rights, and now the same government has allowed its Department of Justice to go back into court against veterans in the Equitas Society case? Does she think that it is right, that it is justifiable for the Prime Minister to have broken his promise to veterans, a solemn promise that he made, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that our government invested a great deal in the Department of Veterans Affairs. We have invested a great deal in the Department and Education to improve the transition to civilian life. We reopened the 9 offices that were closed during the Conservative government's time. There were cuts made during the 10 years that Harper was Prime Minister, and we are doing our best. Under their government, there were many problems, and we have to do a lot of catch-up, but we are doing our best to catch up where we need to do it.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I took this oath to become a member of Parliament, I understood fundamentally it meant that I would have to be accountable to the people in my riding, and that I would be privileged to hear stories that would be very hard to hold and carry every day in this place. So today I'm asking this member, a member that represents this government, about one of my constituents named Don. Now, Don has been fighting with Veterans Affairs since the 1980s. And when he went to serve this country, he was exposed to asbestos and has long-term health concerns because of this, and continues to fight and fight and fight. So I am so sad today that this Prime Minister will not stand up and apologize to veterans who have served this country in faith. And I am so upset that this Prime Minister will not stand up and apologize to people like Don, who live every day of their life in illness, and this government, like other governments behind, have not supported him. So will you stand up and make a commitment to Don that you will help?
I want to remind the honourable members to speak through the chair and not directly to each other. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for her question and for representing her constituents well, as she should. I'd like to also mention that our government is committed to helping veterans in whatever way that we can. The people who are at the service desks at all of these different service desks are committed to making a difference. They are not turning anybody away. No one has been turned away for receiving services or for at least opening up a MyVac account, which is basically the first step to receiving the services that they need. I feel sorry for Don, for the person who the member has referred to, and I hope that we can make a difference. I've never heard of this person myself, but I would love to hear from this person as a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee in order to maybe bring their situation to light.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to speak today. As usual, I would like to greet all the members of my riding who are listening to us today. I was going door to door in my riding, and one of the gentlemen said that he watched my speeches, and if he's listening now, I would like to say that he is the gentleman who talked about the noise in the Brébeuf neighborhood because of the festival, so I would like to greet him. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of passion for anything that affects veterans, above all for familial reasons. The Clark family, from father to son, since 1890. I have to say that I'm sharing the time with the member for Maitland. Since 1890, from father to son, and I am no exception, we have served the Canadian Armed Forces. My great-grandfather, William Clark, participated in the Boer War and the First World War. My grandfather, Robert Clark, participated in the Second World War. My father, Patrick Clark, served in the 70s in Berlin. And my brother went to Afghanistan in 2006, the tour during which there were the most deaths. I have also visited the reserves. Unfortunately, I was never deployed overseas. It's one of my greatest regrets that I never served in my beautiful country in a time of war. I hear colleagues on the other side of the House saying that as Conservatives, we should be a bit embarrassed of our treatment of veterans and all of the history that I've presented to you, including that of my family. I have no embarrassment at all to be a Conservative. I think that my colleagues on the other side should see that as proof of my sincerity, because if I were less than honorable and honest, if I were less than someone who is able to analyze public policy, I would say it's true, the Conservatives were not good to veterans, but it is the contrary. I won't bore you with everything that we did for veterans. Unfortunately, I have no choice. Since this morning, Liberal members keep saying that the Conservatives were monstrous towards veterans. Today, that's not the main subject of this opposition day. The main subject is that the House is asking the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments during a public assembly in Edmonton, and that he show veterans the respect that they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise when he said on August 24, 2015, and I quote, that if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. End quote. And yet, Mr. Speaker, not only did the Prime Minister blatantly break this solemn promise when he made that unfortunate statement in the public hearing in the town hall at Edmonton, when he said that veterans were asking for too much, he broke 3 other promises. The first was that he promised Canadians that if they voted for him, he would establish pensions for life. He broke that promise. And why? Because the return to pension for life, as established by the Liberals before Christmas, is not a real return to the pension for life. First of all, most of the veterans who will want to access it won't even get 100% of the amount available under the old system. For those who are still on the pre-2006 system, those who served in campaigns prior to 2006. The Prime Minister also promised that veterans would never be required to fight their government in court to get the support and the compensation they deserve. Yesterday, my great colleague for Barrie-Saint-Isfel presented a bill which proposed a covenant. The covenant, in French, is a commitment, a convention, an agreement, a contract. My colleague for Barrie-Saint-Isfel wanted to seal a contract with veterans by changing the Veterans Affairs Act and compensation for members of the armed forces by changing Section 4 and by introducing in Section 2A that the minister take into account the following principles: that people, as well as their survivors, as well as their dependents, so veterans and their families, are treated with dignity, respect, and justice. It's interesting because yesterday the Prime Minister delivered a long speech on the relationship between his government, between Canada, and our valorous Indigenous peoples who are on this territory for thousands of years. And he said we don't need to change the Constitution because Section 35, which is already part of the Constitution, means we recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples. He said that what we need to do is to change the way we perceive Indigenous peoples and give them dignity and respect, and by doing so, we will recognize them the way they wish to be recognized. The motion for veterans from my colleague for Barrie-Saint-Isfel wanted to add the concept of dignity and respect for veterans into the law. When bureaucrats or judges make decisions regarding veteran compensation, they should take into account the notion of dignity and respect. But that was voted down yesterday. It is shameful, is it not? I am personally disappointed because they voted against it. Because day after day during question period, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Prime Minister, and his veteran colleagues are constantly serving up the same old things, saying the Conservatives were terrible when it came to veterans, when really those are lies. Ours was the first government to apply the new Veterans Charter. We changed it because the compensation package increased significantly, and during question period, day after day, instead of giving us real answers and apologizing for what the Prime Minister said, and instead of constantly giving us the same old ridiculousness, they really should explain how they are going to make sure they respect veterans. And I will mention that veterans are meeting some of my colleagues right now. I am disappointed because I presented C-357, a bill that was intended to make sure that veterans who wish to transition towards public service, who want to work in the public service, are part of a grandfather clause to make sure that they don't have to do 5 more years to achieve 100% of their retirement benefits. It was such a simple bill. I asked the Minister of Veterans Affairs twice for a meeting. I even said, forget my law, but please put this in the regulation for Treasury Board. Make sure that veterans who have to do 5 more years in the public service to retire with dignity, make sure that they get back into the grandfather clause. Make the change at the Treasury Board. My meeting requests were refused. We're talking about maybe $2 million. That's nothing. But as an answer to my colleague, I will say what we have done since 2006. We created the ombudsman position for veterans. We have post-traumatic clinics. There was the Declaration of Rights of Veterans, which is on my desk right now. We announced additional funding to help people with operational injuries. We launched a campaign to communicate with communities to help homeless veterans in Montreal. In 2010, we created the Commemorative Monument Program. Once again, veterans need to be recognized, and recognized often, Mr. Speaker. Creation of benefits for seriously wounded veterans, monthly financial support with an allocation for loss of revenue created by the Conservatives. Isn't that unbelievable? The allocation for career impact, a creation of the Conservative government. Isn't that unbelievable? Creation of an additional allowance for veterans who are the most seriously injured, created under the Conservative government. Isn't that unbelievable? An additional payment for men and women in uniform and veterans to get disability benefits, creation of the Conservative government. Is that not unbelievable, Mr. Speaker?
Seriously, the Prime Minister, despite everything I said, made a solemn promise in 2015, hand on his heart, surrounded by generals and colonels, and he said that never, but never, would veterans have to go to court to get their rights respected. He broke his promise. He acted dishonorably, and that is extremely unfortunate. Questions and comments?
Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there was a lot of things that were unbelievable in my honourable friend's comments. What I didn't believe when I was thinking of running for office was that in addition to the cuts that the previous government made to veteran services, there was also over $1 billion in lapsed funding, money they promised and didn't deliver, that was returned back to the federal treasury to so-called balance the budget. What I also find unbelievable is that given all of the wonderful things he says the Conservatives did, why did the Equitas people take them to court? Why didn't they settle that before their time in office was done? Why were veterans turning their backs on the minister, who's a decent guy, and the Prime Minister in the period leading up to the 2015 election? If all of the unbelievable things they did were so unbelievably good, why were we left with such a mess?
L'honorable député de... The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Concerning the Equitas Society, the Great Honourable member from Durham came to a truce with them, with dignity and respect. And they said, when we'll come back as the next government, which didn't happen, we will continue to discuss together as to how we can deal with this situation. But the reality is that the Prime Minister, the actual Prime Minister right now, went further in his campaign, and he did politics on the backs of veterans. He did politics on the backs of this court case, as he did politics this week on the back of a court case in Saskatchewan, isn't it, sir? That's right. He's always doing that. So he did that for Equitas, telling them with the hand on the heart. This is at the basis of the discourse today. On the hand on the heart, he said, never, never, never will you have to fight the government for your right. And then he broke this promise. This is what's happening today. That's what we're fighting against, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague who always speaks passionately respecting these issues. And when we're talking about veterans, I find it rather ironic that the Conservatives are now blaming the Liberals for not doing enough for veterans when it was the Conservatives who closed 11 regional offices for veterans, and it was under their watch that $1.6 billion, which was cut, services which were not provided to the tune of $1.6 billion. And when there was the Black Vix trial, and it was a trial, it was a prosecution of Equitas launched by veterans against the Harper government. So be careful when you're asking the Liberals to apologize. I think that the Conservatives hardly have a clean record. And there are a great many veterans who are belong to the Legion halls in my riding. There are 11 of them. And there have been years that some of these men and women have been waiting to get the services they need. And they were waiting under the Conservative government. So if we're going to improve services to veterans, it's been longer than the past 2 years. Before getting an answer,
there's people giving discourses, asking questions, getting answers, and I'm hearing some discussion, actually loud discussions across the floor. That's not a good way to do things. You know, the rules allow for people to cross. The discussion continues. The rules allow for people to cross the floor, not party, just talk to each other, and then go back in a whisper so it respects the person who's answering the question. So I'm looking forward to the answer from the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect my colleague in the NDP who often makes fiery speeches, but the new Veterans Charter is a new paradigm for treating veterans. It's not perfect. I might want something. I think what I would want is not this charter, but something from the former government, but that was improved. I think the veterans should get what they need. But with this new paradigm, which was brought in by the Paul Martin government in 2005, well, we were the first government to work with this new paradigm, which is based on the fact that veterans have the burden of proof. They have to prove that they have suffered physically or mentally, and that's the major problem. In the U.S., it's up to the government to prove things. The government has the burden of proof. Resuming debate.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to speak to this motion today, calling for the Prime Minister to apologize for his insensitive comments towards Canada's veterans. I have to start with a simple comparison. During the last election, the Prime Minister said, quote, "If I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned." But only a few weeks ago, when a young PCLI vet in Edmonton asked the Prime Minister why the government is fighting veterans in court, the Prime Minister said, "Veterans are asking for more than we are able to give right now." Is it any wonder that veterans are marching today in Ottawa and in Vegreville and in Bonnyville in Lakeland? Like many Canadians, veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces were and are members of my family, and I'm blessed to have gotten to know many veterans throughout my life. Canadian veterans are not always in uniform, but for those who still wear a uniform and those who do not, they are and were Canada's best. And Canadian veterans deserve the best from their country and eternal gratitude from all Canadians. They deserve the highest level of care and dignity from their government and from the departments mandated to serve them. I know Lakeland constituents, like all Canadians, believe passionately that veterans deserve dignity and respect. William McGregor, now in his 90s, served on the European front in World War II. William is from Bonnyville. He served Canada by helping to liberate France from the Nazis. William's distinguished service as a medic earned him the highest National Order of France as a Knight in the Legion of Honor. Although William and one of his brothers survived storming the beaches of Normandy, his other brother did not and is now buried in France. William did not enlist as an 18-year-old in order to ask his country to give him anything in return. William still does not ask anything of his country. And the veterans who have been forced to ask a court to give them the help they need are not asking more than Canadians are willing to give. The Prime Minister's rebuke to veterans is shameful, and it simply doesn't at all reflect the concern and compassion and respect of Canadians toward veterans. It's especially disappointing given the Prime Minister's own lofty promises and sadly what were clearly empty words during the campaign. What I hope we can all agree on is that we shouldn't insult Canada's veterans when they are simply asking the Prime Minister to account for the difference between what he says and what he does. Canadian soldiers owe us nothing. They've served us well. They and their families have a sacred bond with Canada, which is responsible to them in turn. Our job is not only to see those with whom Canada has made a sacred covenant be generally or usually treated with respect and dignity, but to do what we can to ensure that ethos informs every interaction between veterans and the government on Canadians' behalf. But yesterday, the Prime Minister and every Liberal member defeated a private member's bill that would have required the government to ensure that veterans and their families are treated with dignity, respect, and fairness, with consideration for their unique experiences and sacrifices, and that any decisions regarding their care or treatment be made in a timely manner. This is a covenant that is in place in the US, UK, and other countries. I'd remind my colleagues that the House of Commons even unanimously supported a motion in 2015 which recognized the standalone covenant of moral, social, legal, and fiduciary obligation between the Canadian people and the Government of Canada to provide the care and financial compensation needed by members of the armed forces who have been injured, disabled, or have died as a result of their military service. But the Liberals defeated it. The Prime Minister should, at the very least, always treat veterans and their families with dignity, respect, and fairness if they aren't going to support putting those actions into law. This motion doesn't require anything unreasonable or burdensome for the Prime Minister. It's a simple request and should be an easy decision. Now, I want to be fair. Every member in this House has and will from time to time make a mistake when speaking. There, but for the grace of God go I. But when we make a mistake, as the Prime Minister has clearly done, he should own up to it and he should apologize. My constituents, who are veterans, deserve this apology. Veterans like Fred Roddick. Fred is from the border region between Lakeland and Battle River Crowfoot. Fred flew Catalinas for the Australian Air Force and fought Nazi U-boats off the southern tip of Africa. In one engagement 6 hours from the nearest land, he destroyed a U-boat and his plane took damage. With great determination and bravery, he piloted his damaged plane all the way back to land, a 6-hour flight, carefully landed it using only half of the landing gear and returned his crew back to their base safely. And then there's the story of Cliff Espetveet, a farmer from Marwayne. He and his brothers signed up to serve because they saw what Hitler was doing in Europe and they had to do something about it. The brothers were initially stationed in England and were supposed to have gone to Dieppe as reinforcements, but they ended up in a Sicily campaign. Cliff tells how his brother was shot twice, once by a sniper, surviving, but with scars and a hand that no longer worked. When the war ended, Cliff's unit was in Holland. The happiness and celebration eventually finished, and Cliff and his brothers returned to Marwayne. Life eventually went back to normal, but Cliff still keeps his memories, and his brother still keeps his wounds. There are countless other veterans from across Canada and in Lakeland with stories just like Fred, William, and Cliff. John Carwendy from Vegreville, Jack Layton from Kit Scotty. Their amazing stories only marginally reveal the nature of what Canada's soldiers experience in combat. These men and women undergo terribly demanding training and evaluation, preparing themselves mentally and physically for combat to put themselves at risk and fight to prevent the loss of their own life and the lives of their comrades. That's before a soldier, pilot, or sailor even arrives in a combat zone. To face daily the possibility that you may take a life or lose your own would undoubtedly leave a permanent mark on anyone. And then to witness and experience horrors only seen on a battlefield, to personally lose your limbs, your senses, or your ability to fall asleep, experiences only others who have gone through it too can truly understand. Canada asks this of members of the armed forces, and Canada does need people to serve. Canada asks them to suffer abroad so that we may not suffer at home, so that we can live freely and safely. And veterans serve without asking to know the details or to know how everything will turn out. They don't even know to which combat zone they might be deployed. They simply sign up to serve. So there is no legitimate reason any member should oppose this motion. The Prime Minister said he wouldn't force veterans to the courts to get the help they need. And then, when veterans were forced to the courts and asked him about it, he said they were asking for too much, saying that they were trying to take something that wasn't theirs. He must apologize. I would like to offer my sincere thanks and gratitude to the member for Brantford-Brant and the member for Yorkton-Melville and the members for Durham and Barrie-Innisfil for their dedication to Canada's veterans. I will support this motion, and I encourage all members of this House to join me in that effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. This is a debate about empathy, but it's fake empathy that's coming from the other side. It's as fake as the allegation of fake news. And while we're talking about fake news, the party opposite, the NDP, yesterday raised an issue about Toronto Star employees being laid off. That's a workplace in my riding, and I watched as the Conservatives laughed and clapped and made fun of the fact that 52 families in my riding lost jobs yesterday, and they found that funny. And let me remind the people opposite that when it comes to fake empathy, when they laugh, they're the first party to stand up for resource workers, and we stand with them on that regard. But print journalists use paper. Paper comes from pulp mills, and pulp mills rely on forestry workers. And when they laugh at 52 families in my riding losing jobs, they're laughing at journalists and they're laughing at resource workers. And so when it comes to fake empathy, it's no different on the veterans file. The sheer hypocrisy, the sheer arrogance of the party opposite.
We have a point of order. The honourable member.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 11 clearly mandates that members be relevant on debate and on questions and commentary.
As I've said before in the House, I've heard both questions and answers and discourses go on and seem irrelevant, but the honourable members usually bring it around and bring it to the question at hand. I'll leave it with the honourable member for Spadina Fort York to come up with a question. He's almost out of time, so I'll let him ask the question.
I was talking about the fake empathy that the party opposite is capable of generating, the sheer hypocrisy, the sheer arrogance, the sheer capacity to lack all compassion for Canadians was evident in the fact they fired Julian Fantino as a Veterans Affairs Minister because he did not stand up for veterans. They may have fired him. This party got rid of him from the House of Commons. And this party will remember the laughter they had for Toronto workers laid off, just as we're going to remember the contempt they had, and veterans remember the contempt they had for the plight of veterans in this country.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I'm sorry to have triggered such anger and fury in my colleague with my words about veterans in my constituency today, speaking on behalf of Canadians who respect and believe that veterans deserve dignity. Thou doth protest too much comes to mind, but why don't we actually focus on the subject of this motion and actually listen to what veterans are saying about the Liberals and about them and about the gap between the words they say and what they do. They say this. Of Equitas Society. The position taken by the government was astonishing. For them to stand up and say we don't have any special obligation to veterans was completely contrary to everything they'd been saying in Parliament and on the election campaign. That's what a veteran says about the Liberals. The Royal Canadian Legion says, quote, these sorts of words are extremely insensitive. That's what veterans say about the Liberals. Another one says, quote, the reality is veterans aren't seeing that money. That's what a veterans advocate says about the Liberals. So I really do hope that the member will focus on the motion today and acknowledge that veterans deserve the dignity and the respect that we are calling for. It's high time. They've been in government for 3 years. They made promises they either never intended to keep or they didn't cost out, and they should be accountable for that, and that's the focus of the motion today.
There will be 1 minute and 30 seconds, perhaps time for one short question and answer remaining, and questions and comments after the honourable member for Lakeland's speech when the House next resumes on this topic. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, it gives me great pleasure to recognize our community's contribution to Canada's efforts in the 2018 Winter Olympics. Competing in her third Olympic Games, Kelsey Serwa of Kelowna is leading the charge for women's ski cross. Kelsey won silver at the Sochi Olympics in 2014, and placed 5th at the Vancouver Olympics in 2010. Tess Critchlow will compete tonight in women's snowboard cross. Julia Ransom of Kelowna competed in the women's biathlon. Ian Deans of Lake Country has been named an alternate for Team Canada's men's ski cross. And Bob Ursel will coach the South Korean national men's curling team. Mr. Speaker, currently Canada's team is doing very well overall, with 13 medals, ranking 3rd amongst all countries. We are immensely proud of our team. Go Canada, go!
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'd like to recognize Northern BC's own Denny Morrison. Denny is no stranger to Canadians and to this place, as he's had 3 previous appearances in 3 previous Olympics. But, Mr. Speaker, he just didn't appear and compete in the previous Olympics. He also medaled with a bronze in Sochi, a silver in Sochi, a silver in Turin, and a gold in Vancouver. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't his greatest achievement, in my opinion. Simply making it to Pyeongchang 2018, I believe, is his highest achievement. After suffering near-fatal injuries after a motorcycle accident a number of years ago. I just would like to list the injuries just to highlight how great of a comeback this was. Broken left fibula, broken right femur, punctured lung, tore the ACL in his knee, ruptured liver, lacerated kidneys, bruised heart, fractured ulna, broken kneecap, fractured a small bone in his spine, damaged intestines, separated shoulder, sliced a forearm open with 77 stitches to repair it, cut across his quad, concussion, and a damaged jaw. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't bad enough, he had a stroke a year later while training in Utah. As Denny stated, I had broken bones, but my spirit remained unbroken. To Denny, our hero.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 53 years ago today, the Canadian flag was raised for the very first time here on Parliament Hill. Nowadays, our flag is the most cherished symbol of our Canadian identity. That's why on February 15th each year, we celebrate Flag Day.
In my riding of Charlottetown, which was recently recognized by law as the birthplace of Confederation, there's immense pride in our flag. This pride can be seen when driving through the streets of our beautiful city and seeing our maple leaf proudly flying from people's porches. As our best and most talented athletes are currently wearing their red and white uniforms in Pyeongchang, this is the perfect time to be celebrating the flag that they so proudly wear. Merci et juste.
Thank you, and happy Flag Day to everyone in Charlottetown and all across the country.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes life just isn't fair. On February 3rd, 2018, a tractor-trailer lost control on Highway 3 in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, and ran head-on into a truck, resulting in the deaths of Clayton Murrell and Joan McKinnon. This tragedy has left their families, friends, co-workers, and the people of Cranbrook with a deep sense of loss. Memorials in front of the fire hall and community pool are testaments to how much they were loved. Clay was a fire department captain and was well known for his kindness, his constant teasing, and for always asking what is the right thing to do. Joan was aquatic supervisor with the Leisure Services Department, training hundreds of lifeguards. Her dedication recognized with the Life Saving Society's 2000 Outstanding Achievement Award. Her staff speak of Joan's caring, grace, and her mantra, let it go. With Joan and Clay's passing, heaven received 2 beautiful souls. We wish them much love, everlasting peace, and an endless trail ride. Mr. Speaker, sometimes life just isn't fair.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the grand reopening of the Active Adult Centre of Mississauga and my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville. The centre aims to enrich the lives of Mississauga seniors by keeping them active, independent, and involved in the community. It offers a colorful range of over 80 weekly social, recreational, health, and multicultural programs, yoga, line dancing, cooking classes, senior seminars on health. The Active Adult Centre was established in 1992, thanks to a group of concerned citizens who wanted to help maintain a high quality of life in the aging community. Since its inception, it has become a central hub for the community and currently has over 1,700 members. As a charitable organization providing affordable and accessible programs, it goes out of its way to meet the diverse social, and educational needs of its members. Speaker, I'm a proud member of the Centre, as it's open to those who are 50-plus young. And Speaker, I wish them another 25 years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Pyeongchang 2018 Winter Olympics. It seems that every opportunity that we get, we're watching our Canadian athletes compete in the Olympics and are continually impressed with their incredible talent and perseverance. The number of bronze, silver, and gold medals keep going up each and every day. The first gold was won by the figure skating team in which Canada's opening ceremony flag bearers, Scott Moyer and Tessa Vircher, led. Mr. Speaker, on Family Day in Scott and Tessa's skating hometown of Ilderton, the community centre will be packed as we cheer on Tessa and Scott in the ice dance event, and watch this dynamic ice dance team pursue yet another gold medal. Thank you to all of our athletes as you represent this incredible country of Canada. We wish all of you every success.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday was a golden day for Canada. Right. Thousands of people in Newmarket Aurora cheered on Team Canada's figure skaters as they danced their way to gold in the team event. When all was said and done, Newmarket's very own Gabrielle Daleman stood atop the podium alongside her golden teammates. Gabby is a two-time Canadian champion and can now add Olympic gold medalist to her name, all by the age of 20. Gabby's performance was absolutely spectacular. The twists, the turns, the spins, and the impressive triple-toe jumps. Her performance made us all #hometown proud. Gabby will next take to the ice on February 20th when the ladies single skating competition gets underway. Gabby, you can be sure that all of Newmarket Aurora will be cheering you on as we watch live from Riverwalk Commons at 8 p.m. Congratulations, Gabby, and good luck. You make
Gabby.
all of us proud. Go, Gabby, go! Go!
I did one of those spins playing hockey once, but that was by accident. The honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the third Monday of February, celebrated in some other provinces as Family Days, Manitobans choose to commemorate a hero. Within his lifetime, his actions led to the foundation of our great province. The first Louis Riel Day was celebrated on February 18, 2008. This decision was made in the face of decades of racism and marginalization of the Métis people. This was a decision to work towards reconciliation. Today, Louis Riel is recognized as Manitoba's founding father, but his legacy reaches far beyond the borders of our province. His story is the story of a true leader, brave, resilient, unwavering in the face of racism and injustice. On this day, we invite you all to consider the unsung heroes of your communities and join us in celebrating the 10th Louis Riel Day.
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government changed the rules around which employers can qualify for funding for the students through the Canada Summer Jobs Program by requiring applicants to sign on to the Liberals' value test. I have spoken extensively to groups in Saskatoon Grasswood. Let me just share one of the many comments from my office. Pastor Eldon Bolt wrote, and I quote, "The concern is the intent to stop funding groups that oppose matters of conscience. This is a slippery slope for the government to blatantly deny funding to groups who hold opposing values. What happened to diversity and tolerance? The right to freedom of belief and opinion is guaranteed by Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, I join my constituents in the call for the government to immediately remove the shameful attestation from the Canada's
The honourable member for Barossa.
Mr. Speaker, I had the very great pleasure of taking part on February 2nd in the kickoff of Black History Month in Montreal North. At an event organized by Un Itinéraire pour tous, a dozen people of African descent were recognized for their contributions to the community. Allow me to proudly introduce them to the House of Commons. Isabelle Alexandre, Micheline Gantave, Sheila Fortuné, Rosé-André Hubert, Gerline Rigaud, Roger Petitfrère, Guillaume André, Wilson Lamar, Don Harvey Fils-Aimé, Wilman Edouard, and Pierre-Richard Simon. The award recipients richly deserved their awards for their accomplishments. They recognize, they advocate community building, integration of immigrants, and completion of studies. Congratulations to the organizers of the event, and I'd like to thank them for this wonderful model.
Saint-Vital.
Monsieur le Président. No, member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, from February 16th to 25th, it's time to celebrate and sing out in St. Boniface. For months, Toucan Boots, the mascot of the Festival du Voyageur, and his team have been hard at work getting ready for this huge gathering right in the heart of Winnipeg.
Whereas the more than 150 artists and musicians will have your body swaying, it is the traditional French-Canadian food that will make your taste buds sing. There is no other festival like Western Canada's largest winter festival. So
put on your traditional sash, get out your maple taffy stick and your glass of caribou, and come out and celebrate the history and spirit of the Voyageurs with us.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Imagine if someone told you the harder you work, the poorer you will become. That is exactly what governments tell people with disabilities. When they get a job, they suddenly lose benefits and immediately start paying taxes, sometimes losing more than they gain. All parties and levels of governments are to blame. The Opportunity for Workers with Disabilities Act seeks to solve the problem by requiring Finance Canada calculate how much workers lose for every $1,000 they earn. If they lose more than they gain, the Finance Minister would be required to propose changes to federal taxes and benefits to fix it. Provinces would be required to meet the same standard as a condition of receiving $13 billion of social transfers. While the bill would not micromanage provincial programs, it would instill one simple principle: that people with disabilities must always be allowed to earn more in wages than they lose in taxes and clawbacks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians are heartbroken for our American friends and neighbours. On behalf of all Canadians, I offer our deepest sympathy to the parents, families, and friends of the 17 victims who were killed yesterday at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. We wish a full recovery to all those who were injured. Canadians were truly devastated to hear of this horrendous act. To our American friends and partners, know that all Canadians have you in our hearts today as we grieve the death of these innocent victims. We stand united during this tragic and difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, when I think of the future of our nation and the immense task of reconciliation, I am not only hopeful, I know better days are coming. Why? Because I've seen the future, and it is young people on Have a Heart Day. Indigenous and non-Indigenous youth across this nation are marching and organizing for the rights of Indigenous children. And being with the young people on the Hill today brought me back to that moment in 2008 when 13-year-old Shannon Kustashian, who had never seen a real school, made history when she called out the government and said, children were no longer going to live in third world conditions and hopelessness. And Shannon never lived to see that beautiful school that bears her name, but the young people have taken up her fight. And their message to government is the same urgency. Children have only one childhood, and once it's gone, it can never be restored. It is up to us as parents, adults, and politicians to make Shannon's dream and the dream of every Indigenous child in this country a reality. Let's make it happen.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, yesterday morning, Some kids probably woke up more excited than others about going to school to learn, see their friends, and grow up. No one could imagine the kind of tragedy in store for them yesterday. By the end of the day, sadly, 17 people had been killed and 14 others were injured after a high school shooting in Florida. This was a heinous act that leaves families, friends, and the entire community reeling. As a former teacher, principal, and father, this tragedy strikes a chord with me. This type of tragedy should never happen, especially in a school setting where kids play, study, make friends, and grow up. They should all feel safe at school. Our thoughts are with the families and friends of the victims and the wounded, lest we forget the 17 individuals who will never come home from school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, last December I had the privilege of joining our Prime Minister on Canada's official delegation to China. During this trip, we promoted trade and strengthened our bilateral ties, highlighting 2018 as the official Canada-China Year of Tourism.
This year, more Chinese tourists than ever will experience our beautiful Rockies, breathtaking north, and world-class cities, and our stunning East Coast. Tourism helps drive Canada's economy, supporting over 1.8 million jobs and 200,000 small businesses across the country. There is no better time than now for visitors to experience Canadian hospitality and multiculturalism as we mark the upcoming Year of the Dog. The dog is an animal known for its friendship, loyalty, and kindness. Traits that make Canada the successful and welcoming nation it is today. This Lunar New Year, I wish all Canadians and visitors to Canada a joyous and jubilant year ahead. 新年快乐，恭喜发财。
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Has disrespected and has not been honest with our veterans. During the campaign, he said that Liberals will honour our sacred obligation to veterans and their families. Well, he has done anything but honour them. He has instead insulted them by saying that they are asking for more than he can give. Our veterans have given so much, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister always seems to have something for everyone else. Why won't the Prime Minister hear our veterans' legitimate concerns?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, not only have we heard the legitimate concerns of veterans, we've also acted. Canadians know that our government is committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. Our Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans deserve to know that they will be supported if they become ill or injured. Veterans were disillusioned, Mr. Speaker, by 10 years of neglect under the previous Conservative government. Our government has invested over $10 billion to increase compensation for pain and suffering, to provide a pension for life, something we committed to Canadians, and will continue to support the brave men and women who served Canada and are now our veterans.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, that minister can rant and rave and pat himself on the back all he wants, but he can tell that to veterans who are on the Hill today. Maybe at the same time he can tell them why he and his colleagues voted against a bill yesterday that would restore respect, dignity, and fairness to our veterans. Maybe he can explain which of these three things he feels our veterans don't deserve. Maybe it's respect he thinks they don't deserve. Is it dignity he thinks they don't deserve? Is it fairness? Is that what he thinks they don't deserve? What of those three things is too much to ask of this government?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that those three things are exactly what our veterans deserve, and that's exactly what our government has delivered and will continue to deliver. And Mr. Speaker, it's a bit ironic to hear a member who served in the previous Conservative government talking about respecting veterans. We'll take no lessons from a party that cut staff, closed offices, underfunded veterans programs. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reopening those offices. We committed to supporting Canada's veterans, to give them a pension for life option. That's what we've done, and we won't stop continuing to support our veterans.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Nice words, Mr. Speaker, but what's ironic, when it was time to act yesterday, they should have voted for the motion that we put forward. August 24, 2015, during the election campaign, this is what our Prime Minister said, that if he were to earn the right to serve this country as Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and the compensation they have earned. And we know what happened after. Why did the Prime Minister, once elected, break another promise and abandon our veterans and their families? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we have done exactly the opposite of what my honourable colleague alleges. We have made solemn commitments to our veterans during the election campaign, and not only have we kept those commitments, for example, the pension for life, we will continue to further support the brave men and women who have served Canada. We have no lesson to learn from the former Conservative government. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. During that time, yesterday, the whole bunch of Liberal MPs stayed seated when it was time to rise their support for veterans. And now here's the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. As Minister of Veterans Affairs, your overarching goal will be to ensure that our government lives up to our sacred obligation to veterans and their families. That's what... And how do we square that with the disrespectful comments of the Prime Minister to a veteran for Edmonton? Will he apologize to all veterans all over Canada? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister was very clear during the election campaign. My colleague from the Liberal Caucus, my colleague for Veterans Affairs, everybody was extremely clear that we keep the solemn commitment toward our veterans. We've delivered on the promise of a pension for life, a commitment that we made during the election campaign. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a little ironic, I'm sure you will agree with me, to hear a member from the Conservative Party to tell us about respecting veterans. Maybe they could talk to Julian Fantino and ask him what respect for veterans really looks like. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. The reality is just more rhetoric and another broken promise. To govern is to prioritize. But after 2.5 years, the Prime Minister has not grasped this notion. And he dares to say to a veteran in Edmonton that veterans are asking for too much money, when every day we find out about irresponsible expenditures and gifts to Liberal cronies. A temporary skating rink in front of the Parliament, over $1 million to renovate a minister's office, and billions of dollars in deficits every year. Will the Prime Minister apologize? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, can't criticize us for deficits and, on the other hand, ask us to invest more to veterans. Mr. Speaker, we have invested over $10 billion to support our veterans. We have made solemn commitments during the election campaign. We respect our veterans, unlike the party opposite when they were governing. We will continue to further support the brave men and women of our armed forces. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Veterans are calling on this government to listen to them. Our veterans put their lives on the line for this country, and the least we can do is to recognize their dedication, is to support them when they come back home. Yet successive governments, Conservative and Liberal, have been fighting veterans in court, and they are saying that they are asking for too much that we can give. What happened to the Prime Minister who promised to do right by our veterans and give them the support they deserve? Mr. Speaker, how can this Prime Minister and this government have this broken promise for our vets?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think we have been very clear in the election campaign, but more importantly, since we formed government over 2.5 years ago, that we respect the sacred obligation that Canada has towards our veterans. Not only did we commit, Mr. Speaker, for a pension for life, something that my colleague, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, has delivered for the brave men and women who've served in our Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reopening offices closed by the previous government. We committed to increasing support for mental health services, and we will never stop doing more to support the brave men and women who served our armed forces.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Then stop fighting them in court. While many other countries know how much money they are losing to tax evasion and avoidance, that's not the case here. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has to fight with the CRA and the Liberal government to get the documents it needs to perform this calculation. The Parliamentary Budget Officer had to threaten to take the agency to court before it deigned to act. This is unacceptable. Monday in the House, the Prime Minister said that there was an agreement concluded to finally provide these documents to the PBO. If this is the case, why does he not share the content of this agreement with the House? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will study the tax gap. Unlike our predecessors, we have chosen to adopt a fact-based approach, and we'll provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer with the information that was requested while making sure that the data is anonymized. The agency published 3 studies and held conferences on evaluating the tax gap. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. The Liberals say that they want to fight tax evasion, but agreements signed with Grenada and Antigua and Barbuda clearly say the opposite. Revenues from a business that is operated by a Canadian business be paid to the parent company in Canada as dividends that are exempt from Canadian tax. That can't be any clearer. It's in the agreement. How can the government and the minister defend such terrible agreements? The Honourable Minister for International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Tax cheats can no longer hide. We are working very closely with our international partners. This is a worldwide problem, and there is no simple solution. We have accepted the International Convention for Exchanging Information with our OECD partners.
Well, the reality is Liberals have signed the worst tax haven treaties ever, and they should not be proud of that at all. Now, hundreds of millions of dollars is pouring into the cannabis industry from some of the world's most notorious tax havens. Liberals say that's okay. The Guardian newspaper reports that Canada is known as the land of snow washing, where bad money goes to be laundered, all because of the strange inaction of this government. Why are they refusing to crack down on tax havens? Is it because there are so many Liberal insiders involved? Why are they so irresponsible?
The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion. That is why we invested nearly $1 billion over the last 2 budgets. The agency is now able to evaluate risk for multinational corporations, and every year it reviews transactions worth more than $10,000 in 4 jurisdictions.
August the 24th, 2015. The Prime Minister made this pledge to veterans. Quote, "If I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned." End of quote. That's when he was trying to get elected. Now that he's in power, he's fighting our veterans in court because they're asking for too much. But all they ever wanted was for him to keep his promise. Will the Prime Minister do the honourable thing and apologize for breaking his promise to veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. Our Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans deserve to know that they will be supported should they become ill or injured. Veterans were disillusioned by 10 years of neglect under the previous government, and that's why our government invested over $10 billion to increase compensation for pain and suffering, to increase income replacement for veterans on vocational or social rehabilitation, and for those veterans who cannot return to work. We've restored access to critical services, reopened 9 offices, and hired 460 staff. We're focused on their mental health and creating education opportunities. They deserve better than this.
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, is it possible to respect a person and mislead them at the same time? On April 20th, 2016, the Prime Minister said, I put forward a mandate letter for our Minister of Veterans Affairs that asked him to respect the sacred obligation we have as a country towards those who serve. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood in this House and voted against respecting this sacred obligation. He and every Liberal member of this House should be completely ashamed of themselves. Why should veterans believe any promise that this Prime Minister...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we're committing to the well-being of veterans and their families. We've delivered on a promise for a pension for life option, a plan designed to help veterans live a full, productive life post-service. The new pension for life option is monthly payment for life. It is to recognize pain and suffering, it is tax-free, and it provides replacement income of 90% of veterans' pre-release salary, indexed annually for life, those who need it. The Conservatives had 10 years to make changes that veterans were asking for. They did nothing but close offices, ignore veterans, and leave money on the table. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, December 9, 2014. The member for Papineau solemnly said, and I quote, "We have a sacred obligation to veterans." During this time, the member for Papineau claimed that as future Prime Minister, he would be the ultimate defender of veterans and of their rights. Why has he so disconcertingly renounced his own words and promises in 2015? Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise once again to talk about what we are doing for veterans and their families. Let me give you a few examples. An aviator with 5 years of service will get significantly more in compensation for pain and suffering over the course of her life. She will also have access to all the Veterans Affairs offices, including the 9 offices reopened under our government. The Pension for Life offers real support to veterans and their families. We have listened. This is what veterans have to say. The position of the government is stupefying. To say that it has, or rather that the Prime Minister has no sacred obligation towards veterans runs counter to what he said during the election campaign. The Prime Minister and veterans in 2015 made a solemn promise, hand on heart, that never, ever would veterans have to go to court to get their rights. Words in vain, nothing less. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to pay homage to the service and sacrifice of veterans and their families. We are working tirelessly for veterans and their families to give them the support and care they need, when they need it, and to encourage Canadians to remember those who have served. We continue to listen and to work with veterans, members of their families, and other stakeholders from coast to coast. In Budget 2016, our government invested more than $5.7 billion to reestablish access to essential services and to make sure that veterans had better compensation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Parliamentary Secretary cares. I know she has family members who serve. So I'd ask her to put down the talking notes, stop talking about hypothetical veterans, and make this pledge to this House. There are real veterans that this Prime Minister is forcing to go to the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker, because of his broken promises. Will the Parliamentary Secretary commit to this House to end the Equitas lawsuit?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and for his service to our country. I talk to veterans every day, Mr. Speaker. and I'm committed to those veterans. And those veterans call me all the time, and they're frustrated because why? That previous government brought them to court in 2012. We are committed to serving those who served us before, and I had the great pleasure of discussing that with them directly. Merci.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Durham will come to order. I know he wants to have this exchange, so we need to have quiet so we can hear both sides of these exchanges. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, it was actually that party that restarted the Equitas lawsuit. $10.5 million for Omar Khadr, billions to pet projects, billions outside of Canada, including $500 million to China to build infrastructure in that region. Right. It's amazing at how much light speed money flies out the Liberal door for other countries. But when our veterans ask for what they're promised, the PM says they're just asking for more than we can give them. Will the Prime Minister apologize to veterans for that comment?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have some numbers too. $10 billion that went to veterans. 10 offices reopened that were previously closed by that government. We have made commitments to the Canadian Armed Forces members, the veterans, and their families. We've delivered on them. In 2 short years, we've made great progress, but there's so much more to do. And as I've said earlier today in this House, I ask all parties to come together for our common cause, to support our brave men and women in uniform who wore that flag on their shoulders. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Today we learned that the TPP text is still not ready and the side letters won't be made public until the agreement is signed. The Liberals promise to be transparent on trade, but they continue to be silent on exactly how the TPP will affect our industries and our workers. And shockingly, we also learned that the Liberals' progressive trade agenda is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. This deal has no Indigenous chapter, no gender chapter, and no improvements to the labour chapters. For all their talk, what exactly do the Liberals think is progressive about the TPP?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the member for hard work on the committee. As this morning I informed the committee, I said, and she will recall, that in the TPP for the first time, we have an enforceable chapter for labour and the environment, Mr. Speaker. This is a great achievement for Canada, and this is something that this government realized because we improved on the text that were left by the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. And this agreement, as she well know, will open up a market of 495 million people, 14% of the world economy. We should all be proud, Mr. Speaker, that we're opening market that will provide prosperity for Canadians from coast to coast.
The honourable member for Jonquière. One of the most troubling aspects of Chapters 12 and 19 of the Trans-Pacific Partnership is the risk of seeing a new subcategory of vulnerable and exploitable foreign workers. They won't have access to citizenship or to permanent residency in Canada, and companies will be able to take advantage of them. Not a word from the Liberals on the way this will affect workers arriving in Canada and those who are already here. What are the Liberals doing to guarantee that businesses will not try to cut their costs by taking advantage of badly paid employees instead of hiring Canadian workers that are well trained? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a trade program that is ambitious, but not at the price of the environment and not at the price of workers. That is what we have done with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We have a chapter on the environment and the chapter on workers' rights, which will be enforceable. That is why I think the member should be glad that for once we stood up for Canada's workers, and we will continue to do so in all our trade agreements. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. No matter what the cost, the Liberal government wants to legalize marijuana for July 1st. And what is the rush? Police chiefs, psychiatrists, provinces are asking for more time, and the Prime Minister is just charging right ahead without listening to anyone. Anyone? Actually, there are millions involved from tax havens, from the Prime Minister's Liberal cronies. What's good for the Liberal Party is not necessarily good for Canadians. This doesn't smell right. When will they stop turning a blind eye to money coming from tax havens? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, our government is legalizing cannabis very strictly to make sure our youth don't have access. We are acting to make sure that profits stay out of the hands of criminals. The current approach does not work. It has allowed criminals to generate profits, and it has failed to keep cannabis out of the hands of our children. It's easier for kids to buy cannabis than cigarettes. That is why our government has taken important steps and tabled a bill to make sure that cannabis will be legalized and that it will be strictly regulated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. There's a hint of a Liberal scandal in the air, Mr. Speaker. While the Prime Minister tries to convince us that legalizing pot is intended to fight organized crime, the media have informed us that 40% of the amounts invested in Quebec companies that are producing marijuana is coming from tax havens. Therefore, it's impossible to know who is investing. But we know that many Liberal cronies have both hands in the cookie jar. Can the Prime Minister table in this House the lists of investors, or will we have to ask for a commission of inquiry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've been clear that any individual or organization that controls more than 25% of an organization involved with cannabis will have to be subject to a full security clearance. But let's be clear. The current regime is an absolute failure. Cannabis is the highest use among youth anywhere in the world, and 100% of the profits currently go to illicit organized crime. In the United States, we've seen that number go all the way down to 28% in states that have legalized it. We want zero.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, provinces, municipalities, police services and health authorities are all struggling with unanswered questions to meet the Prime Minister's deadline for the legalization of marijuana. Meanwhile, Quebec media reports say hundreds of millions of dollars are flowing anonymously into Canadian marijuana companies from tax havens, companies collected to Liberal insiders. What steps is this Prime Minister taking to ensure that legal marijuana trade doesn't start off being financed by dirty money laundered by Liberal insiders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I was very clear, and I'll reiterate. Any individual or organization that has more than 25% interest will be subject to background checks, and that doesn't matter if it's Julian Fantino or any other individual. And secondly, the reality is that organized crime today controls 100% of the profits. That's $7 billion. It's a situation that is utterly unacceptable. We have one of the worst records in the world. The previous tactics didn't work. We want to see 0% in the hands of organized crime.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister patted himself on the back for the money he claimed was going toward fighting offshore tax evasion. We know that most of the $24.5 billion that the CRA says that it plans to find will mostly be domestic and will probably actually never be collected. Meanwhile, millions of dollars of mystery money are pouring into Liberal-connected marijuana companies. Is this what taking organized crime out of marijuana looks like?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what taking money out of organized crime doesn't look like. The last 10 years of Conservative government, where $20 million a day went into the hands of organized crime, where $7 billion a year funded gangs and funded violent activity in our country. It is utterly unacceptable, and that's why Canadians voted for a new approach. We are utterly committed to following the example that we've seen in other jurisdictions where legalization has radically shrunk the amount of money going to organized crime. No numbers low enough for us, Mr. Speaker. We want zero.
Order. I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Hope and others know the standing order that provides we're not to interrupt when someone else has the floor, and we are to wait until we have the floor before we speak around here.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals love to claim that, that Canada is a world leader on LGBTQ rights. but we haven't seen this government do anything about the rapid deterioration of the rights of these communities in Indonesia. The Indonesian Parliament is about to criminalize LGBTQ communities with sentences of up to 12 years in prison. Has the government approached the government of Indonesia to convince it to not accept this major setback with respect to LGBTQ rights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is an ardent defender of the rights of the LGBTQ2 community. And this is why we have appointed a special advisor, a colleague from the LGBTQ2 community, to help bring in Syrians. This is one way we've helped this community. We've also helped to fight against people who betray the rights of this community.
At the same time, when my partner and I lived in Indonesia, it was a nation that prided itself on secularism, pluralism, and tolerance. A year ago, my partner and I wrote a personal letter to the President of Indonesia expressing concern about the emerging campaigns of hatred and violence directed at the LGBTQ community. This week, Indonesia is debating a law that would criminalize our community. This will place our family, friends, and more than 20 million Indonesians at risk of discrimination and violence. Will the Prime Minister join me in expressing concern directly to Indonesia's President about this attack on LGBTQ rights and safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the promotion and protection of the human rights of all people is essential to our international engagement, and we will always condemn persecution of LGBTQ2 communities and individuals wherever they take place around the world. We've been a tireless advocate for the LGBTQ2 community. We've introduced legislation to protect the rights of LGBTQ2 people in Canada. We've prioritized LGBTQ2 refugees. We've added a Gender X designation on the Canadian passport. We've repeatedly deplored their persecution around the world. Our record speaks for itself when it comes to LGBTQ2 communities.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians' confidence in our electoral system is vital for our democracy. They know that one of the best ways to build and maintain that confidence is with openness and transparency. 5 years ago, our party led the way by being the first to disclose our members' expenses online. All other parties have followed our example. We are once again leading the way forward with stronger standards in political fundraising. Can the Minister of Democratic Institutions please update this House on the efforts she's already made to make political fundraising more open than ever before?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from St. Catharines for his questions. I am so pleased that the House passed Bill C-50 at third reading this week. Legislation that represents the next step in the strengthening of our political fundraising rules, making fundraising events involving ministers and party leaders more open and transparent than ever before. I was disappointed, however, that the official opposition voted against openness and transparency in fundraising. However, I look forward to the next step and the progress of making sure that Canadians have more information than ever before when it comes to political fundraising events here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm getting the impression the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil didn't hear what I was saying about not interrupting. I know he knows the rules, and I'm sure he'll want to not do that in future. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Prime Minister warned about, quote, the chances of getting that pipeline built. Also this week, the Prime Minister said he's, quote, making sure we come to the right place, that's in the national interest. But I thought the Liberals approved the Trans Mountain expansion in 2016 because it is in the national interest. Maybe the Minister can tell us, why is the Prime Minister now wavering on whether the pipeline is in the national interest right now and on whether it's going to get built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is the same on Thursday as it was on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week and all last week. And the Prime Minister has been unwavering of his support of the pipeline. Why is it in the national interest? Because it creates jobs, it expands our export markets, and at the same time we invested an unprecedented $1.5 billion in an ocean protection plan that's world-class, at the same time co-developed with Indigenous people the way in which we can make sure that this is done in a safe way. Why can't the honourable member take yes for an answer?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
But all these answers aren't actually getting the pipeline built. They should take action, and we asked for a plan. The Prime Minister says he's going to, quote, stand up for the federal government's role and responsibility. But on Wednesday, he and every one of them voted against telling Canadians exactly what he's actually going to do, Is the Prime Minister trying to buy himself some time, or does he simply lack the resolve to get it done?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, members of the government have said in Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Regina, St. John's, Newfoundland, Montreal, Toronto, Mississauga, that we believe that this pipeline is good for Canada, and it's not only a good project for Alberta and British Columbia, it's good for all of Canada, it's good for the energy sector, it's good to expand our export markets, it's good for reconciliation with Indigenous people. It's a good project. I'm glad the member agrees.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's failure to bring provinces together is sabotaging the Trans Mountain expansion. This Prime Minister declares support but does nothing. It's no wonder oil and gas companies are packing up and heading south. This project is in Canada's vital national interest. It will create jobs and opportunity across the country. Every day of inaction creates the climate of uncertainty. When will this Prime Minister give us a plan to get this pipeline built and finally show some leadership?
Honourable Minister.
Speaking of plans, Mr. Speaker, in October in Winnipeg, there was a conference called Generation Energy. 650 people came from every corner of Canada and from all around the world, from Norway, the United States, from Germany, Indigenous leaders, oil and gas leaders, those involved in renewable energy, academics, members of the New Democratic Party. The only people who didn't show up for a generational energy conference were any member of the official opposition. What is their interest in the future of Canada's energy sector?
Honourable member for Calgary, Mindapur.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, 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 order. The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore has the floor
The
and
Prime
wishes to
Minister's
ask a question. And I'm going to ask her to start now.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's inaction is threatening to kill the Trans Mountain Pipeline project. He's done nothing to de-escalate an all-out trade war between provinces and is risking our national unity. The Liberals clearly have no plan, except for crossing their fingers and wishing for the best. When will the Prime Minister put his foot down and stand up for the tens of thousands of jobs that this project would create?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, at the Generation Energy Conference in Winnipeg, at which 650 Canadians were present, we talked about the future of energy in Canada. We talked about a transition to a low-carbon economy. We had talked about the importance of traditional sources. We talked about the oil and gas sector. We talked about job creation, Canada's responsibility in the world. This was one of the most important conversations that we have had in Canada about our energy future. It's too bad that members of the opposition didn't show up.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader will come to order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canada's immigration law discriminates against people with disabilities. Even the Minister of Immigration admits that this law does not align with Canada's values on the inclusion of persons with disabilities. The Minister has been studying this issue since 2016. Committee members from all political parties agree that this law needs to be repealed. Still, there is no action. An impacted family member said, and I quote, "I always thought Canada did not discriminate against people because they are different. Will the minister adopt my private member's bill as a government bill and end this injustice?"
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank the Honourable Member for her question and for her work on this really important issue. As the member opposite knows, we're conducting a fundamental review over the policy to make sure that this policy continues to fit into our government's accessibility agenda. I have said it on the record and I'll repeat it again. The 40-year-old policy is out of step with our overall government's accessibility agenda, but we have to continue consulting with provinces and territories to make sure that we get it right. Part of the reason we were waiting is to also hear from the Immigration and Citizenship and Immigration Committee, of which the honourable member is a member as well.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House, the Prime Minister spoke about his government recognizing and respecting Aboriginal rights. Yet his government has spent over $19 million of Canadian taxpayers' money in litigation, fighting against the recognition and implementation of the rights of 5 Nuu-chah-nulth nations on the west coast of Vancouver Island to catch and sell fish. The Liberals must put words into action. They must do as they said yesterday and truly recognize and respect Indigenous rights. Simple question: when will this government stop seeking to redefine and diminish the rights of these 5 First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister reaffirmed our commitment to reconciliation and a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples as we look to create a recognition and implementation of rights framework. Mr. Speaker, the work has already begun. This morning, I was pleased to extend an offer to the 5 nations to facilitate the transfer of licenses and quotas for ground fish, salmon and shellfish. This is a concrete action taken in the spirit of reconciliation, and I look forward to doing more with Indigenous peoples on the West Coast and right across the country to advance this important issue.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister published a report on the state of public finances. Do you know what the findings are? We'll get back to budget balance in, wait for it, 2045. Mr. Speaker, these people had promised a balanced budget in 2019. They were only off the mark by a mere 26 years. Will the Minister tell us when we will get back to budget balance? 2045? Or perhaps they don't know. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question, which gives me the opportunity to remind Canadians that we promised to invest in infrastructure, in programs that are bringing children out of poverty. We have done all kinds of things, more than that was done during the Conservatives. We've helped with growth. We have no lessons to learn from that side of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister inherited great fortune. A balanced budget from the previous government, oil prices which have doubled, a booming world economy, a ferociously hungry American economy buying up goods, and yet they're blowing it. The deficit is twice what they promised, and the budget will not be balanced until a quarter century after they said it would. Will next year's budget deficit stay under $6 billion, as the Prime Minister promised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to hear the members say that to Christine Lagarde, the President of the Fonds Monetaire International, who said that Canada's approach with regard to its economy under this government should go viral, because when interest rates are low, when the economy was sluggish like the one we inherited from them, it's good to make smart investments, to invest in infrastructure, invest in the future, invest in innovation, invest in our communities, which is what we've done, and the results speak for themselves. It's close to 600,000 jobs that have been created in the last 2 years. We've got no lessons to hear from them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it is no surprise that big international bankers would be delighted with the economic policy of this government. This big borrowing government is the delight to any wealthy bondholder that wants to make money off of the interest payments that taxpayers will be forced to give them. So it is no surprise that Christine Lagarde and others like her would be supportive of this policy. We stand on the side of the working class taxpayer that has to pay the bills in this country. When will this government do the same?
Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder who was the working class Canadian they were thinking about when they doubled the TFSA limit, which would have benefited to the wealthiest.
Always nice to see the House in a good mood on Thursdays. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
I wonder, Mr. Speaker, how many of their constituents have $11,000 at the end of the year to put in their TFSA limit. They cheer for that, just like they cheered sending checks to families of millionaires. We decided to take a different approach to help those who need it the most with the Canada Child Benefit, with GS for seniors, Mr. Speaker, where we're helping 900,000 seniors with close to $1,000 more per year. That's the steps we've taken to make this economy work for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, countries are banking increasingly on their unique advantages and their specialties to promote economic development. We have several sectors that are rich in talent and which would allow our country to be well positioned to be a leader in globalization. We have to take advantage of these opportunities, which the government is doing. What is the government doing to take advantage of these opportunities? The Parliamentary Secretary, we have engaged to increase up to $950 million to support the Innova system. We're also putting money into superclusters. There are 5, which include small businesses, post-secondary schools, and other participating partners, including innovating industries. More than 50,000 new jobs for the middle class.
Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of the recent earthquake in Taiwan, among them 2 Canadians. On behalf of the official opposition, our deepest sympathies are with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. At a time when nations should be coming together, the government on the mainland pushes ahead with its anti-Taiwan actions without even a respectful pause. So, Mr. Speaker, can the government update this House on how Canada is helping Taiwan in its time of need and explain why they have yet to join most other nations expressing public acknowledgement and solidarity with those killed in this tragedy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Certainly we extend our deepest sympathies, as members of our government have in the House, to the people of Taiwan. At the same time, we are moving forward with an ambitious agenda to build a stronger relationship with China. We always focus on the promotion and protection of human rights when we meet with our Chinese counterparts, and we ensure that we work with them to expand the relationship as members of this government have done at every level when they meet with their counterparts in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's been 4 weeks that the Prime Minister has been promising 4 icebreakers for the Quebec City area. 4 from Davie Shipyard. It's been 4 weeks that workers have been waiting for an answer. They're waiting to see if they'd be able to recover their jobs. It's been 4 weeks that the government hasn't really moved. Promises are good, but a signed contract is way better. When will the government finally get real and sign a contract with Davie Shipyard and get these jobs back? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Davie Shipyards is a major shipyard, and we recognize the expertise of the workers at Davie. We're having a very positive relationship with Davie, and we're in discussions with the company to respond to needs of the Coast Guard and also to our needs for icebreakers. And we will be making decisions with Davie Shipyard.
Mr. Speaker, we know that far too many Indigenous children in this country face immense challenges in comparison to non-Indigenous children, especially when it comes to health, sports, and services. We can and must close this unacceptable gap that exist. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services please update this House on how Jordan's principle is being fully implemented to address these issues?
Great question. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Brampton South for this important question. We're absolutely committed to ensuring that no First Nations child goes without the care that they need. And since November of 2015, we've been able to approve 33,000 new requests for children under Jordan's principle, with over a 99% approval rate. Last week, I was really pleased to be able to announce that we now have a new 24/7 call center, a Jordan's Principle call center, to make sure that families can easily access quality care and make sure no child goes without the care they need.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Minister of Public Services and Procurement on her Taxpayers Federation Teddy nomination for government waste for the Liberal Phoenix fiasco. 2 years in and already almost $500 million over budget. Now, despite this never-ending drain on the taxpayers, it's come to light that 100% of seagoing fisheries and Coast Guard employees are being impacted. Now, when is this minister going to stop repeating empty platitudes, do her job, and fix the Liberal Phoenix fiasco?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm happy to share that award with the previous government. It was them, of course, that treated this Phoenix pay system as a cost-cutting measure instead of the massive enterprise-wide initiative that this was. Mr. Speaker, we are doing step-by-step the things that the previous government should have done, including being completely committed, no matter what the cost, to paying our public servants what they deserve. Thank you.
Allah.
Order. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The National Assembly, municipalities, psychiatrists all agree that pot legalization is going forward too quickly, but Ottawa doesn't seem to care and is pressuring the Senate to move even faster. The only thing that counts for Liberals is the money that their friends are going to make with pot. And if that money comes from tax havens, no problem. When will the Liberals work in the public interest and not in the interest of their friends? The Honourable Health Minister. Mr. Speaker, our current approach is not working. It has allowed criminals to make money and get rich and make money off our children. The Cannabis Act will come into effect in summer 2018. We will have a strict framework for distribution, sale, and possession of cannabis in Canada. We are always available to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Let's also talk about tax havens. Well, our print media are calling for help from the federal government. What are the Liberals doing? They're spending more than half their advertising budget on Google and Facebook, who don't pay tax. Not only is the government hurting quality journalism by not supporting our print media, but they're giving money to multinationals that have set up where? In tax havens. It's a scandal. What is Ottawa waiting for to stop rewarding tax avoidance? Is it waiting for all our newspapers to close down? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the print media are very important for our government and for our democracy. This is why we have reinvested in CBC and Radio-Canada. And now they're able to bring coverage to places like the Magdalen Islands, in Kelowna, Kitchener-Waterloo, and other places. We are also renewing the periodical fund to make sure that print media can make the move towards digital, and we will continue.
Thursday question.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai une question pour les gouvernements.
I have a question for the government. I hope that I will have a better answer than was given. We will see. Can the government House leader tell us what the government plans for the rest of the week and for the week after our constituency week? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Honourable Government House Leader, wait a moment. The interpretation was not working, but now it is again, I gather. So I'm going to have to ask her to start again, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Opposition House Leader for the Thursday question. And I'd also like to say today is a great day for Canadians as we announce the supercluster strategy, and I'm sure they appreciated hearing those results. This afternoon, we will continue debate on the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Tomorrow, the House will not be sitting to accommodate the NPD convention this weekend. Upon our return following the constituency week, we will have two allotted days, the first on Monday and the other on Thursday. Mardi, nous mettrons...
Tuesday, we'll be calling Bill C-69, the Environmental Assessment Act. As the Minister of Finance announced Tuesday in the House, the budget speech will be given on February 27th, that's Tuesday, and pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I request that a motion be put on the orders of the day at 4 p.m. that day. We will also have the first day of debate on the budget the following Wednesday.
There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-70, an act to give effect to the agreement on Cree Nation governance between the Cree and the Government of Canada to amend the Cree Naskapi of Quebec Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack-Hope is rising on a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je propose...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that at conclusion of the debate today on the opposition motion, standing in the name of the member for Brantford-Brant, all question necessary to dispose of said motion be deemed and that a recorded vote be called and deferred until Monday, February 26, 2018, at the end of the time provided for government orders. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted.
Carried. The honourable member for Sherbrooke is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent for a motion, and I'm going to give some context to the House. Given that Canada signed tax information treaties with recognized tax havens, once in accordance, the agreement will call for tax provisions between Canada and will allow a foreign company to operate, and it will be paid in the form of tax-exempt dividends. And considering that the policy on the introduction of tax treaties before the House calls for 21 days, so that this House can express itself, I call for unanimous consent of the House for the following motion: that this House, pursuant to the policy set out under the parliamentary procedures, refuse to give its consent to the adoption of the agreement between Canada and Grenada on the exchange of tax information, and the same for Antigua and Barbuda on the exchange of tax information. Thank you. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of this House to move this motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, supply day. Resuming debate on the motion standing in the name of Mr. McColman, respect for veterans.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Opposition Day motion and put the record straight. Our Prime Minister did indeed pledge to Canadians to do more to support our courageous and valiant veterans and their families. In August 2015, he said, quote, "For 10 years, Stephen Harper has been nickel and diming our veterans, lacking the respect and the support to these Canadians who have, through their service to the country, and that is something that we need to fix as a priority." He promised that this government would ensure veterans receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities they deserve, and he tasked the Minister of Veterans Affairs in delivering on that promise. And this government acted right away. In 2 years, our Liberal government has delivered on a number of measures to accomplish this. With Budget 2016, we enhanced financial security of veterans and their families, putting more money into their pockets. This included increasing the disability award for a maximum of $310,000 to $360,000, which saw more than $67,000 for ill and injured veterans and increased income replacement from 75% to 90%. Budget 2017 supported the health and well-being of veterans and families by investing in mental health supports, educational opportunities, and career transitional services. And these new and enhanced services are about to take effect. April 1st, 2018 will be the day that 6 new and 2 enhanced programs and services for veterans will go into effect. Career transition services, veterans education and training benefit, the caregiver recognition benefit, a veteran and family well-being fund, a new veteran emergency fund, the end of time limits for vocational assistance for survivals, expanded access to military family resource centers for all veterans and their families, and a Center for Excellence on Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder and related mental health conditions. There is one unifying purpose of these initiatives. In fact, for everything that Veteran Affairs Canada does, the well-being of veterans and their families as well. Because if a veteran cannot do well, their family does not do well. Not only do these programs add resources and services, they form an integrated, complete package that provides financial security and promotes and supports well-being of the veteran's whole life. For example, as of April 1st, all medically released veterans and their families will have access to the 32 military family resource centers across Canada. Up until now, the MFRCSs have been available only to current members of the armed forces and their families. This independent organization provides a wide range of services, including community orientation, parenting workshops, childcare, information and referral, employment and educational assistance, and a host of personal growth and development programs. Having access to these will help veterans manage their successful transition to post-service life and integrate into their new community. The new caregiver recognition benefit recognizes the vital contribution of those who look after ill and injured veterans with up to $1,000 per month, tax-free, paid directly to them. Also, as of April 1, the one-year time limit for survivors, spouses, and common law partners to apply for the rehabilitation services and vocational assistance program will no longer apply. This change removes unnecessary pressure and gives families more flexibility for getting the training they need while they are caring for ill and injured veterans. And for urgent, unforeseeable situations that might arise in life of a veteran and their family, there is a new Veterans Emergency Fund to help cover the cost of unexpected expenses. For many Canadian Armed Force members, finding meaningful employment will be key to establishing in life after service. While Canadian Armed Force members have extensive training and skills tested under high pressure, finding a career to put these skills to use outside the military can sometimes be a challenge. The new Career Transition Service will provide eligible veterans aptitude testing, training in the job search skills, resume writing and interview techniques, and other services they may need. There is also new support for veterans who want to further education or training. Those who have 6 years of service can achieve up to $40,000 for college, university, or technical education, and those with 12 or more years of service can receive up to $80,000. Another essential part of establishing a post-service life is, of course, physical and mental health. Over the past 2 years, our Liberal government has invested significantly in improving health support and services for veterans. And we are investing $17.5 million over the next 4 years and continuing with the $9.2 million per year after that to establish a Center for Excellence on PTSD and related mental health conditions. The government, under the leadership of the Minister, is ensuring that the department is committed to providing comprehensive, integrated, and consistent mental health care. The Center for Excellence will therefore focus on research and development into new tools to support professional treatment of PTSD and then transfer the knowledge to professionals across the country. All the programs reinforce each other. Physical and mental health services for the veterans and their family to support well-being, education support to help establish a new career after service, career transition service to help find meaningful employment, support for families, including money when they need it, recognition for caregivers, counseling and support to help integrate into their new community. And all can be tailored to meet the veterans' unique needs. It is a journey this government continues with legislation that will fulfill the promise this government made in 2015 to restore the option of monthly payments for veterans with service-related illness or injury, an option taken away from veterans by the previous government. The Pension for Life option will become another integral part of a well-being package for veterans when it comes into force and will substantially improve the financial benefits veterans receive. Mr. Speaker, Pension for Life will represent an investment of nearly $3.6 billion in support of veterans, in addition to nearly $6 billion this government committed in the previous two budgets. This government has invested significant time and resources to ensure the men and women who have served our country receive the respect, support, and care they deserve. This government listened when military and veteran families, advocates, and communities raised concerns about the benefits and programs they were receiving. We listened, we heard, and we responded with a comprehensive plan to restore and enhance benefits with plans and services designed to make lives better for our veterans and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to rise to speak and to remind the veterans how appreciative we are of all the sacrifices they have made for us. And I would add that there are many young veterans who have come back from the front and they are experiencing isolation. They deserve our attention. And besides having a debate like this one today, I think that what I'd like to know is this: how can we justify having these two classes of people with pensions, veterans with pensions?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, but I'm trying to figure out what are these two classes of pensions. We have created a pension for life. We are looking after the mental and health and physical health and well-being of these veterans. So I think our government has done tremendous amount in 2 years with an investment of $10 billion for so many programs that I believe we are on the right trajectory.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the veterans and veterans issues has been consistently a high priority for this government virtually since day one, where we've had significant commitments, and I'll be speaking and I'll go over some of those commitments in the first budget of 2016. But even before that, in opposition, we continuously raised the issue of veterans. And one of those issues was the closing down of offices in the country, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the commitments that we made, was to reopen those offices. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts on why she believed it was so important that we did reopen those offices.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, and I'm so glad that my colleague from Winnipeg North brought this up, during the 10 years of the previous government, they had the most toxic relationship with the veterans. They took them to court. They closed down offices. They did not invest in veterans. We listened to the veterans. We listened to what they had to say, the pain they were suffering, and we decided that they deserve the respect because they have served our country. And I think we can keep on doing more to invest, and as a collective body, we should be able to achieve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor for me to be asking this question here today and participating in this debate today. My honourable colleague mentioned the importance of military families, like mine, and I wanted to ask her if she could elaborate about the importance of continuing that support for military families and military members when they leave the Canadian Armed Forces and become veterans. If she could elaborate on her commitment to the MFRCs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I thank her and her family for the services that I've given to the country. And I hear from veterans in my riding how difficult it is to integrate into life after the service. And it's important that we look after not only their mental health, but we provide them with training, with skill sets training, so they are able to integrate into the community in a meaningful manner and contribute. And we can help, if they are injured veterans, we can help them. If they are families or wives of veterans or husbands of veterans who need to look after them, we are there to support it. And I think that's the key component of what we have done so far. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to rise on what is a really important issue to all Canadians. I think that we all understand and value the great contributions of members of our Canadian forces contribute day in and day out. And there's so much that could be said on this particular issue. For me personally, I would like to recognize the Parliamentary Secretary's speech in addressing this issue. I thought she kind of captured the essence of that caring attitude for our vets. In fact, she shared with the House the fact that she has two young men serving in the Canadian forces, and how that has some influence both directly and ultimately indirectly in terms of ensuring that we're going to be there for our retiring soldiers going forward, and making sure that we have a program that is ultimately second to no others. And there's always going to be room for improvement, and I'll say that right at the beginning. I thought it would be nice just to share with the House. I made reference to it in my in a question earlier today, I had the privilege of serving in the Canadian Forces for just over 3 years out in Cold Lake, Alberta. I was air traffic control assistant at the time. But one of the things that I really, truly enjoyed was when you had the Remembrance Days and you had the opportunity to meet with many of the vets, marching with them, going to the Legion afterwards, and having that discussion and sharing the stories. And I think that no matter what member we look at in the House, no doubt, like the Parliamentary Secretary, to myself, to others that have spoken, we can all relate to the importance of our vets. I like to think that all of us are concerned about the future, wanting to make sure that we deliver where we can, Mr. Speaker. And if I could take a quote from the Prime Minister, and this is something that the Prime Minister had indicated back on November the 11th, 2017. And I quote, "We owe an immeasurable debt to our veterans, to the fallen, and to the families who love them. Just as our servicemen and women have taken care of us, we must also take care of them. It is our sacred duty as a country to be there for our heroes when they need us most." Mr. Speaker, this is something in which the Prime Minister just said at the end of 2017. And the Prime Minister has been consistent ever since I've had the pleasure to get to know him in the opposition benches, even when he became the leader of the Liberal Party. A very much strong, caring, passionate attitude towards our veterans. And, you know, at the time, it became an issue. It was an issue in a very big way when we were in opposition. And that's because we had literally, I believe it was close to about 25% of staff being laid off in that area from the Harper government. I recall very vividly the offices that the Conservative Harper government was closing down. The general attitudes of the minister that was responsible for veterans, and some of the things that had taken place in the Veterans Affairs Committee. There was a general lack of respect that was being showed to our veterans, and it became a very passionate issue back then. So no one should be surprised that we had the then leader of the Liberal Party take it on as an important issue going into an election. And what I respect so much is the fact that not only did we talk about it prior to the election, during the election, but we also have responded to the concerns that Canadians have raised. And in government, we have done so much for our vets to date. And I would like to highlight a few of those things, Mr. Speaker. It didn't take us long. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we could look at the very first budget, Budget 2016. And this is just months after the Prime Minister had taken office and we had formed government within the Liberal caucus. What we saw was over $5.7 billion to provide veterans with more compensation and more choice in their financial future. Through Budget 2016, in fact, we laid out the foundation for the pension for life. We did that, Mr. Speaker, by increasing income replacement from 75% to 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary. And, in fact, Mr. Speaker, we increased the annual maximum pain and suffering compensation from $310,000 to $360,000. Remember the hundreds of individuals that were laid off under the Harper era? Well, Mr. Speaker, we hired 460 new staff. But not only did we hire those new staff, we also opened up those offices that the former government closed down. And I remember the reaction when they closed down those offices, Mr. Speaker. I stood in my place back then and asked questions in regards to it, tried to hold the government to account for the closure of those offices, let alone the laying off of individuals. That is just some of the things that were presented in the 2016 budget, only months after we had taken office, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2017, we invested an additional $624 million to further improve the health, well-being, and financial security of veterans and their families. We did that through things such as the new education benefit, which provides flexibility and financial support so that each veteran can make the choice that the best suits their needs and those of their families. That was up to, Mr. Speaker, $40,000 for those with 6 years of service and $80,000 for those with 12 years. Mr. Speaker, there were significant things that were done in both the 2016 and the 2017 budget. You know, we hear a lot about the pension for life, and this government has moved forward on the pension for life. You know, if we take a look at that particular option that has now been provided, what we see is a monthly tax-free payment for life to recognize pain and suffering. And Mr. Speaker, I emphasize, it is tax-free. We provide income replacement payable at 90%, as I had indicated earlier, of veterans' pre-release salary indexed annually and for the life of those who actually need it, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know, I had the opportunity to be able to serve. And I honestly believe that individuals that are called upon to serve in the Canadian Forces and those that just bring themselves forward and have the desire to serve in the Canadian Forces need to have peace of mind that if they're going to be put into situations in which their health and well-being could ultimately be compromised, Mr. Speaker, that we would like to be able to provide that solid commitment that this government will be there for them into the future. And that is something in which, as I indicated very clearly, that when the Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party, he talked a great deal about the importance for vets. When the leader became the Prime Minister of our country, he started to work with the Cabinet and the caucus and presented through that in the Minister of Finance 2 consecutive budgets where we have seen additional hundreds of millions of dollars added to that file. We have individuals that are committed to advance what is right in terms of servicing our veterans. We will not take a back seat to anything that the former Conservative government has done, nor should we, Mr. Speaker, because I will compare our 2 years to the Conservative 10 years any day, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward. Our commitment is to continue looking at ways in which we can still improve the system. But this is a government that is behind our vets, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for his service to Canada and also for his speech, but he's fond of quoting the Prime Minister, but there's a quote from a couple weeks ago when the Prime Minister was in my hometown in Edmonton where he states to a disabled veteran that they are asking more than Canadians can give. And yet at the same time this government spends $8 million for an ice rink at City Hall. We write off a loan to the dictatorship of Cuba for $18 million. We give $10 million to Omar Khadr. We're putting aside money for returning ISIS terrorists for poetry lessons when they return to Canada. How can this government say that they do not have enough for veterans to give, and yet have all this money to waste in Canada for issues like the hockey rink and these other issues that I've mentioned.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, think of the irony of that particular question. The Harper government spent in excess of $750 million, $750 million on propaganda advertising. They had no problems in terms of spending that kind of money. At the same time, they strove to balance the budget. And they did that at a substantial cost to our vets. That's how they tried to justify closing down the Veterans Office. That's how they justified not giving the monies that were necessary to support the programs that our vets have been calling for. And then they wonder why there was that lack of respect that was coming towards the government of the day in regards to vets, Mr. Speaker. You know, anyone can point out many different aspects of a budget and say, well, you spent money there, you spent money there. When you spend as much money as the national government does, there's going to be all sorts of money spent in different areas. I could justify all of those expenses that the member across the way has put on the record.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last June, I had the pleasure of accompanying the Veterans Affairs Committee on a trip to Washington to look at how the United States treats veterans versus how Canada treats veterans. A very alarming statistic. They now estimate that something like 70% of returning armed forces personnel suffer from PTSD. And a couple of days ago, I met with Trevor Sanderson and Dick Groot, who are camping out here in Ottawa's winter at the Veterans Memorial, and had an interesting conversation with them about the impacts of PTSD and transition. So I'd really like to know what the government intends to do to improve services both around PTSD for our returning veterans, but also around transition.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I made reference to the parades that I got involved in when I was in the service, and again, put in time perspective, that's in the early '80s. And when I met with these World War II vets in particular, you get a sense of really what PTSD and the impacts of that. I've sat in committee where there have been some discussions in regards to it. It is a serious issue. It's one of the reasons why we put in more money to deal with mental health for our veterans. Now, again, like everything else, there's always opportunities for us to look at ways in which we can improve the system. We understand the importance of PTSD, and this is something in which, no doubt, we will continue to work on in the years ahead.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie aussi mon...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to congratulate all our members who have served in the armed forces. I believe that one thing we have observed with veterans is their feeling of having been abandoned and not having a life, the option of a life pension from the society and government. So can my colleague comment on why it is so important, so attractive to a veteran to have a lifetime pension? The Honourable Member.
Is that the government genuinely does care. And that's one of the things that I really respect about whether it's the Minister of Finance, Veterans Affairs, or the Prime Minister himself, indeed Cabinet, all of us, is that we recognize just how important that option for the life pension is to our veterans, and realize that within 2 years of being in government, that we were able to deal in good part with that issue, so that there is a sense of hope that is out there that we are on the right track. And I think if there was a message that I would want to communicate to veterans that might be listening in, or Canadians as a whole, that as a government we are doing the best we can at moving forward, and there's always going to be ideas and thoughts that we'll continue to take in, listening to Canadians, just like the Prime Minister did when he takes his tours of our country and listen to Canadians through town halls and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with my friend from Yorkton and Nalville. You know, this is an important debate today, and first and foremost, let's honor our veterans, those that have gone out there and served and fought and made sure that we're safe here at home, that they have made major sacrifices on behalf of themselves and their families, and it is important that not only we honor them and respect them, but that we share the covenant and sacred obligation to support them. As conservatives, we believe in that to the letter, unlike the government. And I can tell you that, you know, the reason that we're having this debate today, Mr. Speaker, is because of some very insensitive comments made by the Prime Minister in a town hall just recently. But this started before the Prime Minister was in Edmonton and just said that there is just no more to give. This started when the government broke, or when the Prime Minister broke his promise, when he said he would no longer force veterans to fight their own government for support and compensation that they have earned. You know, Mr. Speaker, and you look at the promise that was made back on August 24th, 2015, which is in the motion that we're debating here today, and look at what the government did, not only by taking the Equitas group of veterans back into court, you have to look at the arguments they made. And if you look at in paragraph 99 of their submission, the government says that the defendants, being Equitas veterans, pleads that there is no, or they say that there is no written, defined, or articulated social covenant or social contract between members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the government and people of Canada, which has those attributes. So, despite the rhetoric that has been coming from the Liberals, their arguments has been that there is no social contract or social covenant. They actually say it again, that at no time in Canada's history has any alleged social contract or social covenant having the attributes pleaded by the plaintiffs, being the veterans, have been in effect in statute, regulation, or constitutional principle, written or underwritten. You know, so they are, again, arguing there's no principles exist, there's no certainty, there's no clarity, and that the government of Canada has no obligation then over to our veterans. So that is really disappointing. Now, I've met with some of the people of the Equitas lawsuit, just Aaron Bedard, who does Veterans Guerrilla Radio on Facebook. Again, these are veterans who've been fighting the government. You know, veterans that we did have a handshake agreement with under the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Member of Parliament from Durham, our friend and colleague. And, you know, we were moving forward as a government to fix that. But Prime Minister said quite clearly in the election campaign that they would not have to fight the government or the veterans wouldn't have to fight the government in court, but then they turned around and betrayed veterans who went out and campaigned for them and worked on their behalf, Mr. Speaker, and betrayed them by not honoring that promise. Broken Liberal promise, veterans are back in court. The next broken promise was when they said that they were going to have a lifetime pension. The member for Winnipeg North was just saying they gave them a lifetime pension. Well, then he isn't listening to what veterans are actually saying, because veterans, again, feel betrayed on the Liberal program that was announced. If you look at Don Saccharin, who is the lead counsel for the Equitas Society, he says the position taken by the government was astonishing. For them to stand up and say we don't have any special obligation to employee, contrary to everything they've been saying on the election campaign. Then Mark Campbell, who's part of the Equitas group, says a new pension for life is nothing more than a shell game. Sean Bourret, who's a veteran and a veterans advocate, said on CBC, the government is merely resurrecting ghosts of Christmas past with a hodgepodge of benefits that amount to recycled, remodeled, and repackaged programs that already exist. There's no new money here, and also any new money that they talk about, Mr. Speaker, anything new money the Liberals are talking about is actually down the road, past 2019, past the next federal election. So there's actually no cash in the bank for veterans today. And that's why they were on the front lawn protesting this government for betraying them and breaking the promise and not taking them back to court, and betraying them and breaking their promise on having a true pension for life. Now, you know, we just watched, you know, member from Winnipeg North, and we watch and hear the Minister of Veteran Affairs get in here, stand up during question period. And the Minister of Veteran Affairs gets up here with his bravado and chest thumping and liberal arrogance. And I can tell you that veterans are insulted when he performs that way. It isn't showing respect to our veterans. It is not honoring their service. And they feel that they've been used as political pawns, as many members over there on the other side have been who are veterans and stood behind the Prime Minister when they made promises for lifetime pensions, when they made promises to actually keep veterans out of court. This is just completely disrespectful. Now, if you look at what the Prime Minister actually said in Edmonton, and he says, you know, he was asked, why are we still fighting against certain veteran groups in court? By a veteran, an amputee. And the Prime Minister responds, because they're asking for more than we're able to give. Of course, there's boos, there's shouts, and even the Royal Canadian Legion, who usually does not get involved in political statements, said, and I quote, excuse me, these sort of words are extremely insensitive. So again, another betrayal that we have a Prime Minister that says there is no money and there is no sacred obligation in the court case. And you know, there's an opportunity just last night that our colleague, the member for Barrie-Innisfil, came forward with Bill C-378, which would restore fairness principles and the sacred obligation to actually put it into statute law. And every single Liberal stood and voted against the recognition of the sacred obligation that the government has to our veterans. You know, I am disgusted by that. You know, the Prime Minister says that it's more than we can give. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals had no problem finding $2.6 billion to help developing countries fight climate change. $2.6 billion. That money could have been used here to actually enhance veteran spending. You know, just earlier this week, we learned that the Liberal government announced $59.5 million to send to Burkina Faso for education efforts there. Why aren't we spending that on our veterans? But Prime Minister says that there's just more than we're able to give, I guess, to our veterans. You know, our veterans are out protesting on the front lawn right next door to a $1.8 million temporary, stress it, temporary skating rink. 8.1 mil. That could have been used to support our veterans. And of course, the $10.5 million payout to Omar Khadr, a convicted terrorist who was prepared to kill our veterans who were serving in Afghanistan. And let's not forget, reintegrating, returning ISIS terrorists to Canada, federal dollars for that, $500 million to the Chinese Asia Infrastructure Bank. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the only time that the Liberals have taken our veterans to court. We just learned last week that they're also taking the Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans who have faced sexual harassment and sexual misconduct while they served in the Canadian Armed Forces, that the Liberals are actually fighting them in court from a class action lawsuit. Because they said in their argument by the Government of Canada, says does not owe a private law duty of care to individual members within the Canadian Armed Forces to provide a safe and harassment-free work environment or to create policies to prevent sexual harassment or sexual assault. Now, the Prime Minister says he didn't know about it, but that just shows he's incompetent. This actually undermines General Vance's, the Chief of Defence Staff, Operation Honour, and where he wants to encourage victims of sexual harassment, sexual misconduct to come forward and report. Meanwhile, you have the government actually taking those veterans back to court from having a class action lawsuit against the government. You know what's amazing is that all litigation that the Government of Canada undertakes actually goes through a Cabinet Committee on Litigation Management, chaired by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. The Vice Chair, actually 5 out of 7 members are all women. The Vice Chair is the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, who used to be the Status of Women Minister. And the Attorney General sits on that special Cabinet Committee on Litigation Management. So they knew about it and they let it go forward. So it points out the hypocrisy they have. And if they're not if it's not hypocritical, then they are incompetent for allowing this to go forward. So let me just summarize with this, Mr. Speaker. You know, when it comes down to restoring lifetime suspensions that was promised by the Prime Minister, he broke that promise. When it comes to veterans wanting to be forced to fight their government in court, well, the Prime Minister broke that promise as well. And when it comes to making life easier for veterans, he broke that promise. It's time for the Liberals to honour those election promises and apologize for the way they're treating our veterans in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member. I don't doubt his sincerity and his advocacy for Canada's military and its veterans, but I think Canadians watching us can be rightly cynical, because for 10 years what they heard was offices closing, unspent budgets, ministers literally fleeing widows down the hallways of Parliament, widows of veterans. The record of the party across can leave people very cold. And when they listen to this debate today, I think they can be rightly very, very cynical about what they're hearing from the party opposite, because the facts, the track record, the reality of their governance, free reign in the country, was a very lamentable one and a very sad one for our veterans. We made explicit promises, a pension for life, restoring budgets, reopening offices, and we have met those commitments. So I would just like to ask my honourable friend if he would briefly reflect, and at least for one moment, does he have any regrets about those 10 years of broken promises to our veterans that he helped preside over?
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that I've met with every veteran and every veterans group that have ever requested a meeting with me. I can assure him that I've always fought, as every member of this caucus did, in providing the best services that we could when we were government. And we also didn't give them empty promises. We didn't raise a bunch of false hope, and we didn't use veterans as pawns like the Liberals did in the 2015 election campaign, Mr. Speaker. And that is what veterans are angry about. You know, they want some honesty, and they want a government that will actually provide the services they require. And as I pointed out, that the member from Durham, when he was the Minister of Veterans Affairs, had a handshake deal not to take them back to court and to fix the system. You know, I believe that that would have happened if we'd been able to form government. And I can tell you that we will continue to work with veterans groups, with the Equitas Law Society, to make sure that we can give them the support that they need, that they will have nothing but honesty and forthrightness when we deal with their issues.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Know if today's debate is about the promise of this government that have made to veterans, or if it's about what have been done bad in the last 50 years in different government. Are we looking for action for the future? Are we looking to the promise a government have made? Or we are looking everything that's have gone bad in the last 50 years and not looking to the future for our veterans?
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, I want to thank my friend from the NDP, and I want to thank her for her service to Canada as a veteran herself. And this is about, first of all, about our veterans and how we move forward and how we make sure that we get this right, and that this shouldn't be a partisan issue. But unfortunately, we have a government and a Prime Minister that has used them as pawns, that have made promises and betrayed our veterans. And we want to make sure we point that out to Canadians to understand that there has been a betrayal and that there is no trust in the government to honour that sacred obligation that we have as Canadians. We had an opportunity last night to actually start moving ahead. We had an opportunity last night to pass Bill 378 that would have put in statute law that sacred obligation, that social contract that veterans are owed by the government and by the people of Canada, and what Canadians believe should be done, not just for the sake of veterans, but it's the right thing to do. It's time for us to move on this. It's time for the government to finally get it right.
Time for one short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In 2011, when the Harper government won their majority mandate, VAC spending was $3.6 billion a year. In 2015, when that government was replaced by a Liberal government, VAC spending started out at $3.6 billion a year. Within 2 years, in the 2017-2018 budget, VAC spending will be $4.9 billion, an increase of almost 30%. I'd like to ask the honourable member why the previous Harper government never found it in the budgets to increase spending for VAC.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her service to Canada as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, and for her question. I also want to just say I feel sorry for her, because here's one of the members I've gone out there and shilled for the Prime Minister about these supposed new funds. We all know that there's been profiling of these funds. A lot of it doesn't actually kick in. It's amortized into the future, and it doesn't really start benefiting veterans until 2019. We know that most of the programs that they've done is remodeled, repackaged, and reprofiled those dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, on that basis, veterans have seen through the facade, and they're going to hold this government to account.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today to speak to our Conservative opposition motion that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton and show veterans the respect that they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise to them when he said on August 24th, 2015, that if I earn the right, and I would have used the word privilege, Mr. Speaker, to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. Conservatives believe that Canada and its veterans have a covenant, and that the government should be committed to providing the best services possible for veterans and their families in recognition of their incredible service to Canada. The Prime Minister promised veterans, during the election that no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. The Equitas team was called to Ottawa shortly after the Liberal election win, and because they had supported the Prime Minister's very public commitments to them. They were greeted by the Minister of Veterans Affairs, expecting to work together to see the Liberal promise enacted upon in a cooperative atmosphere, only to be left standing in the presence of the government's lawyer, who was there once again to engage them in the courts. I fully understand why Canadian veterans came out in support of the Liberals in the election campaign. Equitas did their due diligence in asking each party what their position was on their demand for lifelong pensions comparable to those that were awarded prior to the new Veterans Charter, with tax-freeness, no clawback, and no adjustment without legislation in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister made a verbal promise with a hand on his heart. Veteran to veteran, this would seem like a binding commitment, similar to the one that our existing minister of the time made to them, a verbal commitment that we would step back from the court proceedings. But clearly, there was no intention to follow through by the Liberals. It accomplished what they wanted, the support of our veterans and Canadians who thought they meant what they said. The Prime Minister must do the honourable thing and apologize to veterans for breaking his promises to them. Honour and honesty are prerequisites for veterans to care, compassion, and respect. Perhaps this is why veterans are so disenchanted with this Prime Minister and the ministers to date of Veterans Affairs. Justin Trudeau promised that veterans would never be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they earned. He has broken that promise. He promised Canadians that if they voted for him, he would re-establish lifelong pensions for injured veterans. He has broken that promise. It is the Prime Minister's responsibility to fulfill the promises he made to veterans during the 2015 election. As I'm speaking on this motion today, I want to be very clear that I'm speaking on behalf of our veterans, and I will be sharing many of their words in regards to this issue that has deeply concerned them. I'm speaking on behalf of those I've come to know as witnesses at committee, many whom have testified over and over and over again, and yet in 10 years, After 14 reports plus on transition, 190 recommendations, again, the mandate of our current Veterans Affairs Committee was to study the challenges to transition. Not once, but twice, with the second currently in process. I'm speaking also on behalf of those I met as I traveled across Western Canada from the island to Manitoba at Legion Halls and round tables. I'm speaking on behalf of so many that although they cannot afford to do this, they come to the Hill regularly to hold rallies like the one today, bringing attention to their disbelief in the arrogance of the Prime Minister's statement to an injured veteran in Edmonton, confessing that they are asking for more than this government can give. So we can safely affirm that this Prime Minister's priorities for spending Canadians' taxpayers' hard-earned money were never focused on Canadians and our veterans, but only on his own global ambitions. David Bona, a long-serving veteran of the Canadian Airborne who served in Somalia, who has suffered physical, mental, emotional scars from his service, is a very strong advocate challenging the government on behalf of his fellow servicemen and women, veterans, and their families, and I'm honored to call him my friend. Yesterday he wrote to me saying, "When I first heard that statement, I just could not believe that he said it. I was in complete disbelief. By that simple statement," he says, "Mr. Trudeau has shown how little he values the sacrifice, the emotional and physical price."
Order. Order. Just a reminder to the honourable member, I didn't interrupt on the first time through, but on the second occasion, there's just a reminder to switch gears when those names appear to either the title of the honourable member or his or her riding name works. So, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Him and missed that one as well. Thank you.
Order.
Barry Westholm, who is a friend and member.
Order. Yeah, just for the purposes of the citations, the member did mention that it was included in a quote, but even actually when a member's name is incorporated in a quotation, the member can certainly use the quotation, but they have to make a change just to make that. So one can't do indirectly what we're prohibited from doing directly. So just a reminder to the honourable member. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. 2 years in and I'm still learning. Thank you very much. Barry Westholm, who is a friend and member advocating for practical changes to the JPSU, and on behalf of our serving members and veterans who have fallen at home as a result of suicide, had this to say: "One has to wonder then how the previous pension system was affordable for the tens of thousands of injured from World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Cold War, the October crisis, countless United Nations deployments through depressions, financial collapse, global insecurity, and half of the Afghanistan war. It was also affordable to the Liberals on their election trail in 2015. But somehow now, because it's 2018, at a time where the people of Canada are benefiting from the sacrifices of their military families in other areas, the return to the previous system becomes something too costly to even consider. Yes, there was something recently tabled that may benefit a very small group of veterans. Even the Ombudsman's office haven't been given the details, but that comes across as an attempt to claim that something was done to relieve the government of its real responsibilities. I suggest the pension system has been deemed too costly to consider by the government if it takes monies away from projects that they are now deeming as more important than veterans. Speaking to Marc-André Cossette at the CBC News, Dick Groot, veteran, said, "We just want to go back to being human." Trevor Saunderson said, "We're not asking for a lot. We're only asking to feel normal again." Brock Blazik, speaking to Global News, had served in Afghanistan for less than a year when he was injured in an explosion and lost his leg. He says, "Enough is enough. It's not all fine and dandy in the veterans' world like it's made out to be." He went on to add, "Even though I'm fully disabled by Veterans Affairs Canada standards, I don't qualify for the new Pension for Life benefit because I work. I have a job because of my own determination and because I need to support my family. I can't live off of nothing." Gary Walborn, the Canadian Forces Ombudsman, has said we don't need another study into transition. Aaron Bedard, disabled Afghan veteran, Veterans Guerrilla Radio, said in response to watching the vote last night and the defeat of my colleague MP John Broussard's bill, said, I watched this clean through, watching a government and veterans within that government defeat a bill to show the government genuinely cares about veterans. Each and every one of those veterans in that party stood up to say nay and defeat this bill. It's enough to make me want to just burst into flames. It's one of those moments when I want to throw my medals in the garbage. The Minister of Veterans Affairs did it with a smile. Mr. Speaker, Dwight McMahon said, people, the thing is that Trudeau thinks our veterans are asking for more than what his government can give. The real problem is Canadians are asking Trudeau to properly run Canada, which is more than he can give. Oh, I did it again. Apologize. There's a lot more to being a Prime Minister than taking selfies and throwing money around and trying to look good on the world stage. Veterans are feeling winded, dismayed, hurt, angry, devalued, misunderstood, and emotionally and spiritually exhausted by the fight they now find themselves in. Why? Because the Prime Minister has broken his promise that veterans would never be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation that they have earned. The Prime Minister broke his promise that if veterans voted for him, he would re-establish lifelong pensions for injured veterans. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Prime Minister and all of the Liberals on the other side of the aisle are seeing and feeling a storm brewing. Perhaps it's too late for an apology.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I disagree with the member on a number of accounts. And today I listened to many Conservatives stand in their place, and it's virtually the same lines. They do bring up different quotes from some veterans. And I always appreciate the quotes and listening to the quotes. But one of the things that I do reflect on is the years in which I was in opposition. And if I contrast, the 6 years in which I was in opposition and Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and it's night and day. There were cuts during the Harper regime. Here we have seen literally hundreds of millions of dollars added. We've seen the reopening of offices, the hiring of hundreds of individuals, the pension for life option. Those are all realized within 2 years. In 10 years, the Conservative government couldn't do that. Now, we want to be as apolitical as we can. I like to think that all of us care deeply and passionate about our veterans. But my question to the member is, surely to goodness that the Conservative Party would recognize that it is indisputable in terms of that the level of increase is real and it's tangible. It's into the hundreds of millions of dollars.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I thank the member for his comments and for eventually the question. Quite honestly, sir, through the Speaker, this government continues to make promise after promise because they are putting money towards our veterans, but everything is off into the future. Even as far as their suggestion as to what would be a lifelong pension, that our veterans have come out very strongly to say they have broken their promise that their Prime Minister made during their election with his hand on his heart, saying what he would do for those individuals, for Equitas, when they came forward and supported them in the election. He has broken his promises. He is the one that has to be held account by our veterans, and they will be doing that.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And we can really appreciate people's intellectual honesty when we hear things like this, because it's the least thing that this government can do is to give veterans the services that they're due. But I'm just wondering if you are aware that what you said about Mr. Blasek factually, yes, he was disappointed in a broken promise, but he was talking about he was blaming the government of your party at the time. So the equitas goes back to the Conservative government. Did you know that?
Are we trying it again there? Just check the audio. Just we won't take any time away from the honourable member. Is the audio working there now? It's working now? Okay. I think we'll pick it up where we left off. But go ahead, and we won't take any time away from the honourable member. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Okay. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure exactly when things cut out, but I will say again that it's not particularly pleasing to have to join a finger-pointing debate about whether the Liberals or Conservatives have been the bigger failures to our veterans. But I do have to say that it was a sad moment for Canada when our Prime Minister responded to a veteran at the town hall in Edmonton with his response, what he called an honest answer, when he said, why are we still fighting certain veterans groups in court? Because they're asking for more than we are able to give right now. Now, apart from the tone deafness of his response to a veteran who was disabled and clearly sacrificed so much for his country, it evades the real question here, because it's not a question of how much we can afford, it's a question of our priorities as a country. And when we hear a Prime Minister saying we can't afford this, what he's really saying is, this is not important to me, something else is more important. And that's what I think was the embarrassing moment, not just for the Prime Minister, but for the entire country. So let's look at Liberal priorities. And what I want to do to start off with is look at two competing broken promises. It's not hard to find broken promises, so I'm just going to focus on two that have both been broken. And what I'd like to do is compare how the promise to restore veterans' benefits to those who are disabled and saying that the government, veterans will never have to fight a government to get something that they've already earned on the one hand, and the government's promise to do away with the stock option loophole for wealthy Canadians. So now, this stock option deduction for most people is beyond understanding. It's an obscure tax benefit for richest Canadians, which costs us about $500 million per year. So when the Prime Minister said that these executives who take stock in lieu of pay and therefore escape taxation on a large portion of their income, in fact, this stock option loophole seems to make up about 25% of the obscene incomes of top CEOs in Canada, and 92% of the benefits of this go to the top 10% of income earners. So what has this got to do then with veterans? Well, here's a promise that the Prime Minister broke. He decided we could clearly afford to continue giving $500 million a year to the richest 10% of Canadians, but we couldn't afford to keep his promise to veterans. So that's what I mean when we're talking about priorities. The 2015 campaign, the Liberals clearly promised to start taxing those stock options which exceeded $100,000. They haven't even done that. What we in the New Democratic Party have said is this is a stock option that was created for startup companies, and that's not what it's being used for now. So let's eliminate this tax loophole for all those other CEOs who are using it and limit it to only those startup companies that it was supposed to benefit in the beginning. And what would that give us? Well, that would give us probably close to $500 million a year, which we could invest in those veterans' benefits. So despite the Liberal lists of things that they are giving us in this debate that they are still promising to do and still haven't done, and I have to say the lifetime pensions they're talking about clearly don't restore benefits to the levels that existed before they were cut by the Conservatives, but they don't exist yet. There is still a future promise. We still have to wait before they're going to get around to doing these pensions. And despite the finger pointing at previous Conservative governments, even if much of it is richly deserved, it's clear this government is not going to keep its own promises to veterans, and that's what they need to focus on. Stop focusing on what Conservatives did or didn't do and focus on what you're not doing now for veterans. And you are, as a government, still fighting disabled veterans in court. Your pension promise will be 3 years late, and it won't, as I mentioned, restore benefits to their previous levels. It's clearly going to be a matter of very complex examples they're giving us here of what the maximum benefits might be, but lesser benefits for the actual disabled veterans than they were promised by the Liberals when they were running for office. Now, there's a lot of things we could talk about other than the specific promise to disabled veterans, because the other thing the Prime Minister indicated before he was Prime Minister is that he believed there was a sacred obligation to those who'd served to make sure that we provide the supports they need after they finish their service. And I want to talk about two things which the government has not talked about specifically, but are equally important in my riding. And they're part of that implied promise to those who serve that we have an obligation to them when they get home. And these two are the questions of veterans' homelessness and the question of mental health supports within the Canadian Forces and for Canadian veterans. When it comes to homeless veterans, what do we know? The exact numbers aren't exactly clear. Veterans Affairs Canada admits it has 785 homeless veterans in its database. Past studies have suggested that the true figure is closer to 3,000. Why is that 3,000 figure so much higher? I believe, and I know in my riding, it's because many veterans are reluctant to admit their situation is so dire. And it's clear in my riding that there are many, in addition to those who are visible on the streets of Greater Victoria, and in addition to those who are living in tents in the rural areas, there are many hundreds more veterans who are escaping homelessness only by sleeping on the couches and in the basements of their friends and relatives. This is something that we should all be ashamed of in this country. And when it comes to homeless veterans, what do we have from the Liberals? We just have platitudes about how this situation shouldn't exist. Well, newsflash for those who work with veterans on the ground, homelessness does exist among those veterans. And the Liberals have been promising a plan for over 2 years to deal with veterans' homelessness. And now they've said, here it is in a cold February, when we have veterans camping out in protest here in Ottawa, now they've said we can expect the plan in the fall of this year, the fall of 2018, which means we'll probably go through another winter without any real action on veterans' homelessness. The National Homelessness Strategy released by the Liberals last fall said things like, quote, veteran homelessness is unacceptable, end quote. And it said, quote, one homeless veteran is too many, quote. These are the kind of platitudes that do nothing to address the real problems that veterans in my riding face every day. And these sentiments will not get a single veteran housed. In my riding, the only ones to act have been the veterans themselves. Members of the Langford Legion and other concerned community members set up a nonprofit foundation in 2009 which runs programs for homeless veterans, and they regularly provide supportive housing for up to a dozen or more homeless vets in my community. They have an 8-bed freestanding complex called Cockrell House, which provides assisted living with supports that they need, and they have another 2 units in another location. Now, you would say 10 to 12. That's not very many. That's 10 to 12 more than the government has supported in my riding, because the number the government supports is 0. And the people who are financing this project, it's the BC Yukon Legion Foundation, has bought the project, is paying the operating costs, and other volunteer groups like the Esquimalt Lions, one of the prominent builders in the community, Russ Ridley, and the City of Colwood. While the Cockrell House reports that Veterans Affairs Canada does cooperate well and helps them get veterans into programs, the amount of government funding that Cockrell House gets is 0, not a dime. So in my riding, it's the local veterans that are actually trying to take care of those who are in need and are homeless. The second area I want to talk about quickly, where Liberals are failing to serve members of the Canadian Forces and veterans, is mental health services. On February 21st at 7 p.m. at the Pro Patria Legion in Victoria, I'll be attending the second candlelight ceremony in memory of soldiers of suicide. This is a ceremony which will coincide with ceremonies in many ridings and communities across the country, being held on the same day to raise awareness of PTSD and of those who've lost their personal battle with PTSD, and to try and address the isolation and the loneliness and the stigma that the families feel after those suicides. Hopefully, these events will help lift the veil of silence on PTSD-related suicides. Once again, thanks to volunteers Megan Willett-Hiltz and Jim McMillan-Murphy for organizing this event, and I encourage people in Greater Victoria to attend this event and others to attend similar events across the country. So, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Canadian Forces and our veterans, we must make sure that our troops have the equipment, training, and support they need to do the difficult and dangerous work we ask them to do each and every day on our behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. And I know that he has concerns, and that is very clear. And I appreciate the concerns that he has articulated. Look, our government has invested $10 billion in 2 years. And how did we invest those dollars? We invested them after consultation with veterans and their families. And so we invested in things like increasing compensation for pain and suffering, increasing income replacement, reopening offices, hiring 460 staff, providing education benefits, supporting family and caregivers. And we didn't just come up with those things. We came up with them after consulting with veterans and their families. That's $10 billion in 2 years. And mental health is another area which he has mentioned, and we're all concerned about that. And we invested $17.5 million over 4 years to establish centers of excellence on post-traumatic stress disorder. So the question I have is, does the member not acknowledge the significant investment that this government has made and the importance of consultation with veterans in making those investments? Thank you.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. I think what we're dealing with today, and I think her answer is an example of what we're dealing with. So this is what the government has decided that they can afford. And this is exactly the answer that the Prime Minister gave to veterans that so many in my riding find unacceptable. Yes, the government has started to restore some of the things that were cut away, but to say that that's enough, to say that they've kept their promises, to say that the fundamental obligations that exist are there, that's hard for veterans in my riding to accept. They still see that they have to fight the government in court, and they still see the big gaps on homelessness and mental health that exist in my riding for veterans.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lakeland.
my colleague for his comments. What I hear from my constituents in response to the Prime Minister saying that veterans are asking for more than we can give is that doesn't reflect at all their own values. I'm confident that's the same with my colleagues' constituents. My constituents see the Liberals spending billions of dollars in other countries, millions of dollars on reintegrating terrorists, millions of dollars on a skating rink, and it's just not at all the case that they believe the government doesn't have enough to reflect their level of concern and compassion and respect for the service of all of our veterans. So I agree with our colleague that this is a matter of priorities. Now, in 2015, all members unanimously supported making law the concepts of fairness and dignity and respectful treatment of veterans through the Sacred Covenant. But the other night, the NDP voted with us to support making that ethos law. Meanwhile, every single Liberal member voted against it. Maybe the member will expand on his comments about the difference between what the Liberals say and what they do, and touch again on this issue of priorities.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I also thank her for her advocacy in this House for veterans. I do appreciate the work that she has done. I think you've invited me to join the finger pointing, and I'm not going to do that. I think the question here for veterans is, they're used to serving their country, and it's very hard for them to have to stand up in public and ask for what they've already earned. It's not something they want to do. So when the government gives me a list of things they've done and implies that they're acceptable to veterans, I think we have to remind people that veterans are not used to saying, I'm not being treated fairly. They're used to serving their country and doing it without complaint. And it's up to the rest of us to make sure that we keep our obligations to those who've served.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank veterans and thank the men and women who are currently active in the Canadian Armed Forces for their contribution. I had the honour of meeting a veteran from the Winnipeg area who was in Ottawa today, Trevor Sanderson, who came here, and I think quite along the lines that my colleague here was suggesting, was trying to get beyond the partisan debate and suggest some real concrete solutions. There's veterans protesting here today, and they're quite clear that notwithstanding some of the things the government's doing, they're clearly not satisfied. So he was talking about getting veterans together, frontline veteran affairs workers together, to say what are the needs and how do we address them. And what we've seen here in the House today, in contrast, is a very partisan debate of two governments, one that started a lawsuit against veterans, one that's continuing it. So how do we get past that and get down to the kinds of things that Trevor Sanderson was talking about today in the House?
For Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable question, and I think he does reinforce the point I was trying to make, that whatever the Conservatives did in the past and whatever the Liberals have failed to do now, what veterans are asking is that we look at the real problems they're facing in communities all across their country and get busy working to solve those problems with them and stop fighting them, stop opposing them, and stop accusing them of asking for too much.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd in respect to taxation, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West regarding taxation also, and the Honourable Member for Bow River in regards to health. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it gives me pleasure to rise today and speak in this debate. I had the opportunity to serve in the forces from 2002 to 2006. After that, I chose to serve my country in another way by becoming a member of Parliament. But I will always remember what I did in the past. I will remember the friends that I made. And I will remember all the exchanges we had, the problems we experienced on a daily basis together. And even though I'm a member of Parliament now, I continue to be close to these people because that experience that we had together within the armed forces is difficult to communicate to other people who have not had that experience. But I think that when you're patient enough and when you want to understand the reality of veterans, you can understand and you can find concrete measures that will help them. one of the things I'd like to say is this. You know, sometimes there are small symbols, simple symbols in the armed forces, and it's easy to forget what they actually symbolize. For example, there's one symbol that people associate with the military, these dog tags. But there aren't very many people who understand what lies behind them. So on these dog tags, there's your name and a number so that you can be identified. They're made out of metal, they're engraved, because you may die during an explosion or in other circumstances that would destroy a plastic dog tag. So that's why they're engraved in metal. And on these small tags, there's also your religion, because things can happen very quickly. And one may have to provide a religious service to the person who is dying and who is not able to express their beliefs. And then there's your blood type. If, for example, you need an emergency blood transfusion, there may not be time to find out what your blood type is. So it's on the tag as well. Do you know many people, Mr. Speaker, many professions where you wear a metal dog tag in case you die quickly in an explosion and it won't be possible to identify you if you have plastic on you? And you know you have to have your blood type on that tag because you may have an accident that's so serious you'll need an emergency blood transfusion? And as well that your religion will be on that tag so that if one day you're facing death, then you can be served as well as possible. Do you know very many professions that require that? I don't know any other, actually. I don't know any other where people are so exposed to danger and they expose themselves voluntarily. That danger goes above and beyond losing your life. That danger also can be losing a part of yourself. When you go out into the battlefield, you know that you will not come back the person you were before you went out there. What you experience and what you learn will change you for the rest of your life. There are people who are fully aware of the fact that when they serve in the forces, their mental health will also be affected. And these people still know that someone has to do that job. Someone has to be able to do that job. Not everyone can. But we need those people. We need those people who can defend themselves and others. If those people hadn't fought, well, then we wouldn't have the society that we have today. If no one had fought, we wouldn't have the rights that we enjoy today. We wouldn't be protected in the same way. We wouldn't be able to raise our children in the same way. And perhaps some of us wouldn't even have been born. So when you think of all that, when you think of how changed and affected people will be by serving in the military, when you understand that, you have no option but to acknowledge their value to society. And when I look at what has happened to a promise, well, the Prime Minister made a very clear promise. He said that the military would no longer have to fight their own government. It's not someone else who said it instead of him. It is the Prime Minister who said that during his election campaign. He said it. And now a veteran asks the question, and he's told that he's asking more than they can give. I think that's unacceptable as an answer, when we know that the veterans gave more than they thought they could give. Many of them didn't think that they would be able to do certain things, but they succeeded in doing it. They did it for the country. They did it for freedom. They did more than they thought they were able to do. And the government now is refusing to give them back what I think is simply what they deserve. I've seen veterans go around with piles of papers, their documents, their files, their correspondence. Mr. Speaker, do you think it's normal that a veteran get to the point where they have 5 2-inch thick binders of records and fights simply to be compensated fairly? You know, they've learned to fight, yes. But there are many people who have been out of the military for 25 years. But you know what? I think that some of these people would still be perfectly capable of doing many of the things they had learned to do in the past. But now they're made to do things they were never trained for. They're being told that they have to fight the government. They're told that they'll have to go crazy with the number of documents that they're going to have to use in simply standing up for their rights. They have to wait forever. They have to wait for months and months and months before they even know what the answer is. They're made to wait in uncertain circumstances, and it's very important to understand this. These people were trained. They were trained to be able to actually move quickly regardless of what the circumstances is, to rethink their plan, to rethink their strategy, and to act quickly. But now they're being put in a situation that lasts for months and months and months simply for an answer. They have months of uncertainty, and during those months, they can't make a plan. They can't make alternative plans. They can't come up with strategies. So simply that wait is unbearable. These are people who are used to acting in the thick of the action. They have to act regardless of what's happened. They have to be able to turn on a dime and get going and find another solution, another strategy. But now they're being given these never-ending wait times. These are ridiculous circumstances. For example, a veteran who has an amputated leg may be asked if he's still injured. I mean, do you know any legs that can people who can grow a second limb? Is it absolutely necessary to ask an amputee whether they're still amputated simply because that veteran hasn't been spoken to for 3 years? Well, these kinds of things happen over and over and over again. It's ridiculous. And that's what has to be stopped. We have to stop this ridiculous paperwork and bureaucracy and restore that human value to the process. So this is about how you treat veterans, and that's not a question only of funds. It's how you act with people. So I see people throwing numbers back and forth, what was invested in which year. But that doesn't deal with how veterans are treated, how you act with them. So when you start stubbornly quoting numbers, does that help improve the situation? When people are losing their homes because they're waiting for their file to be processed? When they have to actually come up with a 1,000-page long file? That's not respectful. So if from the outset that approach were changed, if we were to be able to say from the very outset, how can we help and be proactive and actually shake their hand the way they were done when they went into combat, when they were told you're going into combat and they were asked how they could be helped. And when these very people said, how can I serve my country? What can I do to help my country? The government's doing exactly the opposite.
When I see files where VAC seems to doubt whether a wound to the back from being in the infantry for 30 years, if it's a real problem, a real health issue, when a person has been having to carry 80 pounds or more of gear on his back besides everything else, has served for 30 years. There's no link there. Is that any way to act with veterans? I think we have to get the debate back to what the real issues are. The PM made a promise, and it's not just a question of numbers. It's a question of one's attitude towards veterans, how they're treated, and how well they are respected. And when this has changed, then we will have truly made progress for veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable.
Works, and she talked about respect, the importance of having respect. You know, I got to understand that even more so when I participated with the military in the Nijmegen March about the respect that they received and the respect they showed to others. Now, I want to ask her, when a person looks you in the eye and says, I'm going to fix your promises, and makes a promise, then comes here to Ottawa and breaks that promise knowing full well that they never intended to keep that promise, is that showing respect? And how do the veterans feel and how the military feel when they see this happening to them in this instance?
The Honourable Member. Well, yes, it's not showing respect when you do not respect your promises. If the Prime Minister's intention was not to do what he said he would do, he should have said so. He should have looked at people in the face, in the eyes, and told them that. At the present time, he's not even trying. That's the problem. That's not respect. If you're not going to do what you say you're going to do, well, better to not say anything at all. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Just to kind of pick up on the members' points, and obviously I disagree with much of what the members actually said. You know, you talk about respect. Part of that respect is that, yes, when the Conservatives closed down offices, we reopened that office. That is a service. That's face-to-face contact. Money does matter, and this government has provided additional hundreds of millions of dollars in further compensation. The NDP kind of like click their feet, wave a wand, and think everything can be resolved just like that. Life doesn't work that way. NDP governments have experienced that firsthand. At the end of the day, you know, the NDP nationally promised, I think, under $500 million. We've committed over $10 billion. We have delivered on service, and we've delivered on the financial resources to make a difference, and to try to imply that this Prime Minister doesn't care about our vets is just wrong. Right. We have a Prime Minister and a government that has the back of our vets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I'm very happy to never have served with the member across the way. But I'm not the one who said these things. The Prime Minister said these things. He said, veterans are asking for more than we can give them. These are his words. You could watch it on video. Was this showing respect to veterans? This was filmed during a conference. The Prime Minister said this. He should take ownership for it, and he didn't show respect to veterans, period. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Côte-de-Beaupré. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague from the NDP that I really liked her speech, and it's unfortunate that the member across the way understood that respect is not just money, it also is an act of the heart. And he said Conservatives didn't do this, the Conservatives didn't do that, but the Prime Minister said those words. I'd like her to explain how things were at the time, how governments treated soldiers. The Honourable Member. Thank you. Now, as I said, that's not the main issue, but since she asked me the question, I served from 2002 to 2006, so during the last 2 years of a Liberal government the Martin government after the Chrétien government, and there was massive disinvestment in the military. Women got their uniforms about 3 years after they were ordered. Training was done with pathetic equipment. It was ridiculous. Training had not been adapted to the new realities of combat. And when I hear Liberal members talking, well, I went through the end of the Liberal reign, and it was pathetic what we had by way of equipment and training. So when you talk about funding the armed forces, well, there were mistakes in the past, but I can't say who did the most harm.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to begin, I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Brandon Souris. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on the motion of the honourable member for Brantford Brant. And this is an important issue for me personally and for my riding of Sturgeon River Parkland. In my constituency, we have one of Canada's largest military installations at the Edmonton Garrison, and the communities surrounding the garrison are the homes of many who serve and who have served Canada. In communities like Morinville, Bonaccord, and Gibbons, you are likely to run into a member of the Canadian Armed Forces at the local Tim Hortons. And it's no surprise to see a military vehicle or a tank passing down our streets, and I am proud to represent a military community full of military families. Many young men and women join the Canadian Forces because they want to be part of something greater than themselves. They want to be part of an institution that has kept Canada and Canadians safe for generations. And they want to be part of an institution that is founded on the principles of duty, honor, integrity, and discipline. And these are values that all members of the Canadian Forces live by, and they are values that they hold dear beyond their term of service to this country. And these are values that we as politicians should remember when we make promises and when we are called upon to fulfill them. And much can be said about the covenant we hold with our veterans. It began in the Great War, when tens of thousands of Canadians died in the trenches of Belgium and France, and confronted with the prospect of declining manpower in a war where the fate of many great and ancient nations was held in the balance, Canada faced a crisis, and the government of Sir Robert Borden made a difficult choice to introduce conscription, a necessary move that threatened to split our country in two. And remarkably, Conservatives and many Liberals joined together in support of conscription. And in 1917, a Unionist government was elected with a smashing majority. And this election was a pivotal moment because it affirmed that the government would take any action necessary to fulfill a covenant made to our men and women in uniform, that in war and in peace, the government would always have their back. And I bring up this history because the idea of a covenant was not one enshrined in legislation or our Constitution, but instead enshrined in a deeply held value, a value I mentioned previously, that being honor. And it was so unthinkable of our leaders that they would betray our veterans that they didn't see the necessity to enshrine that covenant in our laws. To a member of the Canadian Forces, honor is the highest value. And I remember while training once, a master corporal told me that if I lawfully ordered him to take an enemy position, even though that order could lead to his certain death, that he would carry out that order. And that is what honor and duty mean. And that responsibility weighs on me tremendously, because as legislators, we have the political authority to order our men and women in uniform to go to war, and in some cases to their most certain deaths. And that is why I'm disappointed with this Liberal government. I'm disappointed with this Prime Minister, who does not seem to understand the gravity of his responsibility and his obligation to our men and women in uniform. At a recent town hall near my home in Edmonton, the Prime Minister was asked by one who offered his life to our nation in Afghanistan. The Prime Minister was asked why he had broken his promise to veterans. And this was a veteran who we later learned had lost one leg to an improvised explosive device and had lost 80% of the use of his other leg. And the Prime Minister's response, veterans are asking for more than we can give right now. And it was a shameful statement made by this Prime Minister, a statement that no previous Prime Minister would ever dare to make. And his response exposes a deep disrespect for our veterans. Is the Prime Minister implying that our veterans are being greedy? That they ask for too much because they're being unreasonable? I cannot imagine those venerable wartime leaders such as Borden and King passing through the packed hospital wards of those rendered disabled, maimed, and permanently scarred from war, and saying to them, you know what, you're asking for more than we can give right now. And the fact is that successive Canadian governments have asked our soldiers and their families for all that they can give, their lives and the lives of their loved ones. And they have been asked, and they have given in full measure, their blood, their sweat, their toil, and their tears. And for our Prime Minister to state that veterans are asking for more than we can give right now is an insult, and it is an abdication of the responsibility and obligation that he holds as Prime Minister. And in our past, the economic devastation and sheer loss of life after two of the most intense wars in human history left its mark on Canada. Yet despite the obstacles and challenges of the hundreds of thousands of physically and mentally wounded, not to mention those who lost their lives, and through it all, the government upheld their sacred obligation to veterans. Not a bond maintained by legislation, but a bond maintained by honor and respect. And today we live in a free and secure society, paid for by the blood of those who came before us. There are wars, to be sure, but nothing on the scale of those fought in days past. And with this age of relative peace, prosperity, and freedom, we have a dividend, an economic dividend afforded to us by those who gave their lives. Billions not spent on arms have been beaten into plowshares, and the standing armies of millions of men in ages past have given way to small professional armies that require a fraction of the resources to maintain. And the fact is, we must uphold our obligation to Canada's veterans because we owe them for all we have. And when this Liberal government runs tens of billions of dollars in deficits, it does so because it has the choice to do so. In the tempestuous past, our ancestors had no choice when they went into deficit because their only choices were victory or death. And the peace paid for by those who serve allows us the prosperity and the flexibility to spend on making a better world and a better Canada. And we have billions to spend on the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party's pet projects, but yet they choose not to fulfill this sacred covenant to our veterans. Rather than spending millions in court to settle with terrorists, perhaps the Prime Minister should spend millions to settle with our veterans and show them the respect that they deserve. The Prime Minister made an election promise that no veteran would be forced to fight their government for the support and compensation that they earned, and he has broken that promise. Consequently, the Prime Minister has dishonored himself. He has dishonored this office and this country. And it's not about the money, it's about respect and integrity. And when the Prime Minister stood in Belleville and he wrapped himself in the flag and made a promise to those veterans placed their trust and faith in him that he would keep those promises, and he broke that faith. And that is why I'm supporting this motion. The Prime Minister has compromised the trust that must exist between those who defend this country and those who are elected to lead this country. And the Royal Canadian Legion has since called his response at that town hall extremely insensitive. And the Prime Minister must do the right thing and apologize to veterans for the disrespect and lack of integrity that he showed them. I'm reminded of that poem read every Remembrance Day. If ye break faith with those who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow. And it is not enough for the Prime Minister to stand every November 11th to recite this creed of our nation. It must be followed with action and integrity. I stand here today to hold this Prime Minister to account and demand that he uphold this sacred covenant with those who offered to give the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, I wish the member had been present in the last term of Parliament when that party fired Julian Fantino from running away from veterans. They fired them. We got him out of the House. But I want to say this. When you talk about empathy, the party opposite fakes empathy every single moment they get the opportunity. They may have discovered listening now. They did not listen in the last 10 years, and that is as crystal clear as any issue has ever been presented on the floor of this Parliament. Yesterday, when it was announced that 52 families in my riding lost work, when the NDP raised that question, that party opposite laughed and clapped their hands. Laughed and clapped their hands. That's the way they honor Canadians who are struggling. The same way they responded to veterans over the last 10 years. That party has lost its way in terms of its moral compass, and while the good words my member opposite may have spoken to the sacred obligation, I remind that member it was his party that denied that sacred obligation ever existed. They're the ones who went to court. They're the ones who literally dragged veterans into court, and they're the ones who failed on a whole host of promises. We have delivered on the lifelong pension. But the question I have for the member opposite is this. When Canadians are in need, why does that party laugh and clap their hands and ridicule people? Why has that party still failed to understand that empathy has to be real for it to be respected?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. I don't need to be lectured about empathy for the members of our Canadian Forces and those veterans, because I do serve in the Canadian Forces, and I have served. And I know that these veterans, I know what they go through. You know, I've worked with them, and I've heard their perspective, Mr. Speaker. And I'm listening, and this party's listening. And I'm not going to make excuses for the past, Mr. Speaker, but I know that we can do better. And I know that this party, this government can do better. And that's why I'm holding them to account, because I know they can do better, and they need to do better, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
For his speech and as well for his service to our country. The question that I have for my honourable colleague is, I'm sure that he will be sharing this speech with his constituents on social media. I'm sure that he's going to get a lot of support for his remarks. I'm wondering if he would also be willing to share in the notes section under the speech that he will share with his constituents the fact that his government, the party that he is currently representing, cut services to veterans for 10 years. Closed down 9 offices that supported veterans over a 10-year period of time. Will he share that information with them? Will he also share with his constituents that we're investing $10 billion in new money, that we've put in place a pension for life option, that we are now repairing the damage that his government did over the last 10 years? I challenge him. Will he share that information and take responsibility for the situation that veterans across this country are currently in?
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I'd be more than happy to take responsibility for the veterans across this country, and that's why we'll be winning in 2019, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to get to the bottom of this. We aren't the party that reopened the Equitas lawsuit. This government reopened the Equitas lawsuit after this Prime Minister promised those same veterans that they would never again have to go to court to fight for the benefits that they deserve. And that is a broken promise, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to hold this party and this government accountable for that.
C'est un commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
Honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize all the good faith of my colleague, especially since he himself served in the forces. And so I understand the truth that he speaks in a realistic way with very little partisanship. So I'd like to ask him to explain to me why he thinks the government is continuing with these lawsuits. And without wanting to rub it in, you should know, because your colleagues were the ones who began this lawsuit.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from the NDP for his question. And I can say this, I've spoken with Canada's former Veterans Minister, and I can say with confidence that he was doing everything that he could to work with our veterans to settle this lawsuit. And I have confidence that we would have done that had we been in government. And I'll say this, that it was not this party that reopened this court case after promising veterans that they would never again. And I think it's because sometimes when you're in government, you just don't want to accept when you made a mistake, when you made a promise that you couldn't deliver on. And I think that this party, this government, needs to be humble and needs to accept the fact that they made a promise that they knew they couldn't keep. And it's time for them to take ownership of that broken promise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you to my colleague from Sturgeon River Parkland, Mr. Speaker, for his excellent presentation today and for his commitment to our country. It's my pleasure to speak today to today's motion put forward by my colleague, the member from Brantford Brant. Mr. Speaker, words have consequences. The Prime Minister quickly found that out when he was booed by the audience at the Edmonton Town Hall. He not only insulted the veteran who asked the question, but he disrespected all the veterans who are currently struggling to get the help they need from Veteran Affairs Canada. And in that quip, he admitted that he broke a key campaign promise to veterans. The reason why the Prime Minister's comments felt like a punch in the gut is that we see the Liberals spend millions of taxpayers' money on ridiculous things. Either it be the moving expenses for political staff or $200,000 on an illegal Caribbean getaway. And there's others, Mr. Speaker, but that's why this stings. And while I acknowledge they have increased the overall dollar spent through VAC, the Prime Minister's comment to that veteran was that veterans are asking for more than we are able to give, end quote, would make anyone's blood boil. Especially as they have no problem spending taxpayers' money on frivolous things, as I've mentioned. It's starting to feel like the movie Groundhog Day, as once again, the House is debating a motion about the Prime Minister's questionable conduct. While my Liberal friends across the way have to defend their boss, our Conservative team is far more concerned about standing up for our bosses, the constituents in our ridings. We will not let the Liberals get away with their broken promises. Each and every day, we will continue to shine a light on the transgressions of this government and get them to honor their promises they made to veterans. It is inconceivable how the Prime Minister has yet to make a meaningful apology to Canada's veterans. Sorry does seem to be the hardest word. I know every single MP in this chamber wants to improve the services and programs that our veterans rely on. I also know that while some improvements have been made in the past 12 years, there is still much left to do. When I was first elected in the fall of 2013 in a by-election, I made it quite clear that I was not elected to defend the status quo. I wasn't elected to make excuses or shirk from my responsibilities as a Member of Parliament to work to improve the quality of life of Westman's veterans. It was in that capacity that I worked with any member of this chamber who wanted to improve the new Veterans Charter and the levels of service delivery from VAC. To provide a few examples, just in my constituency of Brandon-Souris, Service Canada started offering Veteran Affairs services at numerous rural locations, rural offices. So veterans no longer had to drive into Brandon or Shallow, CFB Shallow, to drop off or pick up paperwork. We worked with the Legion and the ANAF to make improvements to their buildings and improve accessibility. I advocated for increasing benefits for part-time reserve force veterans and also to enhance the lifetime support for injured veterans and their families. I was proud to work with an impressive team that was pouring their heart and soul into this issue. And it must be said that it was a collective effort. My good friend, the honourable member from Durham and previous Veteran Affairs Minister, was able to spearhead many of the changes I spoke about. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was a regular visitor to my constituency in his capacity as the parliamentary secretary and is passionate about improving mental health care services. Even the Honourable Laurie Hahn came to my constituency and did a public meeting with our veterans community to incorporate their ideas into reforming the new Veterans Charter. There is no one who championed veterans' issues more than Laurie, and even in retirement from the House of Commons, he remains a tireless advocate. I could only imagine what Laurie had to say when he found out about the Prime Minister's flippant remarks at the Edmonton Town Hall. The other member I would like to thank from our Conservative team is my friend from Barrie Innisfil. Through his private member's bill, he would have enshrined into law the promise between Canada and our veterans. It would have made it crystal clear that our VAC and the programs and services it offers, it must treat veterans and their families with dignity, respect, and fairness. And while my colleagues across the way voted against this legislation, I still have hope that we can implement the spirit of his legislation in everything that VAC does. However, it is telling that we need to pass such legislation. It is an indication that there is much work still to do. And that's why today's debate is so important. We must not only hold the Prime Minister accountable for his offensive comments, the House is now seized with how the Liberals are not living up to their campaign commitments to Canada's veterans. If you go to an independent website that is determining which Liberal promises have actually been implemented, you discover that only 3 of the 15 have been achieved. If this was an exam, that would be considered a failure. Except in this case, we aren't talking about a test. We're talking about people's lives. We are talking about our brave men and women who are willing to put their lives on the line in defense of our great country. And while I personally like the new Liberal Minister of Veteran Affairs, I would ask him to sit down with the Prime Minister and get to work on implementing the rest of their promises. They are over halfway through their term, and quite frankly, they haven't done enough on veteran affairs issues. Just today outside this chamber, there are veterans rallying against their broken promise on pensions. And while I know the Minister believes he has checked that box in his mandate letter, there are veterans from across the country who would fundamentally disagree. And there are veterans who are calling their actions a betrayal. And it is hard to disagree with them. Their promises do not live up to their actions in the Liberal Party. I know this conversation is a tough one to have. Many Liberal MPs are probably scratching their head how their Prime Minister could let down so many and as quickly as he has done. It would be my sincere hope that by the end of today's debate, we will have reached consensus and work will begin immediately on implementing their promises. The time for excuses is over. We must collectively demand better from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Veteran Affairs. Canadians who are watching us today should be mad that the government has failed to live up to its word. They should be mad the Prime Minister, for whatever reason, cannot bring himself to give a meaningful apology. They should be mad that the government is still talking about doing something rather than just rolling up their sleeves and making veterans a priority. I call on my Liberal colleagues to join us by voting in favour of this motion, Mr. Speaker. Put aside your party stripes for this vote and support your veterans. They were willing to fight for our rights and freedoms in some of the most uninhabitable terrain you could possibly imagine. The least MPs could do is stand up for this motion instead of sitting on their hands worrying about the consequences from their party bosses. I believe that our Liberal veterans, I believe that our military veterans deserve the utmost respect for their service to our country and the sacrifices that many have made in that endeavour. It is imperative that our elected officials lead by example in demonstrating this respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Brandon Surrey for his really heartwarming remarks. And I haven't had a chance to work with him yet on a veterans file, so I wanted to thank you for your comments today. He did mention in his remarks that he was elected in a by-election in Brandon, and that we know that that Veteran Affairs office was closed under the previous government and again reopened in October of 2016. I'd like to ask the member opposite if he's had a chance to visit the reopened Veteran Affairs office, if he's had a chance to talk to the folks and the veterans that are using that service, and if he feels that reopening that office was beneficial for the veterans that he serves. Thank you.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for that question. I did enjoy working with her on the electoral reform for a week while I was in there as well, so we have worked together on some issues. But, Mr. Speaker, her point is probably one that we've heard many times in this House. I lived through some of these kind of things in the NDP government in Manitoba where they tried to say something that had happened for 15 years that never happened. Mr. Speaker, the same services were available through our government that were always available before any of those changes were made. In Brandon particularly, I can't speak for the other 8 locations, but in Brandon, the same services were in the same building by the same individual that was there providing them before. Now, we are only 20 kilometers away from Shiloh, which has a full service of support for veterans as well. And so there was all these rumors about people going here and having to go there when we actually opened up more of those rural offices that I was talking about, so paperwork didn't have to be, these veterans, some quite old, didn't have to come to Brandon to get that service. But if my colleague goes back and checks, she will find out that the only thing that changed was the title on the door. It went from Veteran Affairs to Services Canada. And I believe that that's the case in all of those locations. And if these government members would look into that, they would know that in many cases those services were still being offered. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fought for the reopening of the offices that have been closed, but I'd like to know from my colleague whether he considers that the reopening under the Liberals was sufficient or whether they have really changed things. Do they consider to continue to ask them for administrative formalities without end? Or, so yes, maybe the offices have been reopened, but shouldn't the approach be changed as well? Otherwise, the problem won't have been solved.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question, and it gives me an opportunity to answer the rest of the question that my colleague from across the way in Quebec had asked me earlier. Yes, I have been in the new office, and yes, I respond and respect the work that's being done by the new veteran, the new people that have moved in to help the gentleman that was there before doing some of that work. But yes, to that point, that very point, it's not just about the services, it's about the type of services that are being offered and how they're being offered. And I take her point very well that there's lots of room, and as mentioned in my speech today, about how the services should be more humanitarian, I guess, if I could put it that way, in regards to the individual efforts of those veterans. And I also feel that my office is acting like a Veteran Affairs office some days as well, because we get not only a lot of immigrants coming through it and some of the other issues that the committee that I'm on, but we get a lot of Veteran Affairs or veterans that are coming through looking for help, and we're very glad to help them as the staff person that I have is a reservist herself as well. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Monday, February 26, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Now I see the Honourable Member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas, perhaps rising on a point of some kind.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, if you canvass the House, that you'd find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30 and commence with private members' business.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Accordingly, this House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M147, Special Committee on Homelessness, in the name of Mrs. Benson.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Mr. Cook.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here in the House and to have the opportunity as a member for Preston Chesapeake rather. It surrounds Halifax and Dartmouth, and I'm very pleased to be able to talk about the work that our government has done to help the middle class, and definitely those who are working hard to join it. So today, it gives me the opportunity to talk about this motion 147. This motion has been tabled by my colleague from Saskatoon West, and I'd certainly like to thank her and to commend her for her work. Not for the motion, but for the work that she has done over the years to contribute to this objective. The motion that is before us this evening seeks to appoint a special committee of parliamentarians to launch consultations, which is usually a good thing, and to develop a national action plan. And then after that, the idea would be to come back to the House and to submit this action plan for approval. So that's after a year. So the intention of this motion is excellent, but if I had to provide an opinion, I think that it's 2 years too late, because our government has already gotten down to work and has already put forward a homelessness strategy that includes affordable housing. Madam Speaker, my colleague is calling for the creation of this special committee and to conduct a consultation. But we have already done this, and we have consulted a great deal. We have asked for feedback from our parliamentary colleagues, and so we already have a standing committee that has studied this question. All the parties are represented on that committee, and we have had the opportunity to hear from witnesses, from a great many people, numerous experts from across Canada. And to ask these organizations who have already spent so much time, to ask them to come and visit us again, I think would be not particularly efficient, because over the past few years we have met with Canadians, stakeholders, people who have supported this national strategy to reduce poverty and to end homelessness. And we have also restructured the strategy of our partners who are fighting against homelessness.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we can undertake more consultations, but just to put the same question over and over again to the same stakeholders, to the same communities, will probably end up giving us the same result. And then, of course, there's also the issue of time. Over the next few years, we can always make improvements depending on what we encounter along the way. So these partners have contributed. They've given us their perspectives. And then now they want to see this government act. So now is not the time to continue with consultations. It's time to act. And that's exactly what this government is doing. So supporting the motion 147 would entail more consultations, and which could seriously compromise our goal, which is to see action by the 31st of March 2019. Now, if we were to launch a whole new process, do more consultations, create a new committee, consult the same stakeholders in order to create a program that we have already crafted and that answers the needs of our clients, would just simply delay the process and would delay the implementation of the strategy that we will be announcing shortly. Mr. Speaker, obviously, given what I've just said, the government will not be able to support motion 147. Now, with my remaining time, I'd like to speak in greater detail about the extensive work that this government has done to end homelessness. First, allow me to talk about the National Housing Strategy. Our government supported this strategy with an investment of $41 million. 41 over 10 years. How much time do I have? And this will begin on the 1st of April 2018. So under that strategy, our government will take on its leadership role again in the area of housing for vulnerable groups. And over 2016, we engaged Canadians and key stakeholders, as well as the provinces and territories, to get their opinions and their observations with respect to homelessness. These consultations led to recommendations to help us tackle homelessness in Canada. More specifically, the stakeholders advocated for the renewal and enhancement of the homelessness partnership strategy, and they also called on us to provide more flexibility in the homelessness programs, and they emphasized the fact that rights should be included in our national homelessness strategy. Mr. Speaker, under the national homelessness housing strategy, $2.2 billion will also be invested over the next several years to expand on the funding for the homelessness partnership strategy. And thanks to those investments, Mr. Speaker, communities will be better equipped to tackle homelessness and will be in a position to be able to reduce homelessness, chronic homelessness, by 50% by 2027-28. Our government also committed to consulting provinces, territories, and stakeholders, as well as Indigenous partners, on the way this homelessness partnership strategy could be restructured in order to reduce and prevent more effectively homelessness in Canada. Furthermore, above and beyond that commitment, this government established an advisory committee chaired by our excellent parliamentary secretary for the department responsible for housing, made up as well of experts, people who are familiar with homelessness, and stakeholders in the area of homelessness. The committee held consultations from July 2017 to September 2017. The committee also had regional roundtables throughout Canada in order to obtain supplementary information from service providers. Mr. Speaker, the Special Parliamentary Committee, as being requested in this motion, would simply repeat a process that has already well established and that has been successful. Therefore, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government has done its homework in order to be able to reduce and end homelessness in Canada, and will be presenting its renewal plan for 2019. I haven't even had an opportunity to speak to you about our poverty reduction plan. That would take another 10 minutes with your permission, although I expect that's not possible right now. I would, however, like to congratulate the member for Saskatoon West for the work and motion, but more importantly, the work she's been doing over many years in this area. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking my colleague Sherry Benson for bringing this important topic to the attention of the House. It is the unfortunate truth that homelessness is a major problem in Canada. Approximately 30,000 Canadians experience homelessness each night and more than 200,000 each year. The face of homelessness is also changing, and some of the most vulnerable are being affected. The number of homeless seniors is increasing, with almost a quarter of shelter populations over the age of 50. In 2016, almost 3,000 veterans were in shelters, and approximately 30% of shelter populations were Indigenous. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to apologize for naming my colleague. Certainly, I just recognize the honourable member, and thank her very much for bringing this motion forward. My apologies. This is unacceptable. Families can be hit especially hard. The average length that a family stays in a shelter is double that of an individual, and more women, families, and youth are homeless today than in the past. Despite the challenges, it's important to remember that homelessness doesn't have to be a fact of life. With some hard work, we can make a difference, and this motion is a very good place to start. A special committee could provide us with the answers we need to take on the challenge of ending homelessness. My Conservative colleagues and I support compassionate, informed policy. We are the party of Housing First and the Homelessness Partnering Strategy. Sadly, the Liberal government has failed again and again to take adequate action to address affordable housing and homelessness. It's time for them to take these issues seriously. There are local community groups that are on the ground doing incredible work, and we need to study their initiatives so we may learn from them. That's one of the really positive aspects about this issue. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. We can start from the programs that are already proven and expand from there. My home province of Alberta has been a leader on this issue. Its Housing First initiative is a great example of how to effectively tackle the homelessness crisis. This program is based on the idea that short-term emergency shelters are not a solution. It begins by providing individuals with permanent housing and then offers a wide variety of supports to help them get back on their feet. These supports could include anything from medical care to psychiatric help to case management and social services. Once people have a roof over their heads, they then can address the root causes of their homelessness and work towards creating an independent life for themselves. The Government of Alberta estimates that it can cost more than $100,000 each year in medical bills, as well as justice and social services to support an individual who is chronically homeless. But it costs only $35,000 a year to provide that same individual with housing and supports that will help them to become independent. It's not only humane, it makes economic sense. We've seen some great successes with the program. Medicine Hat's Housing First program has succeeded in eliminating chronic homelessness. In practice, this means that while emergency shelters exist in the city, every individual who ends up in one is seen by a social worker within 3 days and has a permanent roof over their head within 10 days. This is a major shift from the period before Housing First, when some individuals would spend years in shelters. Between the beginning of the program in 2009 and the end of 2016, Medicine Hat housed over 1,000 people. Perhaps the most exciting result is that 80% of those individuals have successfully exited the program and are now independent, while the city has actually seen a reduction in costs associated with health, crime, and child welfare. This is just one of the many great local initiatives that a Committee on Homelessness could study and evaluate. My Conservative colleagues and I believe in the work that our local nonprofits, social services, and businesses are already doing. The government should partner with these organizations that already have the skills and the knowledge to tackle this issue. Society has come to accept homelessness as an inevitable fact of life. Emergency shelters do valuable work, but they are ultimately a band-aid solution. When we see that hundreds of thousands of Canadians are affected by this issue and that the number of women, youth, and families experiencing homelessness is increasing, it is clear we should take action. The Liberal government continues to lag on this critical issue, so Parliament will have to step in to address it. I support this motion because a committee study could form an important basis for a national strategy to end homelessness. Let's work together towards a future where all Canadians can have a home. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support M147 unreservedly. And I'd like to thank my NDP colleague from Saskatoon West for bringing this forward and giving us an opportunity to talk about a very worrisome situation that I myself had an opportunity to see on my travels. In Pelican Narrows, in the north of Saskatchewan, at under minus 30 degrees, I saw people with no shelter. These were people who were frustrated, discouraged, and very angry. I met a man who had a walker and was homeless. Minus 30 degrees in an isolated region where there is not enough housing for everyone, and where some homes have been condemned because they're not in an appropriate situation. They're not fit to live in. So I am going to support this motion so that the work of our predecessors can be continued to advance the cause of people who are homeless and do not have sufficient homes. Mr. Speaker, I've been saying for a long time that it's more than high time that Canada take the necessary steps to eradicate this unacceptable plague, which is homelessness, especially in a country as rich as ours. It's not normal that a country that has the resources that we have is not able to end homelessness. My colleague's motion is certainly aligned with that position. That is to say, to establish a special committee whose mandate would be to hold consultation on homelessness and to bring forward a plan to tackle and end homelessness. That committee would also report to this House at the latest 12 months after the adoption of the present motion. One of the things that most struck me in my travels and studies regarding homelessness is that many groups are disproportionately affected by homelessness. For example, I'm referring to Indigenous groups, women, seniors, young people, veterans, and LGBTQ people. Now, there are communities that have already started the work developing their own methods to tackle and end homelessness in their areas. For example, in Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, and Fort McMurray, there is the Seven Cities Project, whose purpose is to end homelessness. Under that project, Edmonton and Calgary also implemented plans to end homelessness. All these municipalities have in common the fact that they've decided to leave the traditional strategy and to use Band-Aid solutions and to instead undertake the ambitious goal of eradicating homelessness. Other communities like Montreal, Winnipeg, Saskatoon have adopted plans to prevent and end homelessness. That should be the main purpose, Mr. Speaker, to end homelessness. And the first step towards that is to adopt a plan with clear and measurable goals. But there isn't just one solution to end homelessness in the country. These plans have to also be locally developed. They have to vary depending on the region. And as I already mentioned, some communities have already shown what they can do. But to be able to reach our ultimate goal, the federal government has to define its role and have a national plan. This is simply an issue of being serious about eradicating this plague and acknowledging the role that the federal government must play to support local initiatives. We need a national plan to prevent homelessness and to end homelessness, and that would be the first step towards this. And that is exactly the goal of this motion. A few months ago, the government announced some details of its national housing strategy. It set a goal of a reduction of 50% of chronic homelessness, but we think there has to be a much more ambitious plan. We want to eradicate homelessness fully as quickly as possibly, but for that we need a plan. We need to identify needs and ensure there's enough flexibility to allow regions to determine which methods they want to use and to be able to support them in those methods. We can't simply manage the situation and just simply accept that this situation has always existed and will always exist. We have to tackle it. We have to prevent it, and we have to end it ultimately. One person in the street is one person too many. These are men, women, and children we're talking about. And for those who like numbers, well, I can talk numbers. Besides the fact that we should do this for humanitarian reasons, we have to do this for economic reasons. Mr. Speaker, homelessness has a cost. It costs more to the government and to the Canadian economy to accept homelessness, as if you couldn't do anything about it, than to collectively invest the necessary amount of money to end it. In fact, it's estimated that our current approach costs $7 billion per year in direct and indirect costs to the Canadian economy. That's a huge amount of money. Imagine the number of homes, affordable homes that we could build with that. The cost of homelessness includes the money spent on emergency services, for example, shelters, and indirect costs, for example, the increase in use of health services, in the use of police services, and the use of prisons. It costs on a monthly basis $10,900 to house someone on a hospital bed, $4,300 in a provincial prison, $1,900 in a shelter, but only $701 to provide a rent supplement, and $189 to provide social housing. So, if you take into account the fact that the people living in the street are more likely to use hospitals or end up in prison and in the court system, well then it's in our interest to solve this problem at its source. Mr. Speaker, as we've often said in the NDP, we need a budget, and a budget is a question of choices. And Canadian choices have shown that we could save a considerable amount of money by making the right choices. The most conservative estimates show that 235,000 people are currently living in the streets, and that's in 1 year. And according to a joint study by the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness and the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness in 2014, the gradual clawback of investments in social housing is one of the major causes of the situation we're facing today. I have been calling on the federal government for a long time to begin by massively investing in social housing. Why? Because it has been shown over and over again that that is the least costly solution for taxpayers to tackle homelessness. I gave you the numbers a few seconds ago. Under my colleague's motion that we're debating today, we're extending a hand to all parliamentarians so that we have a serious plan to end homelessness. In order to do that, parliamentarians have to be in touch with those who are familiar with the situation because they experience this on a daily basis. Communities, stakeholders, NGOs, academics, Indigenous groups, people who are homeless or risk becoming homeless. These are the people who can transfer their knowledge to us and help us find solutions that work and that are tailored to their needs. And it's important to have a flexible enough plan in order to be able to meet different needs that you find throughout the country. I was describing a situation in the north of Saskatchewan earlier on, and that's completely different from that of my ex-colleague, HoC, who became homeless in the city of Montreal. The government has to show leadership on this file and has to show that Parliament is determined to do the necessary work to prevent and end homelessness in Canada. Even though I have some reservations about what the Liberals have done, I will say that they have shown an open mind and openness to having a national strategy. And under M147, the government has an unprecedented opportunity to put their money where their mouth is and to call on all parliamentarians to craft a national plan to end homelessness. The creation of a special committee would send a clear message to all Canadians that a national housing strategy is the first step of a major initiative throughout the country. And we are not the only ones to say this, Mr. Speaker. There are many organizations, including a major organization that represents the interests of the social housing sector. And they support the motion as well. They say that under the new housing strategy, it is absolutely essential that the Liberal government and decision makers tackle the homelessness plague in this country and that they establish steps that will allow us to identify the necessary tools, policies, and programs that will ensure access to affordable, social, and safe housing for all residents of Canada. The ACRU feels that a special committee would allow us to do that. Under this motion, the member of Saskatoon West is really doing the best she possibly can to give us an opportunity to end this homelessness plague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Fredericton rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order to clarify an answer I gave during question period today in response to a question that I misheard on the recent earthquake in Taiwan. As our government said on February 9th, we extend our deep condolences to all those affected by the earthquake in Taiwan. À ce jour, notre gouvernement n'a pas reçu de demande d'aide des autorités.
And
consider any request for assistance that we receive from Taiwan. Thank you.
The House appreciates the clarification at the earliest opportunity from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, this is under resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Monsieur le Président, merci pour l'opportunité pour...
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue.
Be able to speak about M147, a motion sponsored by the member from Saskatoon West that would appoint a special parliamentary committee to conduct hearings on homelessness and develop a national plan to end homelessness within 12 months of the motion's adoption. The member for Saskatoon West cares deeply about this issue, and we respect her for that. And we welcome her passion and dedication to this issue. However, the government is unable to support M147. Il est clair que le député de Saskatoon-Ouest s'est soucié profond.
We are asking that this question, we know that he has a great passion for this cause. Unfortunately, our government cannot allow itself to support this motion.
147 duplicates and would delay critical work this government is already doing on this vital issue.
This motion, M147, repeats work that our government has already done.
Committee on Homelessness in June 2017. This 13-member committee includes housing and homeless experts, local and regional service providers, and most importantly, individuals with lived experience of homelessness. And they reflect Canada's cultural, linguistic, and regional diversity. It is an extraordinary group of leaders. It has been my honor to chair this advisory committee and to join it as it has traveled from coast to coast to coast and hear Canadians share their insights and experiences. I have personally been in more than 24 communities and spent days upon days with frontline workers, people with lived experience, frontline service providers, municipal governments, provincial authorities studying this issue in concert with the entire workforce and social agency that's embraced by this issue. Through roundtables and forums, through town halls, online engagement, the message that Canadians have given to the Advisory Committee on Homelessness has been absolutely clear. It's time to move from consultation and study and get down to direct action. M147 would disregard this message in favor of spending yet another year studying the issue. This is time and, more importantly, money that could be better spent on directly addressing issues related to homelessness. It would also ask organizations who are fighting homelessness to take their time to come to Ottawa and to once again provide testimony. We would rather they provide services to people than provide testimony to another committee of Parliament. They've already provided feedback and input with their ideas, and they're eager now to work with us at implementing solutions. M147's special committee would also disregard one of the other crystal clear messages we heard in our listening exercises, which is that housing is fundamentally a local issue and requires local solutions funded federally, but designed and delivered on a community-by-community basis, on a person-by-person basis. The federal government's role is to collaborate and listen and finance and fund and support, but it's not to rule from above and drop solutions from Ottawa onto communities across this country and impose programs rather than develop them with local partners. Frontline workers and people with lived experience in homelessness have told us time and time again that if we want lasting, permanent change, it needs to come from communities. It cannot be dictated by federal programs. I look forward to sharing the results of this engagement more thoroughly in a few weeks and days when we release the What We Heard report. The results of these listening exercises and study sessions, aligned with other studies on homelessness and poverty that have also been undertaken by this government, are part of our total redesign and launch of Canada's first ever national housing strategy. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities has just recently completed a study on poverty reduction, on seniors housing, and on seniors issues. And all of these studies include, and must include and have to include, strategies on dealing with housing shortages, homelessness, and people in core housing need. As part of our engagement with this panel on poverty reduction strategies as well, which is about to be as well released and disclosed to all members of Parliament and Canadians. We've also got people with lived experience on that committee as well. And the Ministers' Advisory Committee has been focusing as well and giving us input as to how we can develop programs on housing and homelessness. Something else that I think is critically important. Homelessness, preventing homelessness requires an all-of-government approach. It is not a single issue. It has got to be placed within the context of a housing strategy, and only focusing on homelessness doesn't get us there. It has to be part of a strategy that focuses on income supports. It has to be part of a strategy that also deals with social security programs. The HuMA Committee integrates this approach. It is a standing committee of Parliament, and it will be reported to as part of the National Housing Strategy on a regular go-forward basis. This is the place to get a comprehensive, holistic approach to homelessness addressed properly. We have a standing committee. On the National Housing Strategy, which is perhaps the most important program this government has released in its 2 years in office, which was just released last November after another 18 months of study and consultation with groups, provinces, territories, Indigenous leadership, people with lived experience, homeless activists, housing providers on the ground, both civic and governmental. Part of that engagement and online study and collection of data and information has produced the most comprehensive approach to housing and most properly funded program this country has ever seen. In fact, supporting M47 would have a negative impact. What it would do is it would force us to redesign the homelessness program that's part of that strategy and start all over again. And we can't do this because the current program expires within the 12-month study period that the member's motion seeks to report back in. In other words, the program will expire while this committee is studying what to do next. We need to act now. If we launch a new consultation process, results won't come for another 12 months. That will delay implementation. It'll have a terrible, terrible impact. The NDP often says, please consult more before you act, or please act now and stop your consultation. Well, you can't have it both ways. We have done the consultation. We are about to launch that study, that program, but we have already doubled the investment, making sure that local communities have the resources they need to fight this terrible, terrible problem. I want to underline this fact because it's another key reason why we're opposing this motion. The National Housing Strategy, $40 billion over 10 years. In the first budget, we doubled the dollars that the previous government put in place. That doubling of the dollars immediately put new resources while we studied it. And now in the 10-year program, we have new programs and new approaches which are going to fortify and expand the approach to prevent and provide permanent solutions to homelessness instead of just dealing with the crisis that's on too many of our city's streets. This is critical to the advice that we're getting from the Advisory Committee on Homelessness. They have given us good advice on how to integrate the two programs. With these investments, we'll be better equipped to tackle homelessness, and we can start reducing, if not eliminating it, by 2027, 2028. I'll also note that in Budget 27, our government committed to engaging with stakeholders, provinces, territories, Indigenous governance organizations, as well as urban Indigenous housing providers to make sure that our approach is also consistent with the principles of truth and reconciliation. And again, is critical that at every step of the way, people with lived experience must be at the table. Nothing about us without us is fundamental to the approach this government takes to fighting homelessness. This work is only part of our government's broader housing plan. As I said, there's a $10 billion plan to give all Canadians a safe, secure, affordable place to call home. As we said, when we announced the strategy last November, the NHS is geared towards people with core housing need, including Indigenous people, women and children,
families fleeing family violence, seniors, veterans, persons with disabilities, the LGBT two-spirited community and queer communities, and those that are dealing with their mental health and addiction issues who quite too often find themselves on city streets. Additionally, young people in care. The superhighway to homelessness is described by a landmark study by the Observatory on Homelessness. If we wait to act on that critical population, we will be putting young people in harm's way. I will not do that as a parliamentarian. To meet the needs of these vulnerable populations, we're going to collaborate. We're going to foster innovation. We're going to support proper data collection, and we are going to fund a solution to this problem. The NHS includes and recognizes that all Canadians have a right to housing, and that a rights-based framework to housing requires us to address the homelessness situation that defines too many urban, rural, and northern communities in this country. To back this up, we are redesigning the strategy. We are coordinating with the National Housing Benefit and the Canadian the program, as well around the rights of people with disabilities, is also being integrated into our approaches. Perhaps most importantly, we'll also enshrine the right to housing in law through legislation to ensure that while this may be the first national housing strategy, it will not be the last. Again, framed within a rights-based approach to housing, endorsed by the UN Rapporteur on Housing and mayors and leaders across this country. I should also mention that our broader efforts to reduce poverty are part of this strategy, and I should also say that those two have been based on extensive consultation with people with lived experience. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Saskatoon West for all her hard work. I know she understands and cares about this issue. I know she wants solutions delivered tomorrow, if not yesterday. I respect that. These are goals that this government shares, but these are goals that this government is already acting on. We can't support this motion because it slows down and it pushes away from the table people with lived experience. Those are the folks we need to help. Those are the folks we're talking to. Those are the people we're going to deliver a national housing strategy for. Thank you.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak on Motion 147, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Saskatoon West for bringing forth this motion, and I am deeply disappointed that this Liberal government cannot support her motion. Sadly, not all Canadians have a place to call home, Mr. Speaker. Many more have wholly inadequate housing to call home. Having a home is a critical part of being a human and a productive member of society. Having a home, having a fixed address, is a stable foundation everybody needs. Canada has failed, all government at all levels, to fix Canada's homeless problem. In fact, it has continued to get worse as we throw more money at this problem. Housing advocates tell us that Canada has up to 8,000 chronically homeless individuals. These folks usually have associated mental, addiction, and social challenges that make them the most difficult to find housing solutions for. On any given night, it is estimated that roughly 35,000 Canadians face homelessness. These folks that find themselves in and out of the shelter system. And it is estimated that about 235,000 Canadians face homelessness every year. So let's just let that sink in, Mr. Speaker. 235,000 Canadians face homelessness every year. This is a group of Canadians making up a population comparable to the city of Regina that has a problem finding a home. We are short housing options for an entire city's worth of people. We essentially need to build a major city just to fix our housing problems. The time has come for us to honestly look at what we have done, what we are doing, and determine what is working and what is not. It's time to be honest with ourselves about our past efforts if we are going to improve those going forward. This is why I support the call for a special committee to put together a national plan to deal with homelessness. How can we not look at the housing issues when there are over 235,000 Canadians desperately in need? Every day when we walk out there and we see this temporary hockey rink that would have built an average 21 average homes in Canada, where are our priorities? Mr. Speaker, back in 2007, way back then, I chaired an Alberta provincial MLA task force to look at affordable housing issues.
and we went across the province of Alberta to get input on the issues. We set out to find innovative and practical ways to make affordable housing more accessible and available. We focused on solutions for the homeless, affordable housing, including subsidized rental and home ownership. By bringing together representatives from municipalities, from businesses, community leaders, industry associations, political parties, and the nonprofit sector, we were able to get a broad base of expertise and knowledge in housing matters. We were able to build a large list of recommendations and policy goals for governments at all levels. While many of the recommendations were embraced, others were not. However, we were successful at getting a long overdue conversation going and millions of dollars directed to addressing this problem. My work with the homeless did not end with the task force, Mr. Speaker. For a number of years after, I served on the board of the Calgary Homeless Foundation. And this year will mark the 10th anniversary since the foundation led the creation of Calgary's 10-year plan to end homelessness. We will mark this anniversary, but we will not be celebrating. We still have a homeless problem in Calgary and across Canada. By all counts, it's getting worse. It's not getting better. 10 years after Calgary's 10-year plan to end homelessness, we still have too many homeless in Calgary. Those involved, they are working hard, Mr. Speaker, but the problem is growing. Much of the cause is beyond their control. The economic downturn, housing prices in Calgary, the opioid epidemic, and more. At the same time, the solution is not to build more shelters. We need to find a way to have affordable housing a reality. Mr. Speaker, one of the most cited psychologists of the 20th century, Abraham Maslow, published his now famous Maslow's Hierarchy of Needs. Basically, it summarizes the stages of human growth and ranked human needs. The need for shelter or housing is listed at the first level of need, right beside food, air, and water. Without adequate shelter, we cannot develop as humans. We will not move to that next stage of development until the first stage needs is satisfied. At the most basic of levels, we as a society provide emergency shelters. These are horrible places to exist, but they do offer a better alternative than the frozen streets and allow for folks to begin getting the help that they need. After that, there are various other arrangements depending on where you live and what your needs are. While they do offer a level of housing, shelters are supported living and not long-term independent living solutions. Canada, the taxpayer, cannot afford to pay for housing for everyone forever. As a nation, we need to find a way to create affordable, sustainable, dependable, and independent housing solutions. We will only truly address the homelessness issue if we get people into their own homes and not rely on shelters. Once someone controls their own housing situation, according to Maslow, they will only then be able to move to the next level and then on to self-actualization. The next level of Maslow's theory is called the safety needs and includes things like personal security, financial security, health, and well-being. Addressing all these needs obviously requires someone to have stable housing of their own. Mr. Speaker, the most affordable type of independent housing is the bachelor suite or the single occupancy unit. I would recommend that any study strongly address the need for more bachelor units in Canada. If we want to have more people living in place of their own, we have to work at increasing the supply of these more affordable housing options. For those with modest incomes, the climb from a shelter to a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom apartment is just too big. They need something affordable in between. Since 1990, the number of bachelor units has dropped dramatically, a 40% drop in the most affordable type of housing in Canada, and I just don't understand it. In my riding of Calgary Confederation, there are only 200 bachelor apartments. That means that just 1/3 of 1% of homes in my riding are bachelor apartments. The average rental rate for a bachelor apartment in Calgary is 20% less than that of a one-bedroom unit. It is about $825 a month compared to $1,025 per month. For some, this $200 difference between housing affordability and living in a shelter. For others, it is a difference between having to choose between food and rent. Another aspect that needs to be addressed is the shocking decrease in overall rental units here in Canada. Since 1990, the total number of rental units has dropped per capita by 15%, which has further driven up rental costs. In many larger communities, rental costs now regularly exceed average mortgage payments. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in support of this motion. I will be supporting the need for the government and the organizations to address our affordable housing problems in Canada, and I reiterate that I am deeply, deeply disappointed that this Liberal government will not support this issue and this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to rise in support of motion M142 that was introduced by my colleague from Saskatoon West to create a special committee on homelessness. This motion is one of the most important motions that I think has been put forward in this House, Mr. Speaker. And I want to speak about the importance of that. I really appreciate my colleague before me from the Conservative Party that talked about not everyone has a home. And I think it's really important that we bring that up because it's so true. It's so true throughout our country. We know in every community homelessness exists, but doesn't just exist, it's on the rise. And I'm really appreciating that here we are today. I want to talk about not who's doing what, like the government talks about what they're doing and where they've been and what they're doing about this issue. I want to talk about the people that don't have a home, because that's what this is about. And that's what we need to talk about. The sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the government understands the sense of urgency that's happening in our community for people's lives and families that are being affected by homelessness, because we know it affects everyone. One thing we don't talk about, Mr. Speaker, is that we're all one tragedy away from being on the street. You know, I was in Port Alberni at the shelter and I met this wonderful man who had lived a great life. He had worked his whole life. He was getting ready for retirement, and he lost his wife in a tragic accident. He doesn't remember the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker. It just vanished. And he woke up and he was in the shelter in Port Alberni when he realized what had happened to him, and he had lost everything. That could happen to every one of us, Mr. Speaker. We're all one tragedy away from being on the street, or an incident, or experimenting with drugs. It happens to people all the time. We're seeing that right now, especially with the opioid crisis. Now, I'll speak about my riding, Mr. Speaker, because that's what I know best. I know that we don't talk a lot about homelessness in rural communities. And, Mr. Speaker, right now we have a housing crisis in our country. We talk a lot about the Greater Toronto Area, about Vancouver and the Greater Vancouver Area. But what's happening, Mr. Speaker, is we're in close proximity on Vancouver Island to Vancouver. The spillover effect is having a massive impact in our communities. In fact, we're seeing real estate prices driven up over 20% over last year. And how that plays down for people that are marginalized or struggling, it plays out like this, Mr. Speaker. People are moving from the mainland over to Victoria, to Nanaimo. People in those communities are being pushed out into more remote communities. I live in one of those communities. I live in Port Alberni, Mr. Speaker, and I'll speak to that again because it's what I know best. And Port Alberni was the most affordable place in southwestern British Columbia, and it had a disproportionate amount of people living on income assistance. In fact, we were 250% above the provincial average for people living on income assistance. And Mr. Speaker, the reason being is people could rent a place for $400 a month. They would be earning $635 a month on income assistance, and they could afford to live there on a meager income to buy groceries and medicine and clothing on their $235 a month. But as we know, people that are living with low incomes, many people living with disabilities that are getting low incomes to survive, they were gravitating to our communities in Courtenay and in Port Alberni because they were affordable. But now we're seeing our real estate prices get pushed up. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, people living on marginalized, people that are living on low incomes often have a transient place to live because sometimes they can't make ends meet, so they have to move out. Their landlord moves them out because they couldn't pay their bills. But, Mr. Speaker, there's nowhere for them to go now. They can't afford anywhere on their meager income, so they're ending up on the street. We've never seen a housing crisis like this ever on Vancouver Island, Mr. Speaker. And Courtenay, for example, the vacancy rate in Courtenay is 0.4% in the Comox Valley. And we've got incredible organizations working there trying to find people a place to live. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, we haven't built not one purpose-built place to live for low-barrier housing in the Comox Valley. Never. And that's not working right now when we've got a housing crisis. We've got now hundreds of people living on the street, and we're not prepared, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to have a national housing strategy, but we need a strategy that's focused on people living on the street. There's different situations that they're facing. We need to work that's integrated with the provinces. People living on the street move. We can't just say download it to local government and say it's local government's responsibility to fix this. Mr. Speaker, this is a national problem, and people that are vulnerable living on the street, they're transient. They're moving around because they have nowhere to go. That's important that we recognize that. You know, I met a man in Port Alberni at the Port Alberni Shelter Society, and he was living in a low-barrier house, and I found out about his story, and I'm going to call him John. I told this story in this house, but I want to protect him and his family. Say John, his story is this, that John drinks every day. He still does. But he used to drink every day, and he ended up on the street where he lived, drunk, passed out, and the police would get called, fire, and ambulance. They would take him to the hospital, tie up a bed in the hospital, acute care, and then they might do x-rays, or they would throw him in cells at the RCMP, and then they would release him, and he'd do it all over again. I mean, Mr. Speaker, to lowball it, let's call it $2,000 a day, because it was every day. I mean, I'm just going to even lowball it and say it's only $600,000 a year. But the Port Alberni Shelter Society, which is operating on funds raised by the city, the good people of Port Alberni, the good people in the community, the business community, people that donate because they care, because they know that everybody deserves a roof over their head. The Port Alberni Shelter Society is bursting at the seams, can't house the amount of people that need a place to live. Found him a place to live. Low barrier housing, $475 a month. Let's call it $6 grand a year instead of $600,000 a year. So those people that say, you know, we shouldn't be funding people that need a place to live because it's not our responsibility as a taxpayer. Well, I think it's prudent as government leaders to protect taxpayers, actually, and make sure that people that are vulnerable, that are living on the street, have dignity, have a place to sleep, like my friend that I was talking about in Port Alberni, that has a shower every day. He has a bed to sleep in, he has dignity. I mean, his story is so powerful, Mr. Speaker. And the people, all the first responders, they all know him. They know his story, and they know it's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. I met a single mom in Courtenay. She said, I've been born and raised here. My parents lived here, my grandparents, my great-grandparents lived here. And I may have to leave my community because I have nowhere to go. I'm a single mom. She said, how am I supposed to get by with rents growing at 20% a year? We know that's impossible for that to be sustainable. That's not just impacting people that are struggling, that feel vulnerable, that might give up. That might give up because it's too hard. But it affects our culture. It affects our community, our knowledge. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight some of the people that are being affected, and I appreciate my time's running out. We have youth that are the highest unemployment rate we've seen in decades for youth in our country and on Vancouver Island. We have a housing crisis. We have a really difficult time, as we know, for seniors and veterans. And, you know, as the critic for Veterans Affairs, I had a chance to meet the representative, Deb Lowther from Vets Canada. She says, I think there is easily probably about 5,000 people, veterans, living on the streets of our country. Clearly, we have a problem when our veterans don't have a place to live, when our seniors don't have a place to live, Mr. Speaker. We have to fix this, and a special committee will do that. It'll put the attention to the people that are most vulnerable in our society. We live in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet we have a skyrocketing problem for homeless people. We have an opioid crisis right now that is impacting every community across our country. And we know when people are living on the street, how are they supposed to heal? How are they supposed to get the rehabilitation they need if they have addictions or mental health issues? They need a place to live. They have to. It's good for the economy. It's good for business people. We've seen crime skyrocket in my community. Skyrocket. And businesses are closing because homeless people that are feeding addictions and struggling need a place to live, Mr. Speaker. It's good for the economy. I outlined the saving to the taxpayer for services for the criminal justice system, for the healthcare system. I could go on, but it's also good for businesses. And my friend from Kootenay, Columbia, he talked about how it's affecting his community. So it's not just my community, it's rural communities across this country, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister's promise that we'll cut the goal, his goal of 10-year goal of cutting homelessness in half by 50% in the next 10 years. That's not acceptable. Where's the urgency, Mr. Speaker? Where's the urgency from this government? If they support this bill, this motion, then it shows they back up the sense of urgency. They understand how urgent this is for the people most vulnerable in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank my colleague for introducing this very important motion in this House.
Bravo. There remains only enough time in the time provided for private members' business today for the right of reply for the honourable member for Saskatoon West. So we'll go to her now. She has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin with a quote. I would encourage the member for Saskatoon West, as well as all members from all parties and all parts of the country, to become a part of the government's nationwide efforts to ensure that all Canadians have the safe, affordable housing they need and deserve. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague from South Shore, St. Margaret's, and to all parliamentarians on all sides of this House, I say that her call for being part of the government's efforts is exactly what my motion M147 is all about. It's about including all parliamentarians in our collective leadership to end and prevent homelessness. That motion, to remind Canadians, is to create a national plan to end and prevent homelessness, a plan based on results and outcomes. It's not about the political right or left. It's about rolling up our sleeves with relentless focus end homelessness in this country. But I'm at a loss as how we rally the support of Canadians and ourselves and parliamentarians and tackle such an urgent issue as homelessness by saying we'll only go halfway. We're going to house only 50% of homeless Canadians over 10 years. We can and must do so much better. We owe an urgent response to each and every Canadian living on our streets without safety or shelter. They're our children, our loved ones, our families, our friends, our veterans. I want every Canadian to be able to hold up in their hand our plan to end and prevent homelessness and say, this is where my government is going, this is how they're going to get there, and I can hold them to it. I want to thank the countless number of Canadians and organizations who support and endorse my motion. Organizations like Raising the Roof, the Peel Alliance to End Homelessness, Out Saskatoon, Quint Development Corp, Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association, Upstream, the Mayor of Saskatoon, the YWCAs of Saskatoon and Lethbridge, the Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness, the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, the Alberta Federation of Labour, to name a few. I want to thank my fellow parliamentarians who took the time to meet with me to talk about how we can and must end homelessness in this country. 2 weekends ago, I held a town hall in my adopted neighbourhood in Ottawa at the Centretown United Church. And despite the snow, the lure of Winterlude, and the Super Bowl, people actually came. The one overriding question that emerged was, where is the urgency by governments to end homelessness? Only one speaker that day got a standing ovation, and it wasn't me. Tyler Palmer works for the Youth Services Bureau as a community developer working with tenant organizations. As a young person who has experienced homelessness, Tyler speaks from a place that most of us can only imagine. Here's what Tyler said. Homelessness is its own place, a world of fear and shame that often feels impossible to escape. It's hard to fathom why something so basic as shelter is still as elusive as it is, especially in a prosperous and stable country like Canada. The face of homelessness is changing. It affects young and old, women, families, children. Many come from privileged or advantaged families. No one is immune. Many queer and trans youth are still expelled from their former lives just for being who they are. In short, homelessness is not just an economic problem, it's a human problem. As a society, we're on the same road. All of us can do our part. I firmly believe that only together can we end the isolation and grief that homelessness creates. I agree with Tyler, and that is why I ask that we all work together to create a federal plan to end homelessness. 10 years from now, let's not regret what could have been or how far we could have come. 10 years from now, we'll have an opportunity to be proud of our efforts as parliamentarians towards ending and preventing homelessness in Canada. We'll have a chance to be thankful that we worked together in 2008, that parliamentarians chose to recognize housing rights are human rights, and that our country refused to abandon the most vulnerable. An urgent and bold federal intervention into homelessness crisis is possible. Let's work together to build a plan, make sure we get it right. We need not wait for a more perfect time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moved that a special committee be appointed to conduct hearings on the matter of homelessness and to propose a national plan to prevent and end homelessness, that this committee consist of 10 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 3 from the official opposition, and 1 from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair is from the government party, that in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from each of the recognized opposition parties, qu'il soit conféré au comité tous les pouvoirs d'une
that the committee have all the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders, that the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party by depositing with the Clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than a week after the adoption of the said motion.
118, provided that at least 1 member of each recognized party be present, that membership substitutions be permitted from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114-2, and that the committee report to the House no later than 12 months after the adoption of this motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 28, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Et maintenant, à ce moment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this late show to talk about taxes once again. I'm following up on a question I asked November 8th to the Minister of National Revenue, specifically on the information that was being withheld from diabetics and from Diabetes Canada that had been requesting information on things such as data about applications, exceptions, rejections, as compared to 2 or 3 years ago. And there was a consistent pattern in the fall of the government going after diabetics and denying their claims for the disability tax credit. So today I'm following up on it, partially also because we heard at committee the chair of that committee, the member for Malpeque, who put the CRA on notice and said that he expected the Chief Commissioner to bring with him the data that will show what the applications are as best CRA can and what the exceptions and rejections are as compared to 2 or 3 years ago. He also expected the timeframes on applications and turnarounds on those applications over the past 5-year period. This information is information that Diabetes Canada has requested repeatedly. Members of Parliament had requested repeatedly. And it's information that the CRA admitted to withholding because it didn't want to reveal private information in there. Well, of course, you can provide data on taxation in a way that doesn't reveal a person's individual information and doesn't identify them. That information has yet to come to the committee. And that's why I'm rising here again today to ask to the Parliamentary Secretary, when can we expect this information to be given both to the committee, to the House of Commons, to members of Parliament who have diabetics back at home, and I have these individuals in my riding as well, who had their applications rejected by the government on a groundless basis that they no longer needed access to the DTC, the Disability Tax Credit. So when can we expect this information? Can the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that it will be provided to committee and tabled with this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled. My colleague, the Minister of National Revenue, recognizes well that the Disability Tax Credit, or DTC, is important for Canadians who are living with disabilities. And that's why last fall she reinstated the Disability Advisory Committee. This committee will increase the agency's understanding of the real challenges faced by Canadians living with disabilities and help us to improve the delivery of the tax credits and benefits upon which they rely.
The Disability Advisory Committee held its first meeting in January. Its members had a productive discussion with the agency about the disability tax credit, about the current administrative practices within the CRA, and the goals of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the agency strives to be transparent in the application and the administration of the disability tax credit. The agency has published detailed statistics on the disability tax credit on canada.ca, and in the future, any DTC data, including the number of people claiming the tax credit, the amounts claimed, and the number of claims that have been accepted and rejected, will be published annually.
We established the position of Chief Data Officer, an officer who will provide leadership and oversight as we take steps to enhance our approach to data management. As was announced in Budget 2017, our government has made it easier for Canadians to apply for the DTC by allowing nurse practitioners to certify the medical information and the effects of the impairment on the application form. Mr. Speaker, Canada is at its best and all of society benefits when everyone is included. That's why our government is committed to ensuring greater accessibility and opportunities for Canadians with disabilities in their communities and workplaces. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the Minister of National Revenue remains strongly committed to improving the CRA's services and to ensuring that Canadians who are eligible for credit and benefits do receive them, and I thank my honourable colleague for the incisive question and look forward to his follow-up.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, I'm glad that the member was able to say that the minister recognizes a bunch of things, but it doesn't answer the question of where the data is. They have this chief data person, but we were told at committee that one of the difficulties is it's mostly on paper. So we told them, just go and collect information, go through the applications manually. There are civil servants there, and the committee kind of serves like the board of directors demanding information. You know, there's a Yiddish proverb that goes, out of desperation, one finds. And at this point, both the committee of the House is desperate for this information, so are the diabetics who are being refused their DTC application. So to the Parliamentary Secretary again, when can we expect the information? When will it be provided to committee? Why is the minister hiding the information that Diabetes Canada wants to have?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue our government's work to ensure that the Canada Revenue Agency treats Canadians like important clients and not simply as taxpayers. La priorité de la
The minister's priority has always been to ensure that all Canadians receive the credits and the benefits they are entitled to. That is why she reinstated the Disability Advisory Committee.
I'm proud of our government's commitment to support Canadians with disabilities and their families. Our government has consulted with over 6,000 Canadians on the development of a new federal accessibility legislation. Canadians can rest assured that we will continue to work on making the disability tax credit even more accessible. Thank you very much, and I wish my honourable colleague a lovely long weekend.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his excellent Yiddish proverb. It's been a while since I've heard one from him. Now, I too are rising on an issue with the CRA and the disability tax credit. On October 27th, we asked the Minister for the Canada Revenue Agency to explain why she's hiking taxes on people suffering from type 1 diabetes. Now, the response was frankly nonsense because she said that her department wasn't changing anything at all. Now, in fact, she's repeated this assertion 11 times, both in this House and in committee, that neither the law nor the interpretation of law has been changed. But we know that is false. Doctors themselves have come forward with letters from her department, the CRA, that clearly state they're restricting eligibility for the tax credit, taking away from people who have been typically qualified for it in the past. Now, under the law, those with type 1 diabetes have been eligible to receive the credit for at least the last 10 years, as long as a doctor certified that they require life-sustaining therapy at least 3 times a week, totaling 14 hours on average. Yet the government is now taking the tax credit away from diabetics, even when doctors certify they are eligible under the existing law and policy, neither of which apparently have changed. This new direction appears to happen secretly with no public or notice or consultation with the diabetic community. Now, a family in my writing sent me a desperate plea for help. A family member needs 7 needles every single day to manage their disability. Now, on top of running the house, working all day, ensuring that her family member is healthy and receiving the medication they need, this mother has to worry about this Liberal tax grab. And it's not just diabetic sufferers that the Liberals are targeting for tax revenue. We've heard of sufferers of autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and other mental health issues are also being targeted by the current government. Now, the Liberals like to talk about their middle-class tax cut, but thanks to their tax rampage, eliminating credits like the child fitness tax credit, the education credit, the public tax credit, and now changing the eligibility for the disability tax credit, net incomes are dropping. And with the elimination of the income splitting credit, Canadian families can see even more earnings being clawed back. Now, Fraser Institute states eliminating the income splitting tax credit effectively means an average of a $949 tax hike on middle-class families. Simply put, the Institute states, eliminating just the income splitting tax credit more than offsets the benefit of the Liberal middle-class tax cut. So they can wax poetic about how amazing they are and how they're champions of the middle class, but their actions clearly indicate it's all smoke and mirrors. Now, back to the diabetes. It's not diabetes medication. It's a matter of life and death. It isn't a choice for those suffering from it. Diabetics don't get to decide that they just won't take their medication, check their blood, or take a break to eat something. These things are all things necessary they have to do to stay healthy. Mr. Speaker, it appears the government's priorities are more focused on looking good than doing the right thing. We have over $8 million spent on a temporary hockey rink, $200,000 for the PM's illegal vacation billionaires island, $100,000 for the Minister's Health Twitter account, $22,000 on Snapchat filters. And yet somehow, for some reason, the government's response to this waste of taxpayers' money is to target people suffering from an incurable disease. Now, there's an aphorism called Hanlon's razor that says, don't attribute to malice, which can be more adequately explained by incompetence. Well, I have to ask the minister, which is it with her handling of the government's attack on diabetics, malice or incompetence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me first start by asking the honourable member if the Fraser Institute mistakenly or blatantly forgot to calculate the benefit of the new Canada Child Benefit, which helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families when he calculates the positive benefits that this government has put in place to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. But, Mr. Speaker, I digress, because I'm always happy to help my honourable friend understand more fully information on the disability tax credit, which has already been shared, as I know he is aware, multiple occasions. this week in the House. Permettez-moi.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Our government is determined to improve the services provided by the Canada Revenue Agency. Our goal is that the agency treat Canadians like important clients and not as simple taxpayers.
Our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities not only receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled, but are also able to advise the CRA on how best to serve them. One way we have done this is by reinstating the Disability Advisory Committee, which the previous government abolished in 2006. After more than 10 years without a voice, Canadians with disabilities, stakeholders, and experts are able to engage with the CRA and provide insight on how best to ensure that they receive the benefits to which they're entitled. Additionally, through national consultations, our government has engaged over 6,000 Canadians to help inform the development of new federal accessibility legislation that we hope to table this spring.
Besides hearing directly from Canadians with disabilities, our government took concrete steps to make it easier to claim the disability tax credit. In fact, nurse practitioners now are able to certify medical information and the impacts of a disability on the forms, which makes the process much easier and much more accessible. Contrary to what my colleague claims, most claims received by the CRA are approved, which means that more than 700,000 Canadians claiming the disability tax credit on their income tax returns are doing so.
Canadians with disabilities, but that all Canadians receive the benefits and credits to which they are entitled. That's why the CRA is working hard to better serve Canadians. For example, the new File My Return service enables eligible Canadians, particularly those with low or fixed income, to file their returns by answering a few questions over the phone. This year, paper tax filers will be mailed their T1 forms directly through the mail, and the CRA and Service Canada are working closely together to ensure Indigenous communities across Canada receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for allowing to respond to my colleague's question.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I thank my colleague for his comments. However, repeatedly we have asked in this House about the disability tax credit being changed. 11 times in this House and in committee, the Minister for National Revenue stood up and said it hasn't changed and the interpretation hasn't changed. And yet we have a letter from May 2nd from internal CRA memo that states very clearly all the various changes in the way they're going to take away this tax credit. Now, I realize that the government was hoping that the issue stays out of the public eye, but I'm going to assure you that the constituents of my riding who rely on this credit are not going to let it go this easy. It's shameful tax grab by the government. It's time for this government to put Canada's most vulnerable ahead of a temporary hockey rink on the House lawn. I'm going to ask again if the minister will do the right thing and commit to rolling back this terrible tax on diabetic sufferers. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, all 11 times that the question has been raised, the Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary, our government has been unequivocal that our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled.
Canada is at its best, and all of society benefits when everyone is included. That is why our government is determined to ensure greater accessibility and more opportunities for Canadians with disabilities in their communities and in their workplaces.
Speaker, more Canadians were approved for this important credit last year than ever before. That is good news, and we hope to see that trend continue. Thank you, and thank you to my honourable colleague.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to talk tonight about the Canadian Food Guide, changes to it. The government is proposing massive changes to the Canadian Food Guide. Farmers and producers had not been allowed to have input into it, which seems a little strange that the producers who have the science and the knowledge that this government says science is important, they were excluded from the process up until just recently. This government talks about liking to consult. They consult with everybody, always talking about consulting. But for the food guide, they wanted to exclude the producers, the guys with the science, the guys that knew what they were doing. They wanted to exclude those guys and go on ideology instead. So, with a government who supports supply management, with agreements under the EU, with TPP, NAFTA, all those products under there that supply management, they don't want to have those producers that they're protecting be part of working on the food guide. Seems a little strange. So, what's their apprehension about listening to the producers? What was it? What didn't they want to know about the science from the guys that are the producers, the guys with the knowledge of what they're doing? What were they afraid of to listen to those guys in their hearings? They've recently changed, but for months they'd stonewalled that, said, no, we don't want to listen to the producers. That's where the science is. When you talk about the things they want to change, when they want to change the meat protein and lump it in with plant protein, that creates confusion out there. I mean, the meat producers know that the protein to calorie ratio is really strong as compared to common vegetables. I mean, the amount of peanut butter you might have to eat to match what you would get from a meat protein, you're going to be pretty big if you ate that much peanut butter compared to the calories and the protein out of meat. So, the risk of the confusion to Canadians, to the Canadian consumer, keeping it simple, keeping the meat protein in there, but listening to the producers who have the science and the knowledge. Plant protein is great, but meat protein is fantastic. So, as you move forward as studying the Canada Meat Guide and developing this program, having the producers speak to it who have the knowledge and the science is critical. Now that you've finally changed your mind and will listen to them, take that science-based knowledge and use it at developing this food guide and not just in ideology. We don't want to see dairy products like cheese labeled with a warning sign. That's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Oh, it's great to rise again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Bow River for the opportunity to speak. He will know that there are two tenets upon which this government makes its decisions. One of those is following evidence-based policy and science, and the other is ensuring adequate and extensive consultation with important stakeholder groups. And as he mentioned, the Minister has taken both of those two things into full consideration in the development of the Canada Food Guide. And I'd like to reassure the member that Health Canada is not proposing to remove meat whatsoever from Canada's food guide. Rather, the objective of Canada's new food guide will be to provide a foundation for healthy eating that promotes health and reduces the risk of nutrition-related chronic diseases, a foundation that includes a wide variety of nutritious foods. Now more than ever, Health Canada is committed to supporting the nutritional health and well-being of Canadians with the goal of reducing rates of chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. L'obésité et les malades chroniques au Canada ont
Obesity and chronic diseases in Canada have become devastating. Now, 1 Canadian out of 5 suffers from chronic illness, and the rates are increasing every year. These diseases cost billions of dollars to treat these conditions.
Again, that poor diet is a primary risk factor for these conditions, and that's why Health Canada launched the Comprehensive Healthy Eating Strategy in October 2016. The Healthy Eating Strategy is made up of complementary, mutually reinforcing initiatives which will make it easier for Canadians to make healthier choices for themselves and their families. La stratégie donne suite aux importants engagements énoncés dans le mandat.
The strategy includes important mandate commitments to promote public health by restricting the marketing of unhealthy foods to children, eliminating trans fat, reducing salt, and improving labeling on packaged food. But if we want Canadians to eat better, they need updated guidance based on the latest scientific evidence and they need tools that are relevant and useful to help guide them towards healthy eating. That's why revising Canada's food guide is a fundamental component of the healthy eating strategy.
Revising Canada's food guide is to update our healthy eating recommendations based on the latest scientific evidence and to communicate our guidance in ways that better meet the needs of different users like health professionals, policymakers, and of course the general public. One of Health Canada's proposed recommendations for the food guide is to promote the regular intake of vegetables, fruit, whole grains, and protein-rich foods, especially plant-based sources of protein. Il est important de préciser.
It's important to note that Health Canada is not suggesting that Canadians eliminate meat from their diets.
Of protein-rich foods that can be part of a healthy eating, including both plant-based foods and animal-based foods. Indeed, the revised food guide will continue to encourage Canadians to choose from a variety of nutritious animal-based foods, including eggs, fish, other seafood, poultry, lean red meat, lower fat milk and yogurt and cheeses, and lower sodium and fat. An important part of the work is considering the views of stakeholders and experts and the general public, and that's what the minister and this government is doing to finalize recommendations. Certainly, the guidance and the recommendations will be rooted in science, and I thank the honourable colleague from Bow River for raising this question.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the length and all of the things he included in there, which was great. If we can keep all of those proteins, I agree, there's lots of great plant proteins, but keeping that piece out there where meat proteins are part of that dairy and those things are really important in the sense of the broad depth and keeping people healthy and a healthy lifestyle of food. Absolutely agree. But up to just within days, the producers have been excluded from, and that's been, they were told, you're not a stakeholder, you can't participate. That was wrong. Now I'm glad to see they're at least going to let them be part of it, and the science they bring to is important. But labeling products that are from the dairy with a warning label that is being proposed, that to me is saying it's like tobacco, and that I really disagree with. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Certainly, there's nothing more important in government decision-making than making decisions based on science after lengthy consultation with important stakeholder groups, and that's what's going on. Today's food environment certainly makes it difficult for Canadians to make healthy food choices, and that's why it's important to consult broadly and base these decisions in science, Mr. Speaker. Healthy eating, we know, can be challenging due to several factors, some of which that are beyond the control of the consumer, and that's why Health Canada is taking action to make the healthier choice the easier choice for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to using the best and most recent evidence in our decision-making. We believe in a future where better food environments allow Canadians to make healthier eating choices as part of a healthy eating lifestyle. And in closing, let me thank you and thank my honourable colleague from Bow River for the chance to talk about this important issue, so important to so many Canadians right across the country.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to be adopted. Pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, January 31st, 2018, the House stands adjourned until Monday, February 26, 2018 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.